I mean, I don't know if you still want to do it with the Snapfire mid, but can they not put the Slardar mid if they wanted to?
I think not any.
One of the melees, like a lot of the heroes he has left are the melees, but then the snap comes out. I think this is a really brilliant pick from Falcons. It makes it so that you kind of have an idea of the archetype that XM is now going to be playing.
It's really hard to counter pick snap. I feel like if it was like if they decided to, let's say, put the Pang on it, then yeah, XM can easily punish him with some Viper or even put the Slardar on it. But against Snap, I don't really see like a super nice counter pick that you're just gonna demolish him. Maybe Arc Warden, but I don't think he's gonna pick Arc Warden.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember the idea, maybe it was one of the Wallachiyas when Snap was really popular, was like just long range turrets. You know, the Zeuses and Arc Wardens of the world, where you don't care about getting cookied, you don't care about getting scatterblasted. It's just not gonna happen.
If they really want to go down this route, they can go Storm. I think it's very vulnerable, but that would be a very classic Chinese pick.
There it is.
Oh, this guy he's good.
I think Storm does have a good game here if he can get off to a good start, because they don't actually have that many instant disables, right? On Falcons, they need the root to hit or the Pangolier roll or a Snapfire cookie. None of these are instant disables. So Storm does have a free game if he can get out of the laning phase. Because now Falcons, their focus should be to attack this mid lane. They should not let the Storm get 6 for free. They should contest his runes with the Enchantress. I think that should be their focal point of the draft. Because otherwise the Storm can take over this game, for sure.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think there will be a lot of focus on mid, and, you know, Treant plus Enchantress, these are some pretty banging supports to go mid, right? Like Treant and Ench Creep diving the tower on like a level 5 Storm can be pretty devastating. I guess the question is, do Falcons have cores that can be left alone in the side lanes so that the supports can leave? And yeah, I think they're in a pretty good spot.
How much rotation are Grimstroke and Undying gonna do with that in mind? Or Grimstroke, not that much normally.
Do those heroes even rotate it?
Yeah.
I think they'll have two options: either attack this Clinks when he's alone, or try to defend the Storm. And honestly, I'm gonna go Vici on this one.
Okay.
I think they're gonna cook. I think they just have to survive the laning stage, so it's not too bad. And then I'm gonna go with them. I really like the Storm last pick still.
I was gonna go the opposite direction, as in like I think Falcons are gonna take it because I don't think they will survive the landing stage. But if they do, I agree with the Flight that it will be like much easier to play afterwards if they somehow manage to get through the lanes.
All eyes on mid, and these are some of the most fun games when we're seeing these big brawls around the runes. And XM and Malrine are two of the most interesting mid laners in the world right now with their goofy picks, goofy playstyle. So just excited to see the brawl.
Excited to see the brawl. Extra level of pressure on both teams, because for this best of 3, elimination and advancement on the line. Let's see who takes game 1 without he picks someone. Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, it's everything to play for here between these two teams, Falcons versus Vici Gaming. We've had the drafts. What do you make of them, Fogged? We are seeing that decision that not a lot of teams are making to let a Treant through the draft. It goes through. It's first picked. Are they going to be able to deal with that? Because it's there's a reason why this hero is kind of banned 90% at least of the games that we've had so far this tier.
It just lets you do so much in terms of, well, we've said it a million times, lets you do so much in terms of laning phase. It lets you push the limits sometimes where somebody thinks they're going to kill. Oh, they get living armor, they get protected, they can push and kill for you. So
yeah.
I think the Storm pick was pretty clever, right, in particular, but it's not getting picked that much right now for a reason, right? It's very
what's up with the Storm? You know, we're seeing all these other spirits pop off, right? Earth Spirit just across the board. Ember Spirit, we're having some crazy games with it yesterday. Still obviously not quite, nothing's the level of the Earth Spirit. But yeah, Storm Spirit's kind of fallen out of favor.
I think just Earth Spirit's, he's been left in most of the games, so why would you take the Storm, right? Your Earth Spirit just counters, has so many silences. So I think it's a dangerous pick, but in this game in particular, there's like no catch for him, right? So if he can make it out of this laning phase, if he's able to get to that point, absolutely can see for XM how he can carry, and he is amplified, right? He's got the corrosive haze, he's going to be able to kind of roll around, so there's some good stuff to their draft. I just think the one thing I'm looking at Vici is missing a good amount of team fight in particular. You've got the Grimstroke, but if you don't get the latch, then I look at Falcons and I'm like, man, their team fight's very overwhelming. They've got this Rolling Thunder plus the Snapfire rolling in. You have the tree giving information with the Enchantress and Clinks. Information on the side of Vici, you don't really have good information getters, right? You don't have someone that's just going to see everything, while Falcons, they're going to see so much in a lot of these fights. A Clinks is going to be running around, an Enchantress creep, a tree in the jungle. So I'd say for Vici, they have to pick and choose their battles pretty specifically this game.
And what's up with the Snapfire? I mean, I thought this year we got nerfed. But
75% win rate.
It's coming through a few games. Teams are opting to still try it, and the ones that still try it still seem to be doing pretty good with it.
And one of the losses, if I recall, Malrine, they were like 25,000.
They're doing pretty well,
right? And he had a rapier, and they ended up, I think, losing the game to Iron Wing. It was. So that could have potentially been another win for it. It would have been like 80-something% win rate.
Yeah, so do you think maybe after some of the initial nerfs, teams were maybe a bit too quick to step away from this hero and actually maybe it's still kind of good?
I think, yeah, clearly, right? Yeah. It's clearly looking that it still has a lot of fighting power. And I did like this last pick too, because I was mentioning to you, I was looking at Falcon's first 4 picks and I was like, they have literal 0 magical damage. It's like all physical and then some pure, but no magical. This Snapfire kind of rounds their draft together, which I was a little worried about. So yeah, looking forward to see what we do get from this one.
And a rare Grim Stroke pick, but
a rare one
for good reasons this game.
Yeah, I do like it, and a lot of these Chinese teams, they have over time, right? They like to play this with the combos, trying to break it versus the Pango. Jingqiu being one of the ones that does like it a lot, so you can see at least some of the benefits from it, of course. But my one thing is that I usually like seeing this hero when he has good pairings with the 15 talent, which in this game, not so much, right? Because it's that 25% spell amp that you get whenever heroes are bound together. It's insane how much it amplifies some heroes, but...
And yeah, but because with the innate as well, that's going to be pretty good against the Clinks, right?
I won't eat you, dear.
It's okay, yeah.
But Mortimer might.
It's fine. It's also decent versus like Tree in a way to be trading. This innate is a bit underrated, I would say. Most people don't even realize that you do have that trail on yourself to get this extra vision. So yeah, I could see it coming into factor here. And we do have to talk the Slardar. They did pick the Clinks, which Panel was saying how they love to pick because it's a strong overall, because it's a skater hero and has this tree protecting. It isn't a Slardar, right? So there is going to be these elements perhaps at times where he just gets corrosive hazed. Clinks can be, he's not the most fragile type of these heroes, but he will be seen and they can get on top of him pretty easily because of that. So if skater can endure it. He has the tree to protect him, so that's one of the big factors that allows him to deal with it.
Yeah, and I think, was definitely one of those carry options that isn't really afraid of being, a dark portrait.
Exactly.
Being made of. It's a really nice pick with that. And
I don't even think they'll build. You don't even build the Aghanims.
Not now.
You go Hex.
Not now.
Yeah, you just go a different route because that.
Maybe it's like the 8th item if we get some sort of 90-minute game and he's like, well, I've got all this money, but indeed, this is not really a game where it's like, oh, if they get the dark portrait of one of Falcon's heroes.
What are we looking at right here? Jawline action.
But Mortimer might.
I do love seeing Storm. And XM, obviously one of his best heroes, so it should be pretty exciting. I wonder what build he's gonna actually go around, because look what he's queuing up right now. This is like with the Greaves that we saw some people do at some time. If he wants to actually go that route, that would be interesting, because usually it's versus a silence or
there's not really anything that you're trying to take off. I mean,
that could be, that's very interesting if he does go down that route, because they do have some healing that comes into their lineup when they have the Undying as well too. Of course, it's the root from the tree, but that's an ultimate, right? So it's like...
And Clinks does sometimes get an Orchid into the build.
Maybe that's why. But I don't think they are that much...
No, and at least they're not rushing it, right? So
yeah.
If it was to be a part of some sort of Bloodthorn build-up, it would be later.
I mean, we'll get to see what it is.
Let's see what it does on the Storm.
Yep, and looking at why I actually like when I see this item. I don't know about the circlet overall, but whatever. Just Mangos, right? Tangos are not that efficient on Undying. Mangos are super efficient with the way that you can trade. Let's see how these lanes end up going down. I think a lot of attention is going to be put on that mid lane, like they were emphasizing on the panel, because this is, if XM gets away with this game without dying too much early, there's just not that much stun for him, so.
Oh, well, I know the snaking's around there, with the smoke instantly coming off him.
On a warding expedition, and he breaks the smoke. Blocking the camp. So already you can see the attention that Falcons is putting on that mid lane, right? They want to crush the mid lane, block the camp so that he can't get the, back up and just try to farm from it. So I imagine we're going to see a lot of early rotations too. The Enchantress in the tree perhaps collapsing relatively early with these creeps. See what we get. And Shiro on his Wind Ranger. It's quite a bit that goes through for him. So not the easiest game early for him. Playing versus the Pango and the Snapfire in particular. Can be a little complicated.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
Let's see what we do get.
Let's DOTA.
I'm glad they make sure that the Slardar stays off lane. I've not been a big fan of these Slardar mids.
It's not been looking good, bro. I think what was it, like 1 and 6, I think, at the moment on the win losses.
Oh,
in the mid?
really?
Yeah, it was
man,
one. I'm pretty sure that was the stat. Yeah, in the mid lane, 1-6.
That is, yeah, that's pretty brutal. Okay, so Falcons, let's see how they start with their lanes as well, too, if it's just going to be kind of some standard stuff, because we are, you know, Crit, he is playing the 4 Enchantress. He has played it before, but not really the most popular as a 4. Usually has that 5 position. Looks like they might, are they setting up for first blood, perhaps? Considering it, probably with the tree, so Vici does have to be a little careful with their positioning at the start here. They don't see him up top right now.
I know that they were trying for something, so shouldn't fall for this.
Yeah, a lot of single target on Vici, though. That's one thing I was kind of alluding to. Some lack of team fight. So I think for Falcons, they put themselves in a position to, yeah, 2 of the lanes look like they're pretty dominant. The mid lane, we'll see how that ends up going. Because bottom lane too, this Undying, he doesn't really deal with the Enchantress too well. The creep is very pesky. Even if it's just like level 1, once he hits level 3, it gets even harder. The creep should be able to apply some decent pressure down here and ensure that Amar gets farm. That being said though, Amar can get popped as well too. So just a quick little Soul Rip Decay plus Power Shot can bring him down, but it is a Tombstone skilled right now. Actually, okay. I thought they might go for the Soul Rip kind of build because he's just being kept low and they have
he is sitting low. So, yeah, but it is a lot of burst.
He did scale the Tombstone already, so.
Well, we'll see if they're able to make a play with the Tombstone.
Just hard to commit because he just can, you know, bounce away. And killing the Enchantress is just difficult at this point. So he's getting the living armor for the lane and making sure that Amar can get that bit extra. And he's got 8 wand charges. But as we're seeing across the board already for the lanes, Slardar struggling, Wind Ranger struggling a bit, but we'll have these extra last hits coming under tower.
So side lane's looking pretty good for Falcons. Mid lane pretty even at the moment between the 2 of them.
And important, we should point it out, right? Falcons' first game of the day. Sometimes not the greatest. Usually that's the first game of a tournament kind of thing for them, but definitely something just to point out. Right now it does look they're nice. Looks like they're nice and warmed up. As soon as Crit hits level 3, right? That's when we're going to see that Ench creep bully the lane even more, and perhaps even those rotations to shut down the mid. Doesn't find the ops word. Probably anticipating that one because of the way that Snaking had moved earlier. Crit did skill Impetus. He is looking pretty dead.
Oh, that's very true, actually. With the Tombstone down.
Yeah, he looks.
I don't know if there's a way out of this one. You can slow down one of them.
He is blood grenaded and he has 2 zombies on him. He looks super.
Oh, there's a level 2 power shot coming. Oh my goodness, yeah. Hands off the keyboard. He's got it.
Let's see.
Surely.
Does he juke it? He does.
Okay.
Okay.
He should still be. Well, no. Okay, well, they missed the power shot.
Well, that happened.
Not going to get the kill. Unfortunate there for Shiro.
We'll blame the pause. He looked quite dead too.
Yeah. A connection there would have done it.
The living armor came right after too, right? So it would have actually connected before that damage block, but yeah.
Level 2 power shot, it would have hurt.
Off the mark. XM now. Ooh.
Pretty low. Same move set though from Maureen. Maureen's going to have some backup coming in. Crit.
Oh, this is mean.
If he can get this here with the impetus. A few more right clicks. XM's into the trees. Maureen finds him with the scatter blast. And they'll get the kill. So not only
they
not
missed the
killing
kill, he
bottom
mid. Oh man,
he's able to go mid and he's able to set up for Maureen getting first blood. So
that's kind of the dream for Falcons, and I feel like for Vici, you're probably like, oh man, that should not have happened. And Maureen's going to get the fill up top, go bottom, get the fill up as well. And we set a lot of emphasis in this game, right? The Storm Spirit already getting a lot of tension onto him there. Damage block. Amar able to withstand the pressure here. Has a Lotus and a 1 and XM. And oh no.
Oh wow. He was dead and then what he just wow. That ain't good. That's rough.
To the jungle. And the problem is
that hurts. That hurts big time.
And his camp's blocked still. And Crit now at this point is just going to occupy this area as well to zone the Undying.
Oh,
and
that's...
this I mean,
we didn't even see him come back to the lane.
I did it.
He was sort of dead before he was even alive again.
He has to walk. Well,
that...
A lot of, like we said,
that is really rough.
Yeah, and a lot of their game is around that storm. In the side lanes, they are being slowed down already here at the start. That is really
my
brutal.
Goodness.
Snap is level 6.
Well, I'm sure XM, you know, he can blame the Wind Ranger for missing that. If you didn't miss that power shot, I would not be dead twice mid.
And you know, it's how he goes and checks his camp. He's like, oh no, my big camp is blocked as well too, so I've only got this medium camp to farm from Snaking's move earlier.
That's tough times for the Storm, and we've seen in the past what a slow start for a Storm does to a Storm. It's not great, and this is, you know, not a Storm of the past, and because he's getting those kills mid, now Marion's at a point where he's got this early 6, he heads to the bottom lane, kills off Shiro. This is... the knock-on effects that happen in fast.
This could be one of the faster boots travels that we're going to see in this tournament as well, too. And he has an Enchantress with him, so he's going to have that creep to port on at any times to just surprise them in the lanes, too. He doesn't have to just TP onto creep in the lane. He can just TP elsewhere. With that Enchantress creep. I mean, couldn't ask for more, right? Falcons kind of living the dream here in these first 6 minutes. Amar getting away with the Pango off lane, farming better than the Wind Ranger. Yeah, that is brutal. XM's trying to find a place to just get the level 6 because he doesn't have his jungle. There's an Enchantress there bullying him out who's almost the same level as him.
Yeah, Chris just taking his camps.
I do have to mention, actually last time I saw Enchantress, I didn't mention it once, but Rabble Rouser, Owen, when you're behind and you're playing versus Ench, these neutral creeps, they beat you. They truly do. Sure, Storm not as much as some of the others, but it does hurt. It does make it a bit harder to just farm back in the jungle, and Snae's already stalking him. Goodbye, XM.
He's gonna have help. Xinqiu's here to help out, but maybe you're right. That help.
Goodbye, XM.
It's no longer. It's not enough to save him. Oh dear. Oh my goodness.
A clever spot for it.
Yeah, he's dead. I think he is not surviving this way.
But a clever spot for it. Come on.
I mean, he's living a little longer than I initially expected, but we'll still die.
They're still killing. Yeah, they're just killing the zombies. They'll respawn instantly. 3K lead. Falcons. Look at this butcher travel.
This is going to be one of the fastest. This is considering all the games that we saw Snap fire in like previous patches and such. This is still going to be faster than majority of those times.
I think the fastest I saw was around 8:20ish. I think he might actually beat it here. All 3 cores across the board, living the dream. And the Clinks is now able to be left alone, which versus the Slardar and the Grimstroke, sometimes that can be the lane that Vici could punish it. Just not the case.
Thinking. He's going to have the setup here. That's why, as quickly as he may have come back into the game, he's going to be out of it again.
Overwhelming pressure. Maureen also, this could be a cool pickup if he wants to go for it too. The Atos. We're mentioning lack of catch.
Yeah, Wind Ranger and Storm.
That's going to make it perfect.
It's going to be a good answer against both. Honestly, all 3 of the cores, right? The Slardar's pretty slippery, zooming around. Atos will be nice.
Yeah, this is the dream start. Bach hasn't died yet in the top lane, but he's not having that entry into the game where he's really snowballing by any means either, because he's versus that Tree plus Flinch lane. Not easy for him. XM does have the haste rune. Does have some protection with it. And has hit the 6. Quite a bit more elusive now at this point. A pretty brutal start. And now Bach steps up. Should be okay up here.
Yeah, it's still super fast. Very difficult for these 2 to kill. They're going to try for a smoke move around mid. They're trying to bait something, but can they actually get away with this play?
There is little hope for
they're bringing 4 heroes.
They want to get the background from Maureen, yeah. There we go. Silence into the tombstone. This should be an easy one here. They have to bring the numbers, but it's a High value kill. They take Malrine out of the game. That could keep the pressure on to the mid tower.
Full tower brought down here with Shiro's rotation. I like this quite a lot. When they're this, you know, behind at least.
You've got to rally around XM. Yeah, help the storm out.
Got to enable him. He does go for the arcane boots, so that does allude to me that he is probably going to go those Greaves. Interesting too, Bach went for face boots as well. So, right? Like not using the most traditional you see on a Slardar, not usually the most.
Have we ever seen that on Slardars?
I don't believe so. I guess it's just because of all the physical damage.
Yeah, it's true. The armor's nice.
There's Pango and Clink, so.
And he's zooming around. Can't zoom away though when there's a cookie on top of it.
They'll be brought down. Definitely interesting. A max stroke build coming out from Jinkyu. Usually we see, well not usually because we don't see this hero much, but they tend to go for the max phantom when they want to play with it, but probably indicating that he wants to get a bit of that extra farm and maybe slow down some of these lanes that are going to get pressured. Shiro, dispelled, and dead. He's very dead. It's going to be a really hard game for this Wind Ranger. For the Storm, as we said, he can be a bit elusive until the Atos comes out, but this does not feel like an easy Wind Ranger game at this point.
Yeah.
And this Pango versus these Kisses, and then there's the Dispel from the Enchantress.
Yeah, I'm going for, of course, it's going to be a while away, but rushing the Aghanims on the Enchantress.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's one of, I mean, this item is pretty damn strong. Indicated before, undispellable. I mean, if he gets rooted and he grieves, you're still rooted. At least from the Enchantress.
Yeah, from the Axe.
One, yeah. Only BKB that gets rid of it. Ward caught, snaking. From that move earlier, we'll be able to take that one away. At least getting XM some runes, though, right? Getting him the tower, getting him some runes, getting him some breathing room, which he does need in this game, because I feel like he's the true carry, not the Wind Ranger in this game, at least in the mid game. Sure, once we get to the later stages, we'll have to see, but so much damage onto Shiro every time.
They're getting very close to, if they have a +1, they could probably dive and go for the kill.
Amar somehow is even the top net worth in this game, which is pretty crazy to say after Malrine's start and just the Clinks being left alone. He's getting this much.
Next step.
Not enough damage.
Trying to make a move, but into the three of them, it's not going to happen.
Living armor blocks everything. Does have the arcane, so didn't expend too much. Okay, at least off the Greaves though for the Atos. Maybe that was the other thing. He's like, you know, there will definitely be the benefits with that. He'll dodge it. Gonna get it this time.
XM's not going to be able to stick around for this. Malrine will get to take it.
There is little hope for Dire's
Standard build for the snap. Oh.
Well,
oh, sorry, XM, that's not yours.
It happens. You know, sometimes you forget that your mid's got a bottle and wanted a refill.
Why was just like, I got runes grabbed on my fantasy.
Exactly, runes grabbed on the support banner. You know, he had to do it.
Feels bad, man. Need to give everything you can to XM at this point. How's Bach doing? He does go for the Soul Ring to get the farm extra, halfway toward the Blink Dagger. When they have the Blink, they can start to make quite a lot of moves here with the Slardar, because they do have good damage following with this single target, as we were mentioning, but the team fights is the concern.
If Malrine can set something up with the Invis.
Why still not level 6 either?
Go for Shiro.
Cookie lands.
They do get the cookie, and they've got the roll into the Kisses.
He's going down. Malrine, though.
Gonna try and take out the tombstone, but from the low ground, it's kind of hard. The Soulbite comes in as well as the Vortex. They've got the grab onto the two of them.
Great response.
They're going to be able to likely kill off both. Will force Booker back in, try and bring down Jinkyu, but will not survive. Not a bad trade there for Vici. They lose their carry, but they're able to take out mid and an off lane, and in the position they're in, they'll absolutely take that.
A fantastic trade, right?
Might get more.
No mana.
Didn't quite have them. There's only a few mana short of the Vortex.
XM starting to get these galvanized stacks. She's not getting the last hits on the kills, though, so he's still 0 and 3, but at least getting something to accelerate him. We said hit the early game, a lot revolving around him. And 2 core kills. So great way to slow things down.
Maybe a bit too much of an ambitious play, right? They wanted to do this cute thing with the Invis and having the chance to go for the Rolling Thunder into Kisses, but it's, you know, only 13 minutes in and it was right under a tier 2.
Under tier 2 and under a tombstone. And yeah, I think he missed, what, 3 of the hits?
Yeah, from the low ground, trying to take the tombstone out, yep.
Wisdom, though, because of all this chaos, Falcons will be able to take it away.
Yep, they get both, and that's the Deso timing done for Skeeter.
He can start getting involved, and looking at the physical damage, they have a lot, right? Once the Pango starts getting some points in the passive as well, too, some of these heroes are just going to disintegrate, especially the supports. Big concerns for the supports on the side of Vici now.
Trying to get that angle onto Jin Q here, potentially.
He'll die in a second.
But Skeeter wants to head back and just focus on the lane creeps. Doesn't want to spend too much time now chasing.
Vici supports are getting a decent amount. That's why that gold lead isn't as high. They did get some of those last hits on the kills, but look at their net worths. Jin Q with his max stroke build, almost 4K net worth. If he can get a blink at a decent timing, he's going to be the one to stop the Pango roll, get that opportunity, jump in, get the soulbind when he can pick and choose for it. We'll have that follow-up for the Slardar. So they will have double blink daggers, perhaps at a pretty decent time. This tower, Crip's just gonna get it.
Okay, no deny. Yeah, easy lasted there for Crip.
The finish, root up top, rock.
And there's the damage with the Deso.
First stack acquired. And towers now, right? These objectives as well. That's one thing that Vici is also, I mean, another thing that Vici's kind of lacking, right? Ways to hit buildings.
Yeah, it's just kind of a focus fire, but that's not always the best. Not easy to push objectives.
Well, for Falcons, definitely quite easy for them to go for these objectives and for these overall team fights. Ults are at the ready for Falcons.
I mean, they want to fight here, Vici.
To try to go for this kill here.
Put dust on Snaking. Should be able to take him out. The rest of the team not close enough to help him.
We'll tank the gank. XM finally gets a kill on his name. That's interesting. Besides the soul ring, even at this point on the Storm, 16 minutes in, usually you see it picked up a bit earlier, but really wanted to get these Greaves.
My. I go for the tombstone.
Oh, I bought the shard immediately.
Off the shackle, but Amar already able to roll away with that early shard.
I like this quick shard pickup that we were seeing from a lot of these Undyings. I think it was Malady was one of the ones that started it. It's very strong what you can do with it, just jumping in and out, protecting yourself, as we see right there. That is Rolling Thunder used. Also did see Amar purchase his shard. He is very farmed on this Pango.
Yeah, with diffusion and shard 60 minutes in.
And Falcon Blade, all these cheap little items.
I will see them, but if they see him, I'll be straight on top of him. He's got back up. Sam coming in, zipping forward. White will still fall though. Now
XM your mana.
He used pretty much all of it to get in. He'll have a final bit left with the Greaves to get out.
Amar is just fighting versus all of them here. They're bringing almost the entire team, and they're losing heroes.
Rich destroying them here with the micro with these stuns and just the damage coming in with the max impetus.
The both of them just doing insane damage. I don't think XM anticipated that by any means. He almost gets brought down.
Yeah, I mean, Crit showing with this build, right? You don't need no heals.
Don't need no heals.
All in on the damage and the control, and it's absolutely working out well on track to get a good timing on this Aghanims rush. Having a very good time this game as the Enchantress, 3-0-5.
He might be able to solo kill cores with it if he's able to get it this fast of a timing even. Blink is done, so let's see what Vici can put together here. As we said, good single target, team fight, a bit lackluster, but they can burst some targets. 6K lead, Falcons starting to run away with this game, especially with the experience too. It's a level 11 Enchantress.
Mark, does he want to go for this blink play? Gonna try. I've got the shackle. Amar.
Roll up.
The shield crash and the roller is rolling away.
No way.
He's gonna get out of this.
Ain't no way.
He is fine. Is there a power shot maybe? Doesn't matter, still rolled up, so limited damage.
Bach wants him, he's chasing. Can't make it. I can't believe he survives there. Living armor, of course, coming into play, all the extra damage block. It is just unfair.
And Skeeter just having the time of his life on the other side of the map. Whilst all this attention's been drawn towards the Pango, the Clinks is going to hit all those timings.
Truly free. Snaking, going for his drums build that he likes to do in most games. Bach, they wanted to try here for Skeeter, but just a bit too far away. Blink now. Amar just continues to drop these items.
And they could go for the play here. Falcons, they've got Maureen in position with the kisses ready.
We'll see Snay. It really is so much overwhelming damage when I'm looking at it on Falcons. The Snapfire's damage, the Pangos at this point, four of these heroes are going to erase a lot of Vichis. And Vichis are still quite behind. They need to get this catch-up. Need to start getting at least a little bit of something, it feels like, with this Blink Dagger. Like, it's just difficult for them to make the moves.
Yeah, and I imagine it's always a nightmare when you're behind, right, trying to gain back some sort of vision control when there's a Treant on the other side.
That was one of my biggest worries going into this game, is how are they going to control the map if they do fall behind? Because you're playing versus Ench, you're playing versus Tree, you're playing versus Plinks. These heroes are all about dominating and controlling that vision. And we're seeing it even from the wards that they've been able to place here, snaking with some sneaky ones. Snaking. Woke up, Falcons ready to fight. 20 minutes soon approaching. We've got Power Rune and these big objectives.
Vichi's going to try and fight back, though. They're smoking up themselves.
Feels like they need to get a really clean initiation.
Could be an arcane rune.
Mark jumps over.
He's going to be able to grab it. Gets the roll at the core barge in the river. Oh, he is immediately dead, and the angle with the rolling thunder is pretty much perfect. The tombstone save does come out, and it's enough to allow them to zip away. Down the tombstone with a little shredder.
Heads up from Amar, blinks past them before they can get the catch.
Ready to try and see if we can find something more out of this. Why? Should be okay, though. Still speedy enough down the river to escape.
Vici has to have like a really clean initiation and probably start the fight just deleting a hero. Because overall, when you look at the team fight, right, Falcons much stronger team fight with their draft. Setting up perhaps for, I mean, stealing wisdom as well too. Looks like they are looking to go for that there. Continuing to play quite clean on the side of Falcons, and Vici not finding the connections they ideally want.
And Bolt just falling behind. I mean, it's very likely it's going to be one of those games where we're going to see Crit on the support and Enchantress overtake Bark's offlane Slardar.
He's level 12 on this Ench already. Level 11 on the Slardar.
Yeah, that's true. He's already doing it in the XP. He's soon to be doing it on the gold.
Shiro will be able to get away. Dangerous position for him there. Sneaky from Y. Might get punished for it here. Oh, Snake's right on him.
Yeah, no TP out for you.
Oh, that's just mean. Give it to the Clinks. Get him a Deso stack.
He wants that.
Get that Deso stack. There you go. Only his second one that he's been able to pick up here, but a little bit of something anyway. Top net worth, Skeeter. DQ, is this him perhaps setting up for a steal if he expects a Tormentor?
Just a little solo smoke.
Right, because he probably thinks that they're going to go
right.
for him.
He's probably going to go for some sort of attempted play with a max nuke.
What it does look like here. They're probably going to expect that someone's in the air. Oh. Let's see, maybe
All right.
Oh.
Let's see what he's got here. DQ. Oh,
a little late.
Little late.
It died so fast, to be fair.
Honestly, it really did. Yeah, good effort.
Math wasn't there. Too much minus armor from the Pango and the Blinks. Shiva's soon on the horizon here for Malrine.
Come on, sprites.
And Ags is finished up already for the chance. He does get the shard as well too, Crit. Living the dream.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to show that versatility is there for Falcons when it comes to which of them is going to play the Enchantress.
True. And he has surpassed Bach after getting that shard given to him as well too. Yeah.
Did get a decent amount of space. You know, was sort of left in that solo situation. Was able to farm top, but hasn't been able to make any moves with this Blink Dagger. 0-3-0. Just have not found any opportunities to play around the Slardar.
He doesn't really have the best heroes to rally around because of how bad the lanes went, right? Like, usually on paper, you'd be like, oh yeah, Wind Ranger and Storm, great pairings for the Slardar. But the fact that they were so shut down early, he can't just go for these plays and they go for these easy kills. Also, the living armor is going to just continue to be a big problem for them to just go for that focus onto that one target. That is what their draft is, I mean, like designed to do, right? They have a lot of single target. They have to pop that target. While Falcons just overall, it's a much better team fight.
Honestly, looking at the numbers, it's not even far off. You know, Crit maybe taking over the other two cores. You know, he's only about 1,000 or so behind them.
All it'll take is one fight for him.
Yeah.
So 9K at 23 minutes is pretty substantial. Next Sam, even though he has the Greaves to protect him versus, you know, one or two of these small abilities, now they've got the Blink for Amar. They can go for the chain control. And Crit, of course, has the Aghanims on him.
Oh, and in the mid. Thank you. Immediately taken down here by the damage crit. They've also got their eyes on XM.
Oh, XM, careful. He's rooted. You can't grease it off, my friend. The little phrase is undispelled.
That's the power of the Enchantress Aghanim's. I mean, it's kind of sad but funny that it does feel like a lot of this goes back to that missed power shot, Fogs.
No, I mean, it's not him. Yeah, it is a big deal. It is a big deal.
If they got that kill, maybe Crit would not be dominating as hard as he is. But that knock-on effect, oh no.
It's pretty, I mean, yeah, absolutely right.
He's 5-0-6. He is absolutely destroying this game.
He would have been dead. Mid would have been, they would have been able to kill XM both times because he died twice because the Enchantress was there. It's a big compounding effect.
Because that's the thing, is because of the fact that they didn't kill him but he was low, was also one of the reasons, right, that XM doesn't expect that gank.
Absolutely.
He's like, okay, Ench is not going to gank me because you just got him super low, but... Oh no. Unfortunate series of events here for Vici Gaming.
And for Falcons now, 16-4, a full nullifier for Skeeter. They all have these big next core items already on the side of Falcons. Vici's just not getting much across the map. And Malrine, he'll take a tombstone, he'll take a zombie. Just kidding, Amar will take it away. Sorry, my friend. A blink dagger for crit as well too, so extra. Yeah. He was going for the distiller.
Oh yeah.
Even further catch now.
What do you treat yourself to next when you're dominating as a Enchantress? Well, you got your axe, you got your blink.
You still want the distiller, so you can do because
okay.
the impetuses, you get the vision, so you can just blast them from a distance anyway. Yep. It's still really strong, but and then you can just go.
Is that more valuable than buying the?
He might just go
buying the pike.
He might just go for the pike because he's so big.
Yeah,
he probably can just do that. Very difficult game for Vici to bring back now at this point. As we said, just usually in order to come back in a lot of these games, you have some type of like extra team fight when you're at this disadvantage to be able to take one of those. It just continues to be the case, just so single target. And the map really starting to shrink at this point.
Yeah, it's not really a lineup that does anything phenomenal on the high ground defense, right?
No, does not play that great for behind. The high guard defense, they do at least like their best thing, right? It's the soulbind plus the tombstone in an ideal position. But besides that,
okay, well, punishing them if they dive.
Yeah. But I don't think Falcons is going to be too keen to dive.
No, that's kind of the opposite to what they do, right? Falcons are not going to go for any sort of crazy dive beyond tier 3 towers anytime soon. They will play this out very safely.
XM, he needs the BKB. He's going to get rooted. It's super long duration. They've at least got the tombstone to protect. He'll be okay. I like this. Make sure you just keep the Undying next to XM until he can finish the BKB.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very solid save.
Yeah, one of the best.
Middle tower is under
and then if you're the Grim and you're looking for the big item to turn this game around, as we said earlier, probably not the Aghanims. Are you just going some kind of like Blink Hex? What is the big purchase? He's got 2k gold at the moment.
I do think so, yeah. I don't know what else you can really purchase in this game. Nothing else feels like it's going to turn the tide.
Blink Hex might do it.
Blink Hex is really damn good.
Yeah. He spent out on something. We'll see what he's getting sent out. It's just a Ghost Scepter to try and keep himself safe.
And nullifiers are
there is indeed already a nullifier, so maybe he did need to dream bigger.
Yeah, I thought he was going to dream big. It is Jin Q, so he does tend to be a bit greedy at times, but not going to be the case this time. Maybe they're just feeling they're falling too far behind. They need something to be able to fight back now, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a high chance that the time was not going to be there for him to get the money for a Hex.
Yeah. Now will take that much longer to get unless they can start winning some of these mid-game fights. So 2 minutes left on this Aegis. Lead continues to grow. XP as well continues to grow. The Wind Ranger and the Storm at least catching up in terms of the golden XP. On the mid, but jump in the back line.
Skinner just destroys Jin-Q.
Every time, look, he's just little frames.
Seeing it with the BKB, Shira trying to commit for crit, but crit was actually able to get the blink off. There's still a shackle connection. Shira, can he finish off this Enchantress? The cookie comes out, they get the kill though, but he's had to go so deep for it. He's going to try and TP out with the wind running. He will make it away.
All right.
All right.
A little bit.
They bring down the Enchantress. It's a big kill. Crit was getting out of control, was yet to die. Shira gets the kill, and he gets out. Same to be said for Bug. Also able to run and TP out of there. Not bad.
That is their double BKB reveal. Just for an Enchantress kill, but at least something when you're at this type of disadvantage here. Blink now also finished up for the Undying, so it does have the save potential versus that for the Storm. But just an Enchantress kill.
But it's a big Enchantress. That's essentially a core.
He's in your head.
They'll put that down as killing a core.
Skater, though, starting to get to some pretty insane separation from the rest of the cores. 3K ahead.
Thanks.
Buildings drop so fast, too.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They want to immediately try and smoke out as this Aegis expires.
Have to get some type of information to do so. They do have the ward on the bottom side, so maybe if they do see them split up a bit around this area. But right now, difficult to punish. Falcons in very comfortable, safe positions. Okay, maybe they will. Looks like they are going to go for it.
I think you have to.
Yeah,
we did see that with that previous move. They're not afraid to try and take these attempts.
If they can get a good soul bind, let's see if they can delete one of those targets. There is a BKB now for Malrine as well, though. Quite a bit more complicated to bring him down if they don't get the initial stun. That's a nice rune.
Certainly help. And are you all in on one hero, or do you have to sort of split the jump between the...
All in.
You're just all in on one?
Yeah, they're very single target oriented on the side of Vici, so. Getting closer to his BKB as well, too, so they will have that triple BKB to counter team fights, too. There is an answer, though, right? The tree. How close does Snake have the Blink Dagger finished up? He does. So Snake can go and just wait till they pop those BKBs and Blink Overgrowth, so they do have to be prepared for that as well. So complicated for Vici. But at least stepping closer and closer. The Wind Ranger's net worth looking pretty decent. Starting to inch their way slowly back. But it is going to be them with, what, 1.5, or maybe 2 cores versus the potential 4 cores that Falcons is building up in this game.
Feels like that, yeah.
Who have their work cut out for them, Shiro in particular. And Falcons just chilling. Just probably going to wait till that next Aegis, since they can just, the Rosh is going to die so damn fast with this Klink's Pango and this Snapfire at this point. Might be difficult for Vici to make it there if they're not already in position when this Rosh gets started.
Can't always try for the steal, though, with XM.
Very true.
Yeah, with this BKB.
Double damage.
Skeeter very close to the Aghanims. They'll have it now.
A lot going on in these fights. A lot of distractions that Falcons does have. There's going to be these little friends controlling somebody, Pango rolling, all these Klinks on me that's going to be shooting off. If somehow they can ever actually start the fight on Skeeter, though, right? He's a bit vulnerable since he doesn't have a BKB, but he's been pretty safe overall this game, right? 3-0 and 3. He's not going to be the one that goes in first. Falcons, they're going to be smoking up, looking for the fight. Octarine for the Pango. Level 20 talent starting to being hit. Malrine's got his.
They want to try something around the tier 2.
Jump immediately.
Going straight over towards Shiro and XM. Kiss is coming in as well. And the fortification, Vici. And the little friends locking him down. Empty the tombstone to save him. XM will be fine. Soul point now onto the point for the XM. Trying to follow up on it, but no, back Soul.
Can't. The army.
Does not feel that he can commit for this.
Skeeter had already got the army down beforehand. Shinkyu just dies instantly to it. Lamar just instantly jumping in. He's got this Octarine blink. He knows how tanky he is. Does not let Vici really set up to go for a play. That Roche, 30 seconds.
It's closing in.
Tormentor as well. Back up. Falcons continue to get all the objectives. That was the final tier 2 claimed.
If they have another smoke, they probably will go for the Roche, Vici.
I think they kind of have to.
Yeah.
I don't think
they're going to smoke up a fight.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think you can just give it up. Snaking, will get a shard for free. Very nice one to get for free, of course.
And they have been trying stuff, you know, for as far as behind as they are, Vici, they're not sitting back doing nothing. We've seen a few times where, even them, right, they were considering if they could make something happen around the tier 2. They're still looking for chances to fight back into Falcons. They're not just waiting for them in the base.
No, Falcon just 1 or 2 steps ahead, it feels like, in every single one of the moves. In that bottom situation, right, when I saw Skeeter showing, I thought they might go for the jump almost immediately there on the side of Vici, but then Amar just comes rolling in, so it doesn't even give them that opportunity. Coach time, it is up.
Is under attack.
Vici is not near it, so it's going to die too fast for them to make it.
Yeah, not able to get there quick enough. Even if they wanted to, they start to sort of swing over, but yeah, they know that they weren't quite set up in time.
Banner's picked up. Can probably start to siege high ground if they want to. Then the Enchantress creeps to split push as well. And I saw Crit, he's been, at least right now, hanging around with an Alpha Wolf, so a lot of extra physical damage for his team.
Under attack.
But XM is going to be the one to get the Hex, of course. To have that combo, at least with the Soulbind. But a long ways away. Oh. Falcon's not even letting them go for the Wisdom Steal. Why? He's trying for it, but Malorine's right on top of him. See you later. Throws the scan down. They don't want to let them get any of these steals of the Shrines. They'll even take away the opposing one. Constricting so much here, Falcons, this game. Really, it's limited breathing room for Vici. All together again.
Stepping out.
GQ.
They're going to see him up there. And he's going to get saved by the Tombstone. They're going to turn and zip it over towards Skeeter. The Vortex, Shiro with the Shackle Shot and the Focus Fire. They'll be able to take him out the once.
Pretty good.
Out.
That's a pretty solid connection.
He can go for round 2. Amar's already in with the Rolling Thunder. Jumps straight over towards XM. Forces him to put the BKB. The Ghost Scepter always some safety if they're dying. XM turns to take towards Quick Snake. And the Overgrowth knocking them down. The BKB about to come through an end for XM. Could he get out of here? Still been forced to the side. He's able to zip away. Bart will die, except that last bit of mana getting him back to the safety of his base. Oh, should be fine. Shiro, not so lucky.
They get him the once, can't get him the twice. No follow-up afterwards. I think cute. Jumping in to start that fight a little crazy. Onto the high ground. Very good overgrowth from snaking there. That's all he really has to do in this game. Just wait till those BKBs are popped and counter them.
Why?
He'll be found.
He was trying to hold the creeps back in the mid, but Malorine last few times has shown that he will TP over every single time to kill that Undying.
And he's healing up the catapults as well too, so they still do have this double siege in the mid if they want to go for the push with. Doesn't look like they do. Or do they? Skeeter, he's thinking about it. Okay, he is gonna at least.
Pretty much all the money to finish off his Lincoln Sphere.
Flip will be popped. They'll drop the banner for that double siege though that they did have in the mid. So keeping those two alive. Good job from Malorine.
Very few ways to stop this Clinks now.
Do they just go for all three?
There's not a whole lot they have to be scared of. Depends how safe they want to play it, Falcons.
Let's see how safe. Okay, they're gonna be safe. They got a lot of gold to spend.
Will Radiant resist?
Up close to level 25s as well too. I believe Malorine's about, yeah, he's getting pretty close to hitting that. So if they do want to be very safe, wait till the 25 gets hit for the snap. If the fight comes to, sure, they'll take it, but again, Crit decides, I don't need more damage. I'm just gonna get a Hex. We'll just get more control as well too. Can't blame that. So good versus the Storm, of course. Have to stick near each other though on the side of Vici.
We do find anyone drifting away from the rest of the team, but just a scan.
Amar is here with a Basher.
He's kind of scary, Amar.
Yeah, he is not one I think that you really want to go for. Oh my god, Malorine. Okay, the full refresher, it's there. Absolutely massive this game. He's got the Catalyst as well. Uh-oh. The kisses are gonna rain. Hey, get away from me, Amar. I want 25. Why are you soaking my XP? They got all the big neutral items as well. On the side of Vici, they've got at least the Shiv for the Wind Ranger, and they've got the Spell Slinger, or the Catalyst now for the Storm. Starting to upgrade theirs. Okay, now he does have the Catalyst as well too. So getting a little more here in these last few moments. And the Daedalus picked up, so a lot of damage increase for Shiro, but still difficult to go for these targets. Army's down.
Any way to sort of stop this siege? Power's gone.
So hard for them to jump in and start a fight. As soon as those BKBs get popped, they're instantly gonna get rooted. Bach does go for the Yule, so does have some protection during the root.
They're trying to chase, but Crit's ready with the blink.
That's deep. Maureen has found the level 25. Immediately TPs to mid to join his team. These kisses are gonna hurt.
Falcons.
They might just jump in. Right?
Yeah, they're ready to go for the finishing blow here, Falcons.
Amar just might immediately roll in with some kisses. As soon as they see a hero. How long a tombstone cooldown? Should be back up now, right? 20 seconds, actually, sorry.
Jump, guys. This is coming in now, dodging them for the most part. I'll say that actually not everyone. White getting destroyed by the kisses. Yeah, he'll end up going down and my bad. Shiro has to put the BKB to avoid the cookies. Still getting caught though. By the time it comes to an end and Mary just jumps it around with the refresher cookies. Bouncing all over the place and another round of the kisses ready to come in. And we'll be able to jump in and put a stop to it as the Soulbinds lock down onto the two of them.
And when Snap gets to this refresher, just kills everybody.
Trying to come in with a crush, but I think they're actually able to perfectly split away from that. Nobody got connected upon. It's done. It is over. GG is called. Falcons absolutely stomping Vici in this game one.
Yeah, as
this
convincing
was
as ever.
yeah, quite a rough one for Vici Gaming.
And that power shot from the I know,
The
but
beginning of it all.
a lot of it, yeah. I mean, that was huge, right? Crit doing so much in this game, especially in that early game, shutting down the Storm, back-to-back kills. It kind of set the tempo.
as the overall first pick coming out for Vici Gaming. That's I mean, it's a hero that we of course see more frequently, Saber, but it's unusual to see as a first pick.
Yeah, so I feel like the whole Vici approach is that they just don't want to give Falcons their best heroes, so they made sure to ban out the Scent and Huskar and now Snap, because they just got destroyed by Snap. And since they have first pick, then Falcons have to ban the Earth Spirit and the Treant. I mean, alongside with the Kotla and Lina, but I think those two aren't as important. So now Vici were like, okay, so the last step in this plan is we also steal the Pango, and this way we kind of covered all of the cores that we worry about from Falcons. And yeah, I mean, I would also say, like, I think if they want to do this, then maybe the Necro would have been slightly better ban than Snap, because Falcons, they would take the Necro on 9, like, no matter what, right? Or as a counter to this Pango. However, I feel like the Necrophos hero, as long as you have a plan against it, yeah, as long as you have some safe lane that you're confident that can beat this hero, then you should be able to do it, because it's not some broken hero that will win the lane no matter what. Amar somehow makes it like seem like it is, but you know, we had Liquid beat their Necro, so I'm sure if Vici have at least some plan, then they should be able to do fine.
I personally think the hardest hero in the game to play against this Necro is SD, and it is still in the pool. I'm actually like, I think it's so good of a counter that I'm surprised Falcons didn't ban it or take it themselves.
Is either that one or the Ringmaster also comes to mind with the box, of course.
Ringmaster's good, yeah. The SD is like double good because of the purge is just so obnoxious. You can never go Shroud. Consecrated Wraps becomes a bad item because it also purges those.
I am entertained seeing that every single hero that Falcons played in game 1 is either banned or now in Vici games. Like, they picked the Pango away from them, but the other 4 have been banned in the first and second phase.
Yeah, I think now they need some answer to the Necrophos for sure. I think they are looking at most likely a range carry type of hero, because if you're a melee hero against Necrophos, the lane can snowball out of control pretty quickly, because every time you come up to the creep wave, you're gonna get healed by the, well, I guess damaged by the Necrophos, so it's not so easy. So I want to see what approach they go for. Okay, they take Shadow Fiend. I think that was one of the range carries left that is popular in the meta right now. Nothing wrong with it. I don't think it's a super easy lane. I think Clockwork is a good bodyguard for the Necrophos, so every time you try to go on the Necrophos, you want to be aggressive against this hero and not let him come up to the wave. Clockwork is one of the best heroes at denying that, because he's gonna sit there, cog them away, drain their mana. And the funny thing is, Jakiro has this double hit as a hero, and you can actually basically one-shot the cogs, but if you shoot him too fast, he won't be able to. So I'm kind of wondering how this matchup's gonna turn out, because I can see the Jakiro not really working out, or maybe it will. Like, it's a bit of a funny one.
It's a lot of really good magic damage for Necro. It's like by no means an easy Necro game, but Falcons just hasn't seemed to care about this in their Necro picks. Like, they just first phase slam pick it, get hard countered, and then Amar plays with an item advantage. Like, he just is the top farmed hero in the game, and then counters don't matter as much when you have like +1 item.
Turn to pick.
That's a classic Falcon draft. They pick CM for snaking, Skitter Sven. Those are Siggy's, well, as Quinn would say, the Siggy Sven. I think this is very solid draft so far. They have like everything they need from their heroes. So Marine can just kind of be anything, which is perfect for last pick. Then you can just kind of counter pick the other mid laner and pick whatever fits.
Dire's turn to bat.
Well, they got the Beastmaster coming out, so They are saving their last pick for support. And they have revealed this Pango will go mid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Beastmaster to Sven one-on-one is very good for Beast. However, CM is quite good at killing the boars, so I don't think this lane is as easy as it seems. It also becomes quite dangerous if with Beast you're playing to stack your triangle, and then if you manage to lose the lane but make stacks, usually it's okay because you'll just go back and farm the stacks. However, Sven is very good at farming stacks, so Falcons can easily invade the triangle. And if they steal stacks from Vici Gaming, this game is just going to be over minute 10.
Yeah, picking Beast into CM is quite bold. It means like you're never going to play with the boar in the lane, which means you're probably going to play with the boar to stack. But in that case, there's the Sven to cover. So they're really valuing the Beast Primal Roar here. I mean, it's a great hero for killing Necro. Like if you roar Necro and then SF ulti, Jakiro spells, like you will kill Necro. It's not going to be an issue. Sven as well through BKB. The roar is amazing.
At least I like the idea of Bach playing this Beast. I think it's been one of his standout heroes throughout the season. So I think they went for a little bit of a... Oh wow, you got banned out, Jenkins. Anyways, I like the Beast. I think it is a good matchup against Sven, like we said. I think the Maiden is not as bad as people think if you have good micro on the board, because you want to bait the CM to be out of position. If she walks up, she's a very slow hero. All you need is one threat on her and she can feed. So maybe something like a Rubik that can lift her out of position. I think it is a pretty good Rubik game already. That's what I'm looking at. And that would be a very nice Siggy for Zinq. So I'm really hoping he gets his hands on Rubik.
So we prefer Jakiro as the 5 over the 4. Then
To match the clock, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other one is the Shadow Demon, which I can still see work. It is a very good Shadow Demon game with the Purge, because then they can commit on the target that they roar, as well as have a save for the Necrophos. So I think both... Okay, Rubik gets banned out, so maybe now they go for the Shadow Demon route, which I would also be okay with. It's a little less aggressive in the lane, but it's a very, very good in the game.
I like it. It's a very nice save against Sven too. He usually wants to jump and like burst the hero, but to be fair, in Sven's case, sometimes he just kills you so fast that the Shadow doesn't even have time to press the disruption. But you know, it just depends how farmed the Sven is and your core. I can also see Dark Willow. It's a bit more aggressive approach. It's just for killing the... Okay, we got the ST. Very nice. Just a very solid draft from Vici.
Yeah, if anything surprising, it was still in. We've been mentioning Shadow Demon from the very get-go when Necrophos was picked. And if we think about it, and we gotta imagine also Falcons has that on their radar, but more worried about the Hoodwink and the Rubik. The overall last pick going the way of Team Falcons. Most likely needing a hero for Malrine. Yeah, you don't want... Yeah, Malrine.
Against Pango. I mean, there's some like Sand King, you know, team fight hero if they want.
Well, yeah, I could see him just picking a casual Ember. He has two approaches. Either he tries to pick something really hard for the Pango to lane against, or just something that's decent for their game. Like an Ember, I think, would be totally fine. Some hero that gets on top of Shadow Demon is good. You kind of want to take him out of fights. From his other heroes, I'm not sure what else he would go for. Oh, you're right.
Ooh, Sand.
Oh.
Very cool.
This guy is the king of the Sand King, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is a hero that's been his for a long time. Played a lot previous TI, I believe, as well. Still good, and he's basically the only one that will pull it out in the mid lane still consistently.
Yeah, I don't think anyone likes this hero other than Marine, which is a testament to how good he is.
This is the first time he plays at this TI, though, so there's that. But
which is a bit shocking.
It is a bit shocking, but it's definitely in his wheelhouse. Do we think this is enough for Falcons to take this as a 2-0, or has Vici properly recovered for this game number 2?
I mean, I think the Vici definitely has better answers this game. I think their lanes are better. I also think the Pango didn't really get punished. I think laning against Sand King is pretty okay for Pangolier. He's just going to farm. He's going to get a game. So I think this game is going to be on a much more even footing. And if it comes down to it, this time I'm actually going for Vici for real again.
Okay.
I think they got this one.
Okay, laning stage a little bit better, which already allows them to actually play Dota.
Yeah, I concur with my teammate. I believe that they have very solid draft. This time there's no edge to absolutely demolish them in lanes. The only thing I'm worried about are the stacks and this Beastmaster lane. As long as that goes okay, then we're in good hands and we're gonna have an epic 1-1 followed by an epic game 3.
Ooh, how about you, Jenkins?
I think so too. I think Vici's got a much better laning stage this time. Like, I'm a little worried for Falcons that it's not the easiest Necro game, which makes sense. He was first picked. But then in the jungle, there's going to be Malorine living in farming stacks, right? So there's not that much recovery for Amar. So they're really saying, like, we're just this good at laning. We're going to take an advantage. We're going to take your stacks. We're going to take our stacks, and we're going to snowball the game. And it's possible, but Vici's a very good team. I know how game 1 looked, but I don't think it's going to go like that again.
No, and basically on paper, every single series that Falcons has played so far at the International has gone the distance. So, you know, if stats don't lie, we will have that game number 3. And for Vici, of course, we're hoping for them that they will manage to do that. But let's see if Falcons can get their first 2-0 of TI. Let's head over to ODPixel and Fog to find out.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting ready here for game 2 between Falcons and Vici. Fogged, big change-ups as was going to have to happen. We saw in the draft pretty much all of Falcons' draft from last game 1 not being accessible this time round.
Happens.
Coming in with something different. Do you like, do you feel a bit more faith in the approach from Vici Gaming this time as opposed to what we had in game 1? Because game 1, it fell apart pretty rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they still got their heroes, right? You look at it and you're like, this is a very cookie-cutter draft for them. We've seen them do this clockwork Necro and dominate lanes. However, we do see a ton of response coming from Vici. I think this approach is much better, right? Looking at the team fight too, last game, I just was like, if the lanes go bad, it's so hard to recover because you have literally no team fight. This game, SF, Pango, Beast, you have a ton of team fight. You have save, you have minus armor strategy, you have ways to take objectives. Last game, I just felt like it was a bit lackluster across the board. So, looks better on paper for Vici, but Falcons also does have some answers. The Sven in particular, right? This Warcry can be really good this game versus the Pango, versus the SF. And we get to see Malorine play Sanking. I saw the win rate come up and I'm like 25%, but that's like because they said Malorine hasn't played it.
He's not played it yet.
So we'll have to see what the Master can do on it, if it's actually going to look good, is it going to look underwhelming?
Because it literally was what last TI was the period where it was kind of like you banned Sanking.
You had to. You had to verse him.
Sanking nowadays, a year on, a bit different.
The timing, he's gotten these changes over I can't remember every single talent change, but the 21, right? The 25 talent before, right? It was the epicenter pulses, and then they moved it to 20. So his timing now is a little bit, I guess you can say faster, quote unquote, but the hero's gotten nerfed across the board of his other abilities too. So we'll have to see what happens. Malorine, though, yeah, as we said, this hero, it does scale very hard to it, the way that he plays it with the Aghanims, the Bastions, the Datalists, etc. We'll have to see what build he does want to go for. And see how the lane does end up going here versus XM. Malorine had the edge in the last game. He did get help, but he is a pretty beast laner when he gets his comfort heroes.
Yeah, because I feel like this lane should be tough for the Pango, right? Because you are melee into these constant sort of bursts, or...
It can be a little annoying, especially if he can get like a stun connection, it's timed as well too. You can be annoying to...
You gotta be careful, right?
Crashes, yeah. But with the shield too, you have ways to play around it, so kind of a skill matchup. Bottom, let's see how this one goes. I think this is the lane for me to watch, as Snaking is looking pretty dead. Gorgeous body block by JQ.
And deep first blood for Bart off the back of that setup.
Exactly what Fly was talking about. I was literally about to say, this is the lane really for me to watch, is the bottom one, because this is the one that has the most volatility, where the Boars can die to the CM, but if Snaking's not careful, all it takes is one disruption, and he's just dead.
They can just, block him off.
Really well played there from JQ. Now the mid lane though, first few waves for sure. Looking to be problematic for the Pango, that melee matchup. Of course,
you just have to be so careful how close you get when he's priming all the creeps.
Gets the sentry. Snake is gonna have to place a secondary one for it. JQ is doing a very good job of bullying Snake. He is being annoying.
So far on the CS between the two of them, Skeeter and Bart. Skeeter doing perfectly fine though, even though he's not really been allowed to have the CM to help out with how much the Shadow Demon's been keeping the CM busy.
And then this top lane, one that we haven't really gotten to glance, but is a kind of like this double counter pick that Vici's gone for to deal with Amar. But this is a lane that Falcons has played a lot with the Clockwork plus the Necro. This is what I was telling you before the game. This is like a resource war lane where the Clockwork is just burning your mana, limiting yours, and then the Necro just has built-in regen. So if you don't end up killing the Necro, they're probably going to just end up winning the lane because of the resource trade over and over again.
Because there is an opportunity, right, for these heroes to kill the Necro.
Yeah,
between a Jakira and an SF, but
sometimes if you're about to land that raise, a cog hits you, pushes you back.
Sure,
right?
and then heal comes out, and yeah, you have to be sure that the full spell combo is going to 100 to 0 the Necro, otherwise it will quickly get turned around the plate.
Yeah, and Y in particular, a very slow hero. If you don't get that kill, you're gonna probably die and get turned on right afterwards, so. Oh! Gets him with them all. Y. We'll take a beating. You're just playing a different game when you play Clockwork. It's all about just being obnoxious.
And I think we did see on the stats, right? I think he's played it, what, 3 times and won every game with the Clockwork crit.
Which some people are straying away from, which I'm a bit surprised. I know the hero got nerfed, addressed. It's just there's still some of these games where you see and you're like, man, the cogs just look broken again still, so. As soon as you hit that level 3 as well, too. The level 1 cogs a bit underwhelming. It's the level 2 cogs that when you do get them, they really start to put the pressure on in terms of damage and limiting resources. Amar will take a double raise. Should be fine, though. And yeah, XM starting to just get up, right? The lane always just gets pushed into you. Amar took a bit more damage.
Took another raise there by the looks of it.
Trying to hold it outside the tower. He's taking a bit of damage there from it, but he should be able to reach it up. Better not.
He's not missing this.
Hell no, nobody missed the business.
This guy's a professional.
Incoming!
Right, messing with the bull. Malrine starting to do his efficiency thing. So doesn't want to just push the lane in. This is where he starts to pull it to the jungle, maximize as much as possible. He's the master at it, as we've said. He's got to hit 6 off of this.
And not really, he just can't really do anything about that, right? You just sort of have to let the Sand King do this.
Crit so far, I'm seeing why he is getting some of the cog kills. I think some of those last hits are cogs, but some are also just the neutral creep. So the double hit, working okay so far. Definitely limiting Amar. I've seen them dominate these lanes with this Necro and this Clockwork too many times, so this time not the case. SF is free farming. Oh, not quite 6 actually. I thought it was going to give him the 6 off of the double wave.
It's just, yeah, when he does this right, he's going to be so high leveled and
it's
very, very accelerated start to the farm.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that he's playing versus a Beastmaster, right? So the Shadow Demon Beastmaster, even though they haven't backed up to go for these stacks, he's scouting the area. He might even steal them if they did go for it there. So you can't actually play on this stack game for the Beast that you maybe ideally want to in most games.
And that's true, actually. I think that's got to be one of the factors into why they wanted it here as well, that there was a Beastmaster on the other side that does rely on that.
And he's got a ward deep placed already now, too, that he placed himself on Malrine, so we'll be able to scout it when those stacks do come out here. And yeah, now he's 6. Sandstorm is starting to build up versus XM. Doesn't want to just tank it in the lane.
He's going to be a problem, this Sand King.
He will. And he has a neutral item already as well because of how they, he jungles and post creeps. Skitter trying to go for this aggressive play onto him. The Crystal Maiden is coming back in. Poison stack does get the 5th. It's not enough. That was close, though.
Good effort there from Vici.
Trying to take advantage of that timing that Snaking was not in the lane. He's got a little bit extra regen to give to Skeeter. Mid lane, battle over the ruin. It was commencing. Skeeter's still very low. Malrine. He wants to help this lane out. And this could be they might not expect this because of how low Skeeter is. This could catch him off
And they've
guard.
got so much control that there's very little chance of survival here for Bart.
They might even just get both here.
Indeed, Bart gone.
Oh,
Malrine.
it's wisdom room time as well.
He's going to be able to get Jin Q with the Spiral Strike.
Someone, are they gonna make the move down here to contest this?
Who comes down here though?
Versus Sandstorm, it's very difficult to actually contest in this.
I mean,
they just have to go for the steal.
I don't think they sort of have the resources or heroes to go over to their own one.
And Crit's gonna push them away, at least just to be obnoxious.
I mean,
He might just die though. He stepped out to the triple raise, but they do get the secure of the double shrine.
Yeah, XM's going to be here to at least maybe get another kill, even though they do lose the 2 shrines. Can they get Amar? They can't, so Amar will survive.
And got him again.
They're getting kills, Falcons, on top of the fact that they took the 2 wisdoms.
Super heads up move from Malrine. And very good play there with the Cogsy. Y is actually still stuck up on this cliff. I actually didn't even.
Oh, he's not got a TP.
Yeah, he's literally stuck.
How does he get out of this? XM is dying.
He actually is. Is he actually? Oh my God, is he really gonna die? Okay,
The raise. I think he might still die if Snaking gets a No, the shield crash barrier will save him.
Shiro can't get the connection with.
How is the Jakiro going to escape?
He is stuck.
What is his way out of this?
Oh, just leave him.
Just leave him.
Oh, this could. I mean.
How long is he going to be there? Like, how do you get out of this?
Oh no.
You got a theory craft a way out. How do you get out?
You gotta just take. You gotta take the angle, right? You gotta send that TP all the way around. Maybe you need.
Well, that's a slow-moving courier. We're only 8 minutes in.
I think you just leave him there.
Not yet. You don't
kill him. Just leave him there. They're gonna. I have not seen this.
He is gonna be stuck there for so long.
Oh, and I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever seen this in a TI game where someone gets stuck like this. Do they want to give him just a Reaper kill for free?
Oh, don't kill him. I mean, a Reaper kill does feel kind of nice, but still, don't kill him. You leave him there.
I think he's just gonna auto attack him. All right. Oh, he could have left him.
He could have left him. Yeah, come on. I mean, that was a mercy kill. It was like, hey, you know what? We want to play Dota. We don't want to play with an opponent stuck on a cliff for 5 minutes. So, Amar being the friendly chap.
I don't think I've seen that in a TI game where someone gets stuck in those plays. He could have been stuck a long time.
Especially if they were able to. Actually, I guess the courier can get round to there, like off the map.
It can.
So like they wouldn't be able to intercept the courier.
Maybe. They did have a ward placed for it too.
Yeah.
So Malrine,
they let him play.
Looking for the connection. Not quite able to close that gap. Malrine's big.
Yeah, this
very early timing.
Super quick.
And very vulnerable. I mean, everybody's vulnerable to the Sanking at this point when he has this type of timing. But overall, across the board, way better than last game.
It is.
The other game was almost.
He's going to get to play this game.
Yep. And their draft overall, right, as we said, lots of team fight, good synergy, ways to counter heroes, especially with the Shadow Demon. They have saves, they have the Demonic Purge versus the Necrophos or the Sven. So they have good ways to fight. By no means are they really behind at this point. It's just the Sanking is that ahead. Bots now picked up also for Amar. Peter, they do have roll.
And go for the kill.
Very alone.
Yep. And he's looking very dead. Oh no, it's a heal!
He's alive!
Amar's able to come in and bail him out. The side comes down on the mark. Skeeter survives.
Ain't no way.
And they're going to get both of them here. Snaking with the blood grenade down on his Jin Q.
Double. Well, that's the dream when you get boots of travel. Immediately TP in, get the double.
Save your carry.
Wow. I thought he was for sure dead. Even a Lotus, I believe, getting passed over from snaking onto Skeeter, protects him. Shiro was making the move down to help too, and then he's oh, never mind.
Oh, in the mid.
XM?
Between the Burrow Strike and the Cogs. XM pulling pretty low.
Does have the shield rune protection. Malrine trying to go for this tower push. Doesn't look like he'll be able to now that Jin Q's turned up. That's a big deal that they protect Skeeter down there, though. It looked like he was going to get brought down. Now he still has God Strength to go back to farm. He's even just pushing forward in the lane even more.
Yeah, I mean, now he's super chill. Now that he knows there's no raw.
Yep. Very well played there from Falcons. Stacks starting to be made. Those are going to be kept track of. And I don't feel like they can just like build up too many of these stacks. I feel like they have to go clear them immediately, like the panel was alluding to as well. Saberlight was talking about that. There's a lot of ways that Falcons could just walk in and kill those with the Sven or the Sanking. They're actually already on their way. Might not even get the chance to farm it when it's a double, and they might just lose the Beastmaster.
They certainly will. Marion's in with the epicenter. Monarch's gone.
Peter will take that one. Pops the God Strength because he probably anticipates.
Ready to farm the stacks, yeah.
They're not the biggest, but it is something. And Amar will join in too. He's like, hello. Just in case they show up for the fight. They'll clear it together. Methodical gameplay right now from Falcons. Vici now starting to fall a bit behind. Bach dying back to back. XM believe that the Fusel Blade is finished up now for him, so can look to start getting involved. Not easy to bring down this Sand King though. He's got the stun to disengage.
Pretty much always has backup. Maureen.
Find the rune as well. He's gonna get some poison stacks onto him.
Radiant's top tower
But it isn't super high level just yet. Not going to get the 5th stack, it looks like. Shiro will walk in and also steal some stacks himself. Nicely done.
Still having a very good game here. Top net worth right now, Shiro on the SF.
A game where he can't really be too greedy, I would say, with the BKB purchase. We'll see how greedy he wants to be with it, but can be a bit dangerous to be too greedy when you're playing versus Sand King and the Necro, and this. It's a lot of magical damage, so we'll see what Shiro wants to do with his build.
Has at least got the disruption, so there is
That's
a little
true.
bit of a way to bail him out.
Maybe he just tanks up with full HP items so that he can just endure it and go through with the lifesteal. So maybe he will delay it for some time.
Getting the space to make good timing on the Radiance after the bots.
Maureen gonna have the 2nd component finished now after these stacks.
Vici want to try and do something there.
They want to
Coming
try
out with this smoke.
I mean, they got to slow down something, because Falcons, they do have 3 pretty absurdly fast jungling heroes that if you do sit back, they will just out-resource you. Or out-efficiency you, sorry. It looks like they do want to try to make this move. At least open up towers, since they do have the Beastmaster.
Look at the tier 1 here. They won't get the chance to catch Skeeter, though. He's already backed off.
At least gives them that access, though, to the bottom side a little bit easier.
bottom tower is no more.
Brought the whole squad for this push, though. All 5 heroes in the area.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Crit, level 6 already, too. Level 3 cogs are at the ready. XM.
Dire's middle tower is
You gotta be careful here. Maureen's gonna go in. XM reads it.
Buck was there in time. Maureen will turn his attention over towards Jin Q. Maureen will also be able to bottle the haste rune.
Q will survive.
We'll live with the disruption. He'll try and get the angle. Crit's actually able to still make a hook shot over towards Jin Q, but doesn't have the damage to finish him. XM's able to turn and get the double as he takes out both supports.
A little over-ambitious there from Maureen, where he channeled and go for the dive, but a good read there from XM, and Vici just traveling as a squad, as the whole team making the move toward the mid lane, looking for that next tower. Some nice moves.
fortified their structures against attack.
Overlord soon going to be finished here for Bach. Maureen will try to slow down this push, but will go down.
Radiant's middle tower
Nice 2 moves, also securing themselves the Shrine of Wisdom.
to their top.
There's no pressure in that area.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The spend, though, is big. He is getting that farm. The SF is matching.
Dire's
Just that's the sort of question. How well does the SF match into the cause of Falcons?
Can be a bit dangerous, that's for sure.
They're not the easiest to sort of
No.
turret against, right? You know, you got one ghost shrouding, one with an insane amount of armor and HP, very tanky, and the other one slipping in and out of a sandstorm.
Yeah, I think I like this. If he can go for the pike finish and then the BKB, I think he does need to go for the BKB early. It just does seem like too much overwhelming magic damage. And he is the damage dealer, right? They do need Shiro to pump out that damage. Sure, the Pango will be doing some, but they need that carry. Opponent. 7-5. Said much closer game here. See how the separation of the supports starts to happen, because overall I would say Vici support's not the best at just farming, right? Snaking, we know what he does is his Crystal Maiden, so he's gonna get that scaling at all times. We'll see what he wants to do with his itemization as well. He's already level 9, so already seeing him get that farm. He always rushes the shard, he always buys a null, and then depending on what he wants to do with the build afterwards. I've seen him buy some lenses, 4 staffs, all depends on the game. He definitely will be quite farmed. Crit doesn't have to farm. You're a clockwork. You've got level 4 cogs, you're happy. That's pretty much all you want in the game. Once you get your blink, you're just a menace as well.
I mean, Avicii's sort of fine to feel like there is no pressure.
They do. I mean, they do scale, right? Yeah. They do have a pretty strong lineup overall. I don't know how much they want to just sit back because you are letting them get the big timings of
all
the
three of them.
the Ags at Sand King. I just feel like it could be a bit too much if all three of those timings come together, but we shall see. Lane. Really caught.
Blink for Skeeter and from VG Gaming. The blink now done for Sam. So maybe
that's what they wanted.
Yeah, they can now look to rally around the Pango.
Because without that blink, a little tough for them to just walk in and initiate. Now, but they are playing versus double blink daggers themselves, and Falcons, they're going to accelerate and look for the fight themselves.
They've got the big timings themselves. The Radiance is done on Amar, and the Aghanims is complete on Maureen.
All of it coming together at the same time.
And they're going to find XM.
Right away.
The Pango gone.
Yeah, he feels like the most important hero for them as well, too. If he gets caught at the start of the fights, Vici can't fight.
These timings from Falcons, they
fast.
just look really, really scary. You know, Vici, they had a pretty solid hold here in the early game, keeping it even, but if they don't do something soon, I just don't know if it's going to get any easier for their lineup.
That doesn't feel like it. He's actually accelerating the BKB even more. He is feeling like he's going to need it, which I don't blame him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of magic damage, a lot of gap close for him. The pace that they farm, though, Falcons, if they get this one kill, and the kill that they find, too, as we said, on the Pango, who just got the Blink Dagger, the one that they were maybe going to make the move around, now it all gets slowed down even more. Maureen Sanking, 3-0-2.
Why?
And they go for Skeeter here.
They're closing in, but
Snay's doing some good damage.
Bill comes down, Amar's turned up, hook shots there as well. Crits joined the fray. They'll be able to turn with the cogs, push back Bark, Maureen in with the Burrow Strike, the sun come down. It will be dodged with the disruption save coming in. Bark will try and roar and run, but they still chase him out, get the kill. XM does have the rolling thunder at the ready, so they'll be able to find the trade and take down the Necro. Can XM go for more? A little risky into Skeeter and Maureen.
Jin-Q.
Maureen still has the epi at the ready. Makes the jump straight over towards Jin-Q. Shiro is here ready to help. Lays down the raises onto Maureen. He's bringing the Sand King low. Not enough to kill him though. Maureen lives, and indeed he did commit with the BKB to try for that play, Shiro.
Falcons just getting more and more out of the map here. Nice saves. They're actually great plays from the Shadow Demon in particular. Dodging the Reaper, getting the Purge onto Amar, so they do bring down that Necro, but they turned up with everything and only get the one kill.
They stop it a little bit. Sort of the bleeding in that fight, but not nearly to the level that they'd hoped for.
And now Crit does have the Blink Dagger himself, so he can be super disruptive in these fights. Pretty early timing that he's been able to find it. Snay, looks like it's a drum for him. Picked up level 2 ult at the ready now for him too. Vici, they have more team fight in this game though, than last time, so have options to be able to take the fights, even though Falcons have a lot of team fight themselves. The Shiro has to be very careful. If Shiro gets caught in one stun, he could stun him again.
They keep catching the Pango.
Couple times, just like that last game, they are really making him suffer. Bidding for this Torm.
They should be able to find it.
It's under vision though. Can they disengage safely? It looks like they should be able to. Okay. Nice call. Oh, you've been looking to go back for the play. Rocket's gonna scout them. Can't go for anything.
Falcons aren't too fussed about trying for a fight here. Amar and Maureen take away the top tier 1 tower.
They would have been real happy if they got the SD shard instead of the Jakiro one. Jakiro one's okay when you're able to actually get aggressive with it, but the Shadow Demon one in most situations is just better. Those 3 cores, Falcons be consistent.
Tough for both Bark and XM to keep up with them in a game like this.
They go drum, going for that Solar Crest. Getting that bit more out of the map, and the levels are starting to be a big difference too, not just that gold, right? 17 on Sand King, only 13 on Pango. 16 on Necro, 13 on the Beast.
Just a hard game for Shiro to sort of sit in position and get the damage done, as we say. You know, his farm's still great. He's keeping on track with that of Skeeter Sven.
Yes.
To sort of imagine a scenario where he's just able to sit there and hit into the cores, it's kind of hard to find in these team fights unless everything else gets laid down perfectly and Vici as a whole are the ones getting the jump.
I mean, like you were saying, right? It's not the easiest target to just hit.
Oh, who you gonna
Warcry,
hit?
there's a Sand King that's going in and out of the fights or jumping you, very elusive, and then the Necro as well, too. So not the easiest choices here for Shiro. And he's having to build just going for all this damage to be able to pop these targets quickly. See if they can get a smoke together and get an aggressive move themselves. They've got a Glimmer on Jin Q too, so they do have some extra protection versus all this magic damage. And a pipe. Okay.
Right.
Things are starting to come together.
And the Hurricane Pipe. So
Triple timing.
pickups are there.
Maureen has hit level 18 though, so does have access to that level 3 epi, and I believe he has the shard now too that he got, so.
If they can get one of the cores, they'll be very happy with this Vici Gaming.
Need a clean initiation again.
At the moment, nobody's really anywhere close to this.
No.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
Can they just quickly go for like a sneaky Roche play? I don't think so. I mean, their lineup does it very fast, don't get me wrong, but if Falcons, they're going to be aware of checking
Yeah,
the area.
it's going to get found out.
And it's dangerous for them to all stack in the pit.
Oh yeah, against a hook shot, an epicenter, Sven with a blink.
They're considering it though, but versus, yeah, the
I don't know,
constant
that's-
rockets, it's dangerous.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be, unfortunately, just a smoke wasted here for Vici. They don't get anything.
Just a tier 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Sven matchup versus the SF. Look, once he starts to get an advantage versus the SF, you can feel that fear really build in for that Shadow Fiend. The damage that can come out from that Sven will just bypass versus the BKB. They do at least have this roar, right? They do have a BKB piercing disabled to pull that Sven back.
Snake King getting out there. They were starting to wrap around on him.
And Snake King's getting away with that farm, right? 7.7k, still 2k ahead of his counterparts. Falcons looking for the hit. They've got Blink BKB crit on Skeeter. He's also got level 3 God Strength. Uh-oh, Shiro. They're gonna get the job.
Straight in with the God Strength for the BKB. Shiro's going to try and run with the Hurricane Pike. We'll see Skeeter turns attention over towards the Shiro instead. Take out Y with the wraparound. Maureen close to the epicenter. And the bow strike. It's going to be Shiro gone. Exo's going to roll up and slide away up to the high ground. They have the roll coming in onto Maureen. Rolling thunder, looking to kill the Saxing. The heals coming in. Maureen, he'll pop. They'll take Maureen down. Can they get more? Rolling thunder over towards the Clockwork. It's going to get pushed back up to the high ground by the Cogs. They get something. It's a big kill. They kill Maureen. They're still losing their carry though.
And it's on their, look what where they're having to play as well too. Super defensively to respond. As Shiro does get brought down. Crit hook shock into Jakiro instead of hook shock into Shadow Fiend. I feel like they could have killed him a little bit faster.
I guess
but
maybe just felt that Skeeter had it alone.
Yeah, he just guess so. It ends up
wasn't the case.
It ends up making Maureen commit for the kill. It ends up making him die. So a slight little mistake there from Falcon. So Vici, something at the least, but I think Falcons is still just perfectly fine with all this because the Sven, he's the one who gets the kills. Sure, he doesn't end up dying. Still getting some stacks going on their side too. Still getting that crazy amount of farm.
Amar's going to have his Manta done.
In that pace. And every time Shiro dies, it does feel pretty painful for him since he is that only carry. They're going to go for the Roche now.
I mean, there is no Sand King.
Right, yep. Crit is going to scout it.
Yeah.
Hook shot.
And he'll definitely go for a steal, I'd imagine. That's going to be tempting.
And they block the angle.
It's going to be a hard steal. And he might not go for it. It might be too risky. Doesn't really need to take risks. Does he want to try for it? No.
But his feet
Not unnecessary risk to take there for Falcons once they have the overall lead. Still though,
nice game.
Roshan and the Aegis now for Shiro. Could give them the edge in that next team fight.
Having that extra life, having this, these barriers and all that could be that extra protection. Now Maureen does have this BKB though, so in that, in that last scenario, if he had it, he would have lived. Has this extra protection. 20 talent also unlocked. Those extra pulses, and he gets the serrated shiv. Of course he does. Super good with the Aghanims. Push commencing. Rallied around Shiro with this Aegis.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Falcons not reacting really at all.
Radiant's bottom
They're just
tower
playing the
is
farm
under
game.
attack.
They're like, okay, they want to commit 5 heroes to go for a tier 2. We're just going to farm the whole map. Snaking's even looking to cut the next wave, it looks like. He might get caught here, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Except
Surely, he does not get away with this, surely.
does have to use the roll. But worth it. It's a high gold Crystal Maiden. Even using the Purge, okay. Well, he's dead, that's for sure.
Let it get to you.
Oh, he's on a killing spree too, so yeah, actually quite nice there for him.
That was a nice little burst to go for the Pango. Hero should be able to get the Daedalus done pretty shortly, just a few hundred away from the Demon Edge.
Feels like Shiro has to play this game almost perfectly, though. All the pressure on him to truly carry versus what feels like kind of this dual core lineup, a dual carry lineup that Falcons is building together. The fact that XM is still behind like this hurts too.
Been a tough series for him both times, really. Just Falcons showing that they can hunt him down pretty reliably.
Just putting all the attention onto him. All right, so Malrine switching from his usual kind of build, but playing versus the Shadow Fiend and the Pango. Absolutely understand why. Going for this AC build if he does want to go for it.
Something as well that the Sven always loves to have in his team, but
I thought
doesn't
he's-
always want to give up a slot for himself.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to go for the Shivas anyway on Malrine, but we'll have to see. Maybe he is going to do that.
That might
anyway.
change, you're right.
Just overall, right? Sure, they benefit from the plus armor on his team, but the rest of them really are benefiting from the minus. It's just the Sven who gets like the full benefit. So we'll see. Vici continuing to play around Shiro here. Trying to get as much as they can here with this Aegis. 2 more minutes.
His top tower has fallen.
Falcon just avoiding.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
AC on Bach.
That's theirs
It's a
done.
lot of minus armor. They're going to be hitting real hard in the physical department, that's for sure, on the side of Vici. Daedalus also finished up for the Sven.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
They want to
fortified.
do anything around the tier 2 defense.
Looks like Falcons is considering it here, popping that high ground glyph.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
They may full commit for
They
Shiro.
do probably feel that they can kill him twice.
They're thinking about it. Probably going to look for the back line. They do have these wards placed. Vici smoked up behind.
Radiant's
90
middle
seconds on the
tower
Aegis.
has fallen.
Marine. See why.
Not enough info to allow them to jump straight away.
They're giving the respect. Important to point out also, Amar is hanging onto a greater healing Lotus. Could save him in the next fight. All right, so it looks like it's the Shivas for the Necro and then the AC for the Sanking. So they're wanting to just have both of them. Seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under
Quite a
attack.
big rune for the next fight. Malrine.
Here we
getting-
go for Malrine.
That is a very dangerous one. Shiro.
When that Aegis expires, they will very likely be prepared to strike.
They're going to full commit on Shiro as well, too, in these fights. As long as they know where the Shadow Demon is to prevent the saves, they can just full commit everything on the SF since he's all important for their lineup. Vici smoking. Get the positioning, trying to get the jump themselves.
Dire
Ah.
are scanning for enemies.
Oh!
Just a moment too late, really, to catch him.
Tips passing in the night.
Not gonna find anyone up here either. Only snaking relatively around, but he's already started to back off at the top lane, so
A couple of these smokes from Vici just not connecting in a similar area, too.
it's on the map. The Falcons seem to be
Maybe they get
around.
snagged. He's stepping a bit far forward. He's got the blink dagger. As soon as he breaks it, blinks away. Tormentor, Falcons, we'll be able to set up for them. We'll be able to set up for this one. Do they all have shard already? They do. So just money. very early for it to be the case, but yeah, the second Torm, everybody's got it.
1 minutes.
So, I mean, money is very good at this point to get because they are close to this AC and this Shivas as well, too. So they're going to have the double timing.
At least get tier 2 out of the fact that they had pretty much the entire team top their VG off the back of their smoke.
They're at a pretty peak timing of all these items coming together. Shiro.
He's going to try TP out. Skinny's going to get the jump, but he's going to win the stun into the hook shot. If the Rotor hold down the Sven, they have a defensive disruption coming in on the Shiro. Then Hurricane bike away down to below ground. And with the BKB, Shiro will escape. GQ's going to get left behind.
Skido's chasing.
Aaron finishes him off. The side comes down on a Y. They get the 2 supports. Falcons, can they get a core on top of this Shiro?
He sees the Reaper pulse.
He's going to get found.
Oh, he saw the Reaper pulse.
And over in the Malrini got the burst strike on towards him. He's going to try for the TP out. He will make it, Buck, with the micro.
Nice micro.
Making sure that a cog was not going to get the chance to fly his way.
Oh, but they catch Shiro as he's trying to disengage.
Right on top of him.
And yeah, the pulse chasing him through the jungle just allows Skinner to know exactly where he is. Gets on top of him at the end of it. Decisive fight from Falcons.
I mean, they were very quick with that. It was just sort of rough moments there really for Vici, where they spend so long trying to look for a kill with the smoke. They don't find anything. They settle for a tier 2 tower, but that just kind of gives the Falcons all the information they need to just come in immediately with their own smoke play, run at them, and then there's a high chance they're going to be able to catch them in this position where they're trying to TP out, trying to back away, and take them down 1 by 1.
I mean, not as much as in the last game, but similar vein where it feels like they're 1 or 2 steps ahead in the macro game over and over again, reading the plays, finding the wraparounds. From a 6K lead up to a 15K right after they got all those timings of items. Amar actually goes, you know what? I'm just buying a heart instead of getting the Shivas. Just want to tank up fully with the HP pool. I already got the armor from the plate mail.
I mean, they're just so tanky.
They really are.
So much that Shiro has to do in the damage department. Get a chance of killing any of these key targets.
And XM just continues to be just behind in this game. He just gets caught every single time. And his Rolling Thunder, it's addressed. They have so many answers for it, it feels. Vici might be feeling desperate now to find a smoke because they need to get an initiation themselves. It just keeps on being them having to react to the jumps of Falcons, and it does not work out for them by any means. Yeah, the smokes just aren't connecting, so it's hard. Really tough for Vici.
And it's our generation.
They do now.
Starting to get trapped. This is picked up for the Pango. Just tough for them to really get any of these targets locked down, get the start themselves. They're going to smoke again to look for the initiation.
I mean, this one has to work. The last few have not been a success.
They got to let Shiro attack. He's just not getting to attack. Having to just run away for his entire BKB, it feels like, every single time. He's going for the butterfly. I get it versus the Sven, but I thought he might go for something like the Satanic early because he does have the Daedalus. I know how good the evasion is, but I mean, so much damage that's going through anyway. Yeah, I mean, standing his ground is just so hard. I mean, it's so hard anyway. It's tough to itemize in this game.
I think he does have to go for the more aggressive option. Because it is that slightly higher damage.
Yeah, no, I mean, sure. It's tough to call. Needs both at the end of the day in this game, for sure. And might not get the liberty to have it, and even when he does, damage is getting a bit too overwhelming. And Falcons, 25 has been hit for Sven, about to be 25 for the Sanking too. Momentum building up. He's gonna hit really, really hard. And, you know, we do have to mention, right, they did get the shivs. So even when he gets the butterfly, they will have a bit of that true strike that will go through anyway. 25 time for Malrine, another 1 creep or so. Yeah, 20 XP. And, wow, he actually has the refresher as well in a second. Okay, I didn't even see that.
Cheat.
This almost looks like, it's like Snapfire when he has the refresher, right? Like you have this insane double ultimate that just clears out the whole area. Crit. That's the Ghost Scepter.
And even the supports are not easy for Vici to kill now.
Ghost Scepter counters almost, I mean, the majority of the damage. It's really mostly physical coming out from Vici. Roche. Soon the option. The Falcons, they don't really care about having Aegis. They just want the fights.
Vici, do they have another smoke? Falcons are going to be coming at them.
They went through, I think, almost all of them. They have one more.
More left on Y.
Okay. Full refresher for Malrine now. Skeeter also a full Satanic and level 25 and Flare's Bota. Neutral item.
Ready to try and scout them out. He's going to see Shira.
Again!
He's going to find him straight away with a hook shot. They're in as well. He's able to push them back the cogs. He'll get the chance to put the BKB. Shira looks to stand his ground. Turns
The back line.
He's doing a fair bit of damage to Shira. He brings Skeeter down. Shira, does he get more? He's going to go for the Requiem. Starts to split up the side of Falcons, push them back. Kamado is still full HP. Malrine. On with the epicenter, has to end up Burrow striking away.
It's too. Oh, another save!
It's a clutch disruption, but Malrine's coming over with the blink MP. Shiro still falls back. He brought back for this. He's going to be out a second time.
It's not just one carry. It's not just one core. You can get Skeeter.
Yeah, they don't need Skeeter to close this one up now, Falcons. They are that far ahead.
He takes the brunt of everything there for his team, but Malrine, looking at a replay in this team fight would be pretty beautiful because you just see the Sanking on the right side. He's literally killing everybody on the side of Vici, and then Shiro's like, help me, team, beating on the
And he gets Skeeter, you know. Shiro's like, look, I can kill their carry. But outside of that, nothing else really going Vici's way in this one.
Because yeah, watch the right side of the fight. Look where Malrine is. He's like, I'm not even going for the Shadow Fiend. I'm killing everybody else so that you can't really fully help him. Because Shiro, once that BKB goes down, they have more than enough to address him.
Yeah, Namar just full HP. They can barely touch this Necrophos at this point.
Just that triple core that Falcons does like to build together. And even Snaking, right, does have a crazy amount of farm. Comes in with that freezing field to connect at the end of it all, too. Gets the double kill.
Very, very difficult position to recover from now for Vici. Not that it wasn't already, but yeah, 24k.
And Bach with that dieback just...
Yeah, buyback as soon as it came up, I think he was just waiting for the gold to come up. And it was understandable because it came up available at the same time that like that disruption save came in, so maybe.
Oh, that's devastating as well. Another catch. XM will have the roll. It has no TP. They can chase him. We'll have the blink. Okay. Will they be able to get out though? I don't think so.
Maybe. Skeeter's gonna have blink in a second. Oops.
Got him.
Does he have the buyback goal? Yes, he does. Something.
A tough series, really, for XM. They put so much attention onto this Pango. Last game, they put all the attention onto the Storm. This one, really shutting him down. Now into the Roche.
Running out of buyback opportunities on Vici. Aegis on Skeeter.
And it's too much for Shiro to deal with. Killing, as we said, one of the cores is a possibility, but there's these two other ones that are just absolutely massive at this point as well. 3 level 25 versus a 22-19-22 on top of all this gold lead. Up to the high ground. Malrine's got the double ulti at the ready. So tanky with the Warcry with all the extra armor, sitting at 42. Even though Shiro crits for 1,000, it's not that much on the Sven. Perhaps one final fight here for Vici. Have to hope and dream that they can get some overcommitment from Falcons pretty much.
Yeah, that's not something the Falcons do.
Not really,
They're
no.
pretty sensible with leads like this.
We have the Axe on the Jakiro. A little extra something for the high ground defense. At this point, though, not much it really contributes in terms of damage. Just a little extra slow. Banner's down. He's gonna go for the banner. We'll finish it.
All right. Percent is coming in though. He's going to get the Empire strike straight over onto the backline. Malrine looking for one. Jump ball from Skeeter. They take the Jakiro out. Malrine is falling though. Shiro gets the damage down.
Nice Requiem.
And now they can turn with the control maybe onto Skeeter. Skeeter backing off. The frostbite on Shiro. Hurricane Pike to push it back and lay down the damage. They take him out the once. But now Crypt moves in with Amar. Shiro's got to be careful. Look at very likely going to need to use it here. See how long he holds off on it. Max taken out.
Zoning the rest of Vici away.
They're only going to move on for more here, of course, Falcons. He's still holding off on the buyback, Shiro.
Reed bought back as well, too, so he's in the fight with his team. Shiro's going to buy.
All right. They do anything with the four of them.
They don't have Roar. They don't have Rolling Thunder. They have no control for Shiro to hit a target.
And the BKB's cooled down.
Still is.
Huh?
Maybe baiting them a bit here.
Back up to full HP, full mana. Trying to go at one another with the Shivas. We'll see Maori jumping with the Burrows, trying to follow Storm Hammer here from Skinner. Burrows like as well over towards XM. XM's out. He has buyback. Must use it immediately. They look to Shiro. Shiro's been caught by the Frostbite. Jinkyu trying to bail him out.
Now Reed's got the epi.
See Shiro trying to stand his ground for the epi. Burrows back in from Maori. Over to Shiro. Shiro, he's trying to stay alive with the right clicks, but he cannot live. Shiro's out for good. Maori's falling like the back reply does kill him. But Vici, they've lost their mid, they've lost their carry. No buybacks on them. The off laner fall. It's only the two supports left. The Snake King, the one cleaning up. GG is called. Falcons will be moving on out of the group stage, and Vici will be left behind as they're knocked out 2-0.
A better showing in this game, but still similar demise at the end of the day. The way that Falcons controls things, trusting each other, these three cores in particular, knowing one of us can sacrifice ourselves in the fights, the other two will clean up over and over again. They played this one pretty damn clean, and Malrine, 25% win rate sinking, not for this.
Yeah, he shows that it's not the hero that's the problem. It's you just got to know what you're doing with it, and indeed, just as it was last TI, maybe this TI as well is going to be the hot hero that you got to watch out for when you're playing against Falcons. Falcons, they knew exactly what they needed to do today.
seconds remain. Dire must choose.
Let's create easier kill opportunities for ourselves. That's one thing you can maybe look at. Like, you know, get this Undying out of here.
Team spirits turn to
Might have not been there before
It is Dire's band.
VG Gaming was eliminated, but yesterday we also had Extreme eliminated. So these guys got to carry the torch,
10 seconds.
and I think that is
Turn.
extra emphasis there, because this is a little bit of a change from what we see so far for the majority of the games. And so far in terms of bans, the main one that I'm missing is Earth Spirit. Why is he not banned? And Tree and Protector. Oh, he's banned. Never mind. I was blind for that.
Giving ES to Laurel.
Yeah, that's a risky one.
It's really crazy, and I don't think the Embers and the Slardars as a response to the Earth Spirit has looked good. Like, I was talking to Will to Blitz about this yesterday actually, and he was saying, like, the thing with Earth Spirit is
5 seconds.
if you pick an Ember against it, Earth Spirit +1 can destroy an Ember. Sure, Ember in the 1-to-1 matchup is going to be strong, but it's when you start pairing Earth Spirit with these other supports that you run into issues. And Dota these days it's just not about 1-to-1 matchups anymore. Like you always mention it, Fly. You know, they should pick Undying here. Okay, but there's already a counter. It doesn't matter. If it does what it needs to do for the game, you're going to pick the hero anyway.
Interesting. So they answer with the Invoker, which I guess it's okay matchup. It's like it's not terrible. You scale really well into the game as well. Usually Earth Spirit gets really powerful towards the late game, so at least you have the Invoker to like balance it out. But the part I'm unsure about is like they banned Slardar, which is a much weaker hero, to decide to play against Earth Spirit. And yeah, so now they have to deal with this guy, which is not fun.
Yeah, I think it was a case of let's just give them something, and if they decided on Earth Spirit. I know here I would say we're definitely against that idea. Maybe they could have given them something else, but I know that Invoker is a hero that Echoes has looked really good on. I think it's one of his more favorite heroes, so maybe that was their way of getting the Invoker. Maybe Laurel would have first picked it. I don't really know what they're thinking about this, but I think this matchup is okay. It can go both ways for sure. I don't think either one's going to stomp each other. It's more about what's going to happen next in the draft. When I see Invoker, I think about pressuring this hero, because early levels he's not that strong. He needs levels, especially when you go this Exort. You don't have that much. You just have a Forward Spirit, some Cold Snap. So he's kind of easy to run at. Maybe a hero like Enchantress for Rue could be cool. I think we've seen Ench having a lot of success. But especially like Rue, I know he plays a good one. So that's what I'm thinking about right now for Spirit.
You think they'll ban it?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a hero that Spirit has played much, if at all, this TI so far.
We got the Kez and the Mirana banned by Team Spirit so far here in the second ban phase, and the puck will get removed as that is for me an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because that means that they would expect the Earth Spirit to be
+4.
+4?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Puck is a good matchup against Invoker, but yeah, I'm not sure. Laurel or Spirit is... I think they would put the Earth Spirit mid anyways, but maybe they just wanted to cover their tracks.
Yeah.
And it does cover the Wyvern too. Like, playing Invoker Wyvern against Puck is not fun at all. So maybe they just, like, don't want to get cheesed 80-20. Instead, they're like, okay, let's just play an honest game. We don't necessarily need this bad for anything too important, so let's just use it on the Puck.
I like the Wyvern pick because there's still Drow in the pool, which we've seen Spirit value really highly. There's still the Nature's Prophet. Like, I feel like Wyvern, it blocks a lot of good carries that Spirit typically likes to play, and Wyvern's just generally a good hero right now. Very strong laner.
Yeah.
I think for Spirit, there are a lot of different ways they can take this. I would like them to run at the Invoker mid with some strong supports. I think Wind is okay. It's probably a good matchup against Wyvern, I'm thinking, because you can always use Wind Run to avoid getting attacked when he uses Arctic Burn. I assume this is not Mi's hero, so now they're going to look for a Rue hero, most likely. Something... I like the Ench. Maybe he'll go for something a little more standard, like Hoodwink. I don't think... What else have we seen? Ringmaster, something like this. I think both can be okay as well.
Yeah, he's played some Clockwork and Undying there too, as some of his most played. But of course, Undying already out. Clock's still in, if they were planning on going for a ranged carry still.
Yeah, I mean, Tusk too, but it's a bit sus into Wyvern Invoker. Like, lots of AoE stuff to put down if you ever snowball save somebody. Good with Wind, though, even as a support.
I will be the Ringmaster, as mentioned.
It's nice. It's a nicer save for the curse than Tusk, because usually you can't really snowball the curse, because you're gonna get cursed yourself. But with Ring, you can box him, and it's just a nice laner.
I like the Centaur pick. I think, first of all, we saw Kez ban, and I think Kez is one of the better heroes against Centaur. So I was thinking Spirit is kind of eyeing the Centaur that has looked so good for them. So this feels almost like a bit of a deny pick, as well as just Centaur being a pretty good hero in general. It combos well with Invoker because you can set up the Sunstrike. They go Rubik with it. I think it's not an incredible Rubik game, but he does have setup with the lift into the stomp in the lane, so there's good synergy. So I think now Yatoro kind of has to choose his hero against Centaur that he likes in this matchup.
If this was Ironwing, I would say, like, Lifestealer is almost certainly coming out here.
There you go.
Well, it's not Iron Wing. Still the Lifestealer, though.
Looks really good against Centaur. Percentage damage against the biggest HP pool hero in the game. And it's a nice Infest Bomb on Earth Spirit versus, like, Invoker or Wyvern. There's very few heroes in, like, the current patch of Dota that feel better to jump inside than in Earth Spirit. It's just like a guaranteed kill on anyone, and there are some very important backliners on Resilience to take out.
To be fair though, we've had some Lifestealer games, and I feel like those were freer than this one. Like, it is a good Lifestealer pick. However, Resilience, they have an instant stun from the Rubik lift, so you can't really rage that unless you know that it's coming. They have a stun that goes through the rage, which is the Wyvern Curse. And also, I personally don't mind this lane too much from the center side, because you still have like 10 more damage than the Lifestealer. So it's obviously it's a good matchup in game for the Lifestealer, but the lane isn't too bad. You have some ways to deal with it. It's a good pick, but for sure this is like not some insane, oh no, they picked Lifestealer moment.
How do we feel about the bans coming out from Resilience? You got Death Prophet banned out. We are most likely looking for Hero for Collapse, like, you know.
These bans are so random. I'll be honest with you. I'm very confused by their bans. Starting, I think the Puck also made. I understand what the Saber was saying, where they're just covering their tracks. But historically, they have never played Earth Spirit as a 4 unless they've scrimmed them and they know something we don't.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe these two teams are scrim buddies. Were scrimmed up buddies, I would imagine. Shadow Fiend being banned out. I think those are solid bans. Night Stalker still getting banned out. Makes sense.
No.
No, okay.
Not for me.
Not for the Saber. He does not like the hero right now.
Well, not only that, but from my experience, Centaur is one of the nicest heroes against NS, because you just stampede away from the silence. It is true that Night Stalker is very good against Wyvern and Invoker, as you find them with your ultimate. So maybe that is what they're thinking about. Maybe I'm just, you know, too narrow-minded, because I'm just looking at like, okay, if I am Centaur, I don't care about Night Stalker.
How would you feel if you were Darkseer? Oh, instant Lina. Lina was still in the pool. Look at that.
I like the Darkseer. That's nice way to end up their draft. It's very powerful with Earth Spirit. You have really nice team fight. You have very good ways to push waves. It's not the easiest matchup against Lina, but they could make it work. What do you think, Tal?
I don't like it. The Lina, at least. I think the Darkseer is fine. I was thinking here the combos well with what they already have, which is Earth Spirit and Lifestealer. It also looks like a bit of Vision's playstyle, because they lost to this Earth Spirit Lifestealer, where you had this range carry, they just infest bomb, they go in, the formation is broken, and Lina is exactly what we're talking about. I feel like it's very easy for Spirit to get in there, get to attack Lina, and not let her play the fights. So I'm not feeling Resilience this game. I'm a little confused by their preparation, to be completely honest. Like, I really want to cheer for them. I want to see them do well. Maybe Invoker can pop off this game. Invoker is one of those heroes that can change the entire game and can just take over.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Lina can also do that. I suppose, like, she can get so huge that you could just 1v5. But I agree. I think that Resilience is looking rough on this one.
Maybe they've just done their prep properly and they knew what was coming. And, you know, we're just the idiots on the panel. We'll find out. It's time for game number 1 between Team Spirit and Resilience with Trent and Lyrical.
Definitely not idiots, but definitely on the panel.
Yes, we can take that one.
That's right. And you know what? We're freaking owning. This last couple days have been awesome Dota that we've been able to see. And now it's down to the final couple of matches to see who's going to be moving on to the main event. Team Spirit versus Resilience. Resilience!
I mean, they were like, Team Spirit was so close to being the 4-1 that I needed for my predictions, and now they're down here with Resilience. What happened? How did your fortunes change so quickly here at TI?
And it's the king. What can you do?
Yes. They've brought them down to the dirt. Resilience, they've already been here. They've eliminated XG.
Yep.
And so now they're going to send Spirit home too, just to further anger more fans here in China, because I know they also really like Spirit.
It is a little bit of an interesting dynamic, I feel like, because Resilience now is the last hope. They're the only team left that can move on through, and so they got to get through Spirit. If they can get through Spirit, I feel like they're going to have a legion of fans that are coming in, and this is a team that, I mean, has sort of quietly had a pretty okay group stage. They took a game off of Vision, the very first series that they played. You know, they took a game off of Yandex as well. They have looked pretty solid. A couple of 2-0s. It's Team Spirit though. It's Team Spirit before the main stage. Is that enough of a debuff that they can take them down?
I remember 2021, an unknown squad, young, you know. I mean, these guys aren't young on Resilience, but you know, a squad don't expect it to do very well,
right?
Now look at Team Spirit. Here they are. You know, they won that TI. They've done some incredible things since they won another TI.
So you're saying Resilience is going to win TI?
They're going to steal the mantle.
That's right. I like it. Smoke breaks right there. Planet. Catching eyes. That collapse might be in the area. ZZ nearby 2. Rue runs in. Wrap around. They're going. LSA connects onto collapse. And they will get a Tame the Beast out as Laura walks forward. They're still going to get that first blood. YSR takes down 1. Can they get any more? Doesn't look like it. Planet he's going to be chased down with the blood grenade, and then
trades early on in the game. Get up to those boots really quick. And once more, we have Invoker versus Earth Spirit in the mid lane. Oh! I mean, you know what the Invoker's gonna do.
Oh, that was good. All right, listen. That's a highlight right
there. I would
there.
be so smug if I was Larl right now.
I know, that was sick.
Unbelievable levels of smug.
I don't need to kick the last hit. I'm just going to kick your creep out of the way and then put some hurt on you. Echoes had an amazing Invoker yesterday against XG, but Team Spirit is definitely another animal. And, you know, things get weird in those intra-regional competitions anyways.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the panel were pretty on point in terms of what they were discussing. Like, the draft just seems a lot easier for Spirit. It's what they're very comfortable with. There are some things they're extremely comfortable with on Resilience, I'll say, though, like the Centaur and the Rubik. I would say New's best hero of all time, to me, has been the Centaur. Like, consistency over the years. That's always what I think of when I think of him. And then Planet keeps going back to this Rubik. Unfortunately, even in games where Rubik doesn't look that crazy, I feel like he is forcing it a lot. This game, there's some okay steals. Timely Wind Ranger steal, a Shackle maybe, a Rage. Getting the Escape Act, probably one of the better ones you can get in this game. So they can have a secondary save to combo up with the Winter Wyvern, can really make the fights difficult to achieve a victory in. But I start thinking of team fights. I start thinking about this Earth Spirit rolling in and the Magnetize. That's where things get a little ugly.
Well, and I think as we're going to see Rue take some good damage there early on, toss out a Tame the Beast, and that keeps him away for the moment. Oro going to just continue to last it here. But I feel like if Resilience are going to have some type of success, they're going to need to try and shut down Collapse. Darkseer, a hero that obviously has been all over the place this tournament, but Collapse has never really been like known for his Darkseer play. It's not one of his like big standout heroes. Obviously he's done it more than a few times, but if they could find a way to shut him down, it feels like he's a linchpin to this draft in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he feels, I would say, at his strongest usually when he has some sort of a initiator role.
Right.
Collapse. Like, not to say he's necessarily bad at the greedier offlaners, but he, like, you know, he's the best in the world, it feels like. When you just need someone to go in and start a good fight with that perfect moment, that's what he shines at. Which isn't necessarily what you can get from a Darkseer sometimes, because the blink comes in a lot later, and he tends to want the fight to evolve a little bit before he jumps in.
Sunstrike not going to be able to do enough there as New tries to back away from this Lifestealer who just keeps going, decides, you know what, I'm going to take you down right now. Does he have a way out of there? No. Ellen, some blood in the water.
The dog gets his kill.
That's right. Nice recognition there that he can just keep moving on to New and take him down. But hero that seems to be doing quite well right now is going to be the Lina in the mid lane. You can see the Earth Spirit very much bodying up Echoes, which is kind of what we come to expect a little bit.
Yeah, he started early there with the deny, of course, onto the range creep, and since then, just you got so much HP on the Earth Spirit. You got some solid right click holding the stones with the bonus damage. Again, on to Rue. This time they do get the kill.
The hoofbeats of your heart.
Come back with full HP on the Centaur, and you got to put a little bit of pressure on. Needs to happen.
The Lina pick was very interesting in the end. We've seen a lot of Linas and a lot of Centaurs, and obviously the Centaur works quite well versus the Lina, and also very nicely with the hero on the same team to try and provide some space in these engagements and make sure she doesn't get collapsed upon, as Nami and Collapse will fight with ZZQ in the jungle. So we'll see if, you know, YSR has to become this giant beast this game.
Oh, and this is not good. Echoes in trouble since they're already creep skipping. It puts Nami in a good position to move in and take down that Invoker. Laurel, not even level 6 yet, but still putting the hurt on. I mean, this is what Fly was talking about wanting to see.
Exactly. You want to get that pressure on the mid lane. What is an Invoker gonna do? Absolutely nothing. Invoker has no cares about his lane. There's not really much he can do there. What he's trying to do is find some Sunstrike plays on the side lanes. And so far, they are not finding that success. Still 0, 1, and 0 at 5 minutes.
Goes out, Boulder Smash and Echoes returns to the lane. They need some extra time to catch back up in this one for sure. And of course, Collapse, after a little bit of pressure, is going to retreat back to the jungle. Should be able to farm up on that Darkseer. So bottom lane, kind of a trade here and there. I don't know if it's favoring anybody completely. Mid, very much into the favor of Team Spirit.
And this is what they got with their Lina last pick. Maybe it's not the best like overall for the game with some of the matchups that are there, but the lane you knew was going to go well. Yeah. You knew you get off to a solid start. What can you do with it?
Planet knows that he's dead, is just going to try and take him on a bit of a walk, which he will be able to. Toro comes in, waits for the last hit, making sure he's getting those feast stacks. Very easy move. But the Centaur does get to farm behind the tower. That's the flip side to it. 6-minute rune. Collapse is stacking up Ancients. It is going to be an Arcane stolen by ZZQ, and now on to Laurel. Does have a roll. Waiting for a Sunstrike, decides to turn and go in now with not being nearby. Laurel realizes there's an opportunity. Trying to hit the Sunstrike, not gonna land. And they're going to lose their Invoker. They might lose more. They've got more stones here. The Magnetize, it keeps the good times rolling. And with the Cold Embrace, ZZQ hoping he's gonna be able to outlast this, but there is no such luck.
Continuing the trend.
Been here quite a few times. The Darkseer will farm up those Ancients and try and get into his first item.
YSR was currently eyeing up a Maelstrom?
And it drops down the wall, and there they go. He's in some trouble now. Has the Surge, doesn't even need the vacuum. Labs gets that kill. But they do manage to get it, so that's the price of going over for that kill. 2 wisdoms for resilience. ISR level 6 hasn't leveled Laguna Blade yet.
He's doing his thing for now. Holding the point, of course, as he said. But might just want to keep spamming out the spells. And there it goes. The pressure might relieve for a little while now, though. You know, the Lifesteal is going to be farming up the Radiance.
Collapse. Able to dodge away from the Sunstrike, but cannot get away from Lina, so that's the good move they needed. And now in the mid lane, they're TPing to try and help out Echo. Stampede, Ice Wall down, YSR rotates, finds the finish. Not Me is gone, and that's a streak going the way of YSR.
Okay, so despite having, you know, the offlane obviously not able to join in the mid, the Lifesteal is not going to be joining, they're still trying to put this pressure in the mid, but they're ready with the response now of Resilience. So much needed here.
Is in danger.
And yeah, treads into Maelstrom here for YSR on this Lina. So he has a plan this game, and it is to farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not opting to go for those boots of travel that often see out of the mid ones at least.
Yes.
Denied.
Going to be much less available to come and join the squad, at least for a while.
It's so interesting too with like an Invoker as your mid though.
Yeah.
You know? They have a bit of a weird next 15 minutes, I feel like, on the side of Resilience.
Runs into the Darkseer. Now, drop down the illusion. The wall is there. Vacuum back the stun and YSR. As he was retreating back to his lane, Team Spirit already in position to set up for the gank. Now looking for more. Laurel can't quite connect onto ZZQ.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Laps making this Darkseer look very good.
Should look to their middle tower.
Part of the problem too is that New doesn't even have his helm yet.
To their
Yeah.
On the center. Like it is coming out, but he hasn't dominated this bomb part of the map. The Lifestealer doesn't really care what the center is up to. He should get quite farmed, like once he gets this helm to dominator, but this top tower is going to go down. This is going to squeeze out Lina's space on the map. Your Invoker, as you already saw, is the one who needs TPs coming to help him. Right. If they hit a tornado mid, can they even get this kill into Laurel?
They've got to get him. They need to get something going here. Looking for it, could interrupt.
That was clever.
Gets to the other side, blocks the roll. And now they're going to try and put some pressure onto this mid tower. Are Team Spirit going to give them this? There is a potential for a wraparound as the Wind Ranger is coming down from the north, but
I really like how YSR is playing this. Like, he's going for this build, like, you know, the more hard carry Lina style, obviously out of the safe lane, but he's still being involved like he has boss.
There we go. Stun. Killed. Are they going to keep going for more now? They find themselves Echoes. He's in a little bit of trouble. Great tornado. Connects onto 3 heroes. At the hits, they move it. Oh, but the shackle, it lands. ISR turns. The cold embrace keeping Echoes alive. And I think that that's going to be the end of the fight.
Yeah, no, once the Magnetize hits on 2 like that, just get out.
Moving in. Collapse. Has the infested creep running at YSR. LSA, Lifestealer inside, decides not to go.
Will get bullied out of his own jungle though, so they'll just keep farming it with Collapse's Iron Shield creep. Catapult into the bottom tower. Let's provide at least a little bit of damage, but Yadaro's already here to help clean it up.
The other thing, stealing Darkseer spells is so nice for Rubik. Getting Surge up, later on might be able to get some Ion Shells or something to farm. Be quite nice. That camp is blocked.
Really needs some farm on planet. Like,
yeah.
He needs like some more range so he can have an impact in these fights. He's trying to get a Yules just so he can maybe survive versus the Earth Spirit and the Wind Ranger. Poor Rubik is going to have a very sad game.
Saving that last hit on the Helm Creep for Echoes. Meantime, Collapse continues to just free farm. Top net worth in the game right now. And very solid.
It's only a slight gold lead here thanks to all the gold that's piled onto YSR, but you know that Echoes is just having a rough time. Still no kills here with the Sunstrikes. Not a hero that obviously we don't get Midas anymore on the Invokers. Doesn't feel that great without the XP bonuses, so you really count on these Sunstrikes to feel relevant in the early in the mid game.
I mean, we have seen him, I think in the games yesterday also, do some farming with like the ice walls around the map and stuff like that. It's a little bit of a strange look, but oh, they managed to just barely get that open. Nice. But yeah, you really would love to be able to have him get some catch-up play. And for Team Spirit, you've got a Haster now on Earth Spirit. This feels like it's time to go.
It's okay. They're trying to get vision of the Sentry to unblock the Ancients for Team Spirit. So far, they've attempted to use the Ogre Smash to break the trees from the Helm Creep of Collapse. That didn't work, in case you're wondering. They've tried to throw daggers for vision to kill it, and that didn't work. So for now, they just can't get their Ancients back.
Cursed spot, apparently. They lose the Helm Creep, but is it going to cost them? Winner's Curse, ZZQ. Breaking that smoke that was moving over and keeping their buddy alive is going to maybe cost them those life, yes. Shackle latching will be an easy one. But it does keep the gank from connecting onto Lina.
And eventually the courier arrives to save the Ancients. So just in time for them to respawn. But still, you know, breaking that smoke. Gold lead not getting out of control. It definitely feels like everything's being dictated by Team Spirit in this game.
Yeah.
And I would say so far, Resilience indeed being resilient to this ridiculous amount of pressure that they're seeing. But that all comes to a change once Yadaro actually has the Radiance. Then that farm gets really crazy. He can join in on the fights very confidently. Got Not Me just stalking all the time on this Wind Ranger, waiting for you to make any sort of a mistake near one of these creep waves, and suddenly you're shackled up and dead.
Having an idea that Planet could be over here, farming with the Ion Shell. And with the focus fire down, does Planet have a way out? Does not look like it. So they will find and kill him, in spite of the Stampede being used.
Big greedy, I'd say.
Not wrong. 15-minute. Field room. Take that one away. And this time around, Spirit should be able to get their wisdom. Laurel immediately after finishing off that vessel going into the BKB. So this is very much a play these fights well, get into a good position to just control the map and not give them any openings into this.
I think another frustrating part about this matchup as well versus the Earth Spirit for pretty much everyone is that you're looking for dispels. So Centaurs, you know, they like getting these Lotuses, but in a game like this, having to go Helm into Lotus means that there's definitely no help for Sunstrikes again. You know, you don't have a good way to initiate into these engagements. You are fully reliant on Team Spirit essentially diving in too deep or making these mistakes. And so once the BKB comes out for Laurel, then trying to punish that is going to be so difficult.
Toro comes in, catches the wave in between, and now going to head into the Ancients. If he is able to sort of just freely do this farming pattern, he is going to be massively farmed. And it doesn't look like Brazilians are interested in trying to stop it, at least for the moment. So Team Spirit's going to be getting more out of the map if they're allowed to keep doing this.
Yeah, and this Essence Distiller now as well for Not Me. Really good item versus the Invoker and the way he likes to play around the map. Spot the creep wave. You know, you see the little footsteps.
Oh, yeah.
Good track going on him. Another good stolen spell though for the Rubik. Lets him farm with the power shot. His used creep is hunted by Yatoro.
Are scanning for enemies.
And that is now going to be a big wave coming into the tower, which he can't farm yet.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, he's going to try and grab it and pull it back over. Nu is there. They also have Earth Spirit in the area. So now Nu, after he wants and gets a big creep wave full, is going to TP out. Not able to do it. They take down the Centaur. There's a lot for it,
Is in danger.
but still a very important kill.
To their middle tower.
Yeah, consistently they keep that spot. Oh, Sunstrike, nice.
DOTA killed, okay.
Combo there. I mean, Mjolnir done for Wyatt Star. He's hitting those timings on the character that you're hoping for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
10 minutes faster than average. Yeah, that's very good. I mean, this is the thing. It is an interesting dynamic because you can see Lina is the only one that's really pulling ahead. Centaur's kind of staying even. It feels like Team Spirit is allowed to do whatever they want to do right now, but Resilience is still staying in it.
Well, it feels like they're doing the most XG style of a lineup where they are just piling everything into position 1 and praying that they never get jumped on. But I don't know if they remember, but they actually eliminated XG because of that play style. Because the tournament didn't go that well for them. So they're hoping to you know, take that and improve it here.
Is under attack.
Spirit underneath the ward. And will kill off some of those Forge Spirits that are in the area. Boots travel done for the Invoker. Brilliant. Measured losses that they've been taking so far. Finding a couple of kills here and there. And Nu now wanted to get up close. A power shot coming from the Rubik. Nu is still a little bit faster than Rubik. Can't quite catch up.
Pollywogs his way out of that one. Shiva's Guard now finished for Collapse as well. Gives him so much vision in these team fights. And again, the whole point of these team fights is collapsing on the Lina. And the thing that's going to stop that from happening is going to be some sort of a planet save, or most notably ZZQ.
Oh, YSR is in complete no man's land. There it is, the vacuum into the stomp, into the kill as YSR is gone. That is the type of kill you can't accept.
This looked like something. If friends are nearby, the Essence Ring and everything did live much longer than I anticipated, but still just way too isolated.
Chance for anything good going on there.
I mean, Planet's even trying to get a mech into Greaves right now, like get his own Dispel versus the Magnetize. And again, foreseeing the way these fights are going to break down.
Gonna go on Resilience. At me, looking, spotting again, and then they retreat back. So yeah, I mean, it feels like it's building towards this big battle that's coming, and the question is going to be, will they have what it takes to keep Lina alive? And on Team Spirit, can they find her and kill her in these fights?
And then how fast they start catching up when you're dead for a time period like that too, right?
Yeah.
Like, this gap is shortening, and right after, you got two pretty big cores here on Team Spirit as they catch you with the shackle.
And push him right into it. Hypnotized, gone. Stolen Wheel of Wonder. Now they roll. They don't want to give that one away. Does have the mech. Throws out the Wheel of Wonder. Tries to survive. Planet pulled in closer. And Laguna Blade done. Take down that Wind Ranger. Magnetize doing a lot of damage. Laurel getting brought low. The last couple right clicks is going to be enough to get the finish.
The Mjolnir.
They get him. With no more reapplied Magnetize, Resilience should be able to get out of that one. So again, like, it's these chippy, weird little fights that look horrible for Resilience. You lose your Centaur at the start, but somehow they make something out of it.
Yeah, a bit of unnecessary go, I'd say, from Spirit. Like, you're about to be so strong on Laurel, you know? And when the BKB comes out, that's just not happening. You're gonna have a really good time. They just have to be able to control him for a moment right now, and he can go down to these right clicks from the Lina.
ZZQ takes out that obs ward that was up on the high ground. Gives them some more understanding of how they're able to kill New. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm wondering, as we get later and later into this game, like, obviously Lifestealer, we've seen how much damage Earth Spirit can do. Do you think that, like, Invoker Lina becomes too much to deal with at some point, or are Team Spirit always going to have a foothold in this game?
It feels like the grab is going to be just like the most important thing every single time. You know, like, does the Lina get jumped on? It's what it's going to come down to over and over again. Invoker going for the BKB pretty early just because he knows that he has to be in the front line for this. Can't afford to even get the shard yet. So Echoes he's playing the way he needs to. But I mean, that big carry is going to be there, right? Like, she gets on Alacrity maybe. Got the Hurricane Pike for her own bit of survivability now. Now we'll start moving to the BKB.
Look at
He's playing pretty sneaky.
Planet has some ideas here. He is deciding to come on down and anticipate the move for the Tormentor and then try and get the kill. I mean, are Team Spirit going to go for it though? That's the question.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
All right, he's not forced to have. Got the Wisdom Rune here.
Fortified.
This Ghost walking nearby, drops the Sentry. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah. All right, Planet check. What you doing down there, sir? All right. Things
Looks a lot like a Jakiro I saw last game.
Now, Turo has the rage, tries to back away, not going to be able to jump inside and infest the creep. Well, he does now. Now the lift. Backs out. DQ, jump forward. Laguna Blade damage on the Laurel, but the BKB is already there. Resilience. Siding. They need to get out of here. They find a big back coming in from Collapse. Holds them to the low ground, and no way you're out of that one. Lina dead for 50 seconds.
They get the center on the back too. He didn't even escape. He got caught by Laurel in a power shot.
Very pretty stuff. A fight without Echoes, and again, Team Spirit just seeming to understand what they needed to do, make the right plays. This Lifestealer has been perfect.
They shut down so many plays at once there. Like, they didn't go for the Tormentor instantly, so Planet's cheeky little play didn't work. You know, they put the Sentry down when they went for the Wisdom Rune up there as well, because they're aware of what maybe Echoes is up to, and Not Me secures their Wisdom. And then they're still there in time to help cover for Yadoro once they miss the secure of the LSA after the Winter's Curse. Like, you can't make little mistakes like that. If you're going to go for that Winter Curse, you just have to be perfect, or there can't be a creep camp there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and also, do you need to go for that kill? Like, what is the probability that you're going to take that Lifestealer out? It's
apparently quite low.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But regardless, it's only a 4K gold lead, 20-9. Team Spirit, I mean, looked so good, and maybe wanting a little bit of retribution after the last night series that they had to play through. Trying to get onto that main stage. They're gonna take the very safe route of backing out, farming into that next set of items.
All right, they are smoking up here on Resilience. We have stolen Geomagnetic Grip here, so an interesting one for the Rubik to have.
Like, these smokes are gonna run into each other. They've got Lotus on New, all grouped together for potential Winter's Curse. Goes for the stun. Doesn't find the target. Nami lifted. Collapse to the side. Winter's Curse on a collapse. They're all going to start hitting him. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Well, the save coming out from Rue keeps him alive. Tornado hits onto several. Deafening Blast. Not quite enough to take down the Dark Seer. It was much more of a reset than a setup for a kill. And now ZZQ caught trying to find himself a fight, and now New on the other side too is also going to be brought down pretty soon here. ZZQ takes a while to die, but with Not Me on top of him, that Wind Ranger will eventually get the finish, and the Sunstrike, it is not going to work.
I don't think they can kill those heroes without Lina.
Yeah.
And YSR is down bottom, pushing out, trying to get more farm, but I don't think that engagement can go your way if you don't have your Lina there just slaying into them that whole time.
Well, think about this. Imagine if that Winter's Curse comes out, you hit a 3-hero LSA afterwards.
Yeah.
You know, like, how different does that look?
But, I mean, this is what happens when you're putting everything on one hero. Like, they can't be everywhere at once. So, you know, YSR has responsibilities for his timing on his BKB. He doesn't have Boots of Travel because he went for the Treads first, then into the Maelstrom.
Two components of the BKB done. And maybe that's going to be the point where they feel like they're ready to fight, but how much will they have given up across the map in that time period? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I guess not anticipating that many people being there for the fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What could have been a good gank on a single hero into a horrific team fight. Laps not wanting the same thing to happen again is queuing into a Lincoln Sphere. Academ Scepter for the Life Stealer. Trying to close this one out. I've yet to take a Roche. That's for a banner. At least for a while.
Yeah, looks like that is on the menu right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the plan still stays the same here for Resilience.
Line up. I'll get to
Try and find a mistake from Team Spirit. It's still your only choice, really. I mean, they have some opportunities for aggression, I suppose, with a blink on the Centaur, but Mew is desperately trying to get into the BKB right now.
ISR is actually over in this area. I am very surprised if they came over this direction to make any type of a contest.
Just trying to pick up whatever farm they can.
Strike goes out, they spot it. Ivern shows for a minute on the creep wave.
They just immediately start hunting. Collapses Shiva-ing.
Yeah.
Rolls there as well. Like,
oh boy. That was very close, and that's the BKB done.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
all right, well, now the question becomes how quickly do Team Spirit want to make a maneuver here?
Right.
You know? Things have been getting faster. They have quite a bit of survivability and some cheeky little options like the Agnems you were saying on the Life Stealer.
Well, they're going to focus down and try and take down Q will get him there. Cut strike, Yadro. Gets hit, backs away. So the best play to heal back up.
Oh, I mean, they have a blink here. No. Yadro's fine to die. He's got an Aegis. Doesn't look like they're going to find the play they were hoping for.
So I do think we're still in a window where like a huge winner's curse followed up by like an LSA and meteors could potentially turn things around. But we have not seen Spirit play so cavalier and that they're not like getting caught by that.
And it's very much a Exodia moment. You know, we need all the pieces to come together here for Resilience.
Right. Team Spirit, it's just any opening and they can run right in through it. So incredibly farmed. Well, amp damage.
They can just get with their bodies right now.
Yeah.
Like, Larl's not gonna die.
Nope.
It would take a lot.
Yeah. Does purge the amp damage, which is nice. Right. Kills off the Helm Creep, collapse, back onto 2. Not me, stun, not gonna land.
That's the BKB.
Laguna Blade out. Yeah, that feels bad. That is not what you want to see. They're not going to give up on this. Team Spirit ready to chase. Finds one. Winner's Curse. It's just to let them retreat to their base right now. And Echoes, he doesn't have anywhere to go either. Going to TP out of this one. Does he have enough to escape? Yes. Not what you want to see if you are a Resilience fan. As they have not been able to find the right fights. And it is now a while before they're going to be able to take any type of one again.
Yeah, it's just incredibly clean from Spirit. They are maneuvering across this map, predicting all the moves from Resilience, understanding their limits, and just essentially playing this with no risk. YSR might just get shackled here.
Oh, Shackle is out.
How did that not hit?
More Staff Glimmer, keeping him alive. Now push back in, big hit. He doesn't have his BKB back up again, and trying to get out of there. The lift and the pull.
Inside of him.
Planet, it's not going to make it work. Yadro is in too deep, takes him down. Now the back connect onto 3. GG is called as Team Spirit come in looking clean.
I mean, they just dissect them. They understand exactly how they're going to going to play the fight. They know it all counts on YSR. So there's glimmers, there's force ass. It doesn't matter. He gets, somehow the shackle misses. He gets pulled in. He gets kicked back out, instantly jumped upon, and then literally jumped inside of by Yadaro. So fight's over, and that's their one true hope. Fani.
Very, very solid performance. Team Spirit 29-9. And importantly,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The dire scan. On the hunt for Radiant forces. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stacking it up, relocate back into play as Kiritich hits the other side of Makoto, who with the long slide has no remnant to get out.
They're starting to cook them. The damage is just overwhelming. There's so much map control too between this IO reload, the Slark running around with Gem.
GPK is reading every Nightfall move.
Oh, that's his last bear.
He's gonna force him to use BKB.
Okay, got out.
Actually, didn't manage to get away.
Very nice. It's got to be so impressive to be on the map in this game. Yeah. Slark's killing all your vision. He has the nighttime vision presence. Then you have this 30-second reload, 40-second reload that's threatening you if you show deep on the side. And then they're Omega fast, 500 MS running around.
It's gonna be 25 to 34 minutes.
What a sick series from here so far. Absolutely came in prime form today. Proving his worth and then some.
You get the Roshan while the supports are hunting down the bear. Cleanses off the Nightmare and then followed up with another slowdown, forcing him to use BKB.
Aegis on Slark, that is terrifying.
It's magic. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Its middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, Harry Isle.
Oh yeah. But it's good, it's real good. And I think people are definitely underestimating how powerful this hero is in the right hands. You need a player that can understand how to farm it in time the right moment.
Yeah. It feels like teams are getting more open to take, like, it felt like initially it was just like, oh, this IO Largo, it's so broken, right?
Sure.
3-position Largo, carry IO. And then it was like, okay, you can also run the Largo 5-position. Still works. Now, IO without the Largo.
Dire's courier has been killed.
In this game.
It has. He's gonna have Daedalus, he's gonna go for a Scotty.
With the attack ally target as well. Makes sense with this duo.
Means you really got to stay ahead of this Slark, which is difficult to do when he's got both Harpoon and Disperser, 2 items designed to make sure that heroes stay next to him. Makoto doesn't pop the BKB until the last second. He died with BKB being used.
You just didn't see the 25 talent or what?
What a disaster.
This is crumbling for Aurora right now. This is an elimination game for them.
Jumps out. Real quick kill onto Zay. They also to get the silence on Katomi. Both supports going to be assassinated here. But can you fight into Kiritage GPK? Nightfall's Bear is being annihilated. Where'd it go? It's gone. Buybacks are going to be used. They're going to be throwing multiple lives, multiple bears, everything they have to try and stop Kiritage GPK. They're just going to tether on out of here. WS is trying to get dieback onto Katomi. Does manage to do so. He's flying on the cliff areas, trying to stay ahead of Kiritage GPK. GPK with a harpoon back onto Mira. Mira making a run for it. Run. Has a bushwhack up in a second. Can he turn around and stop these heroes? No. Now WS is going to be killed as well. Makoto tries to jump away. But GPK got the pounce on him, locks him down. Did they have enough disable to keep Makoto from jumping away to his remnant? They do not. He gets back to the fountain. But they own this Radiant base. There's nothing Aurora can do about it. The bear is out trying to push out creeps because he can't fight the heroes.
Look at the stacks, 35 temporary stacks on that Slark plus the 16. He's overcharged, he's tethered.
And they are going to end the game. They're going to tier 4. No buyback on 2 of these heroes. Nothing stopping the creep waves from pushing in. No
bear gotta do something. Is it even coming back? There it is. You got a full second here.
Tier 4, throw out the gate, stop these heroes. The Ancient is exposed, and oh boys, there goes the bear. It's stranded, dying instantly. There's no shot. PG is called. Aurora is out. Boom, boys. Get the 2-0 and get revenge.
I told you I believed, though. I saw the vision. They saw the vision. I genuinely think that was one of the sickest drafts of it. Like, in a game 2, you just decisively jam this Slark against an Ember. The Ember can
Spirit's turn to pick.
Dire must choose.
And it's interesting that I feel like the spirit bans seem more to like aimed towards just let's ban the comfort rather than necessarily draw counters, because I imagine the Kez is okay against draw, but it's not necessarily like a one-to-one counter. They left the PL, they left the Spectre, they left Centaur, even though I think Centaur is one of the best heroes against draw, but perhaps they're thinking, okay, we just played against this guy Centaur, we know how to kill him on the triple wave, we don't need to worry about this.
Yeah, I think Saber makes a good point. It definitely feels like comfort bans, especially with the Kez. Like Timber I can see, because if you're able to survive the beginning of the lane with Timber, you get your level, I think level 5 at that point. Drow can't really touch you, and you can set up some double wave and attacker. I think I saw Vision play it as well, so I can see the Timber. And now I'm just thinking, where does Resilience want to go from here? I think Centaur is okay. He's a bit slower of a hero, because you want to leave him alone. Usually he wants to buy his Dominator, and then when he has Dominator, then maybe you can go to his lane, unless he's been winning before already. So maybe they're gonna create this plan where they're gonna play around the other lanes and go to the Drow later, which could be like a Spectre gameplay instead of a Nature's Prophet. So now this is where everything kind of has to be decided. They can take the mid laner, something that's open, maybe the Invoker again. I don't think the Invoker was that big of a problem, but okay, Ember Spirit is good against the Spirit supports, because Vessel is very good against Witch Doctor, because, you know, Witch Doctor, he has his healing ability, so Vessel is very good, as well as the chains against Mirana, so she cannot leap away. So Ember is definitely a good answer here, and now Laurel has to punish it.
It seems a bit dangerous to me to pick the Ember here, just because you have an instant response to it. And I mean, this also fits, like the DK fits perfectly with the other Team Spirit heroes that they have. They have 3 backlining heroes that want to throw stuff from far away. DK is like the best hero to just get in there and stun and be a tank. And then it also lanes incredibly well against Ember Spirit.
What I would say though is that now that I'm looking at this draft, what is gonna happen usually is DK will get his blink, he's gonna blink stun someone, and Mirana will arrow follow up, and then Witch Doctor maybe is gonna like Maledict and Death Ward. However, the Winter Wyvern gains insane value in this case, because you can just heal the first target. It doesn't matter too much if he's getting arrowed, and if you look at their heroes, they don't really have any magic damage that goes through the Cold Embrace. So even though the hero will get maledicted, they actually have not much follow-up. So it's really hard to actually kill anyone on Team Resilience's lineup if there is Wyvern behind them.
Yeah, that's a great point. This is actually turning out to be a very good Wyvern game. Like, they indeed don't have that much magic damage.
And not much to jump Wyvern either. Just the DK right now.
Yeah.
They can fix it with their last pick. They need a hero for Collapse. On the other side, we need an overall last pick for Team Resilience. They are looking for a care hero for YSR, which still in the pool is the Spectre that we mentioned. We want a hero that is able to... So from both sides, actually, we want a hero that is able to jump. One, we want them to jump the Drow Ranger, and the other one, we want to jump the Winter Wyvern, which the Spectre is now removed.
I really like, I know you guys hate the hero, but I really like Night Stalker. It's really good against Wyvern. Even Ember does not do well against the Night Stalker, Silence, Hoodwink. These are squishy heroes you can run down. Saber, you did mention in the previous draft, Night Stalker's not so good against Centaur. You can just ult away from the Silence.
To be fair though, I actually agree with you that in this case, I think they should have banned the Night Stalker, because as I explained, like with these heroes, they can't really get through to Team Resilience. But the Night Stalker kinda breaks that. You can just attack from whichever direction you want. But yeah, without the Night Stalker, I think it becomes really hard. With it, it's a bit easier, regardless of like one-to-one matchup.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. 10 seconds left. On another patch, I might suggest Mars as well, but just a bad hero.
Okay. That's at least some AoE, so Wyvern can't really cover everybody that gets ravished, and she might get ravished herself. So I don't mind this. It's good to get some AoE. You also have the shard for the Ember later on, so he can remnant away.
10 seconds
So what are you thinking now for Resilience? This would have been a great Ursa game if the hero was meta.
Well, Spectre sadly banned. That's a very nice switch up against Tide Hunter. There is the PL, but I don't think you want a PL against Tide. Ooh, Muerta, interesting.
I heard Muerta wasn't that good anymore. Why pick it here?
It is a nice matchup against Tide, and theoretically against Shroud too, because she can't hit you. And honestly, we just talked about how Team Spirit does not have any magic damage, so that makes Muerta very happy. Once you press your ult, you can't get hit, and they don't have many spells to like deal damage to you with.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, it's good. I will say though, there are lots of stunts on Spirit to answer the Muerta. There will be some fights where she does not get the ult off and she just dies beforehand because there's, DK stun to start, there's Ravage to start, and then follow up with the arrow, silence from Drow. So Spirit has options to win the team fights, but Resilience, like there is a world where the Muerta gets to the point where she legitimately just cannot die in this game, because 1-to-1 she does dumpster Drow Ranger. It's like a hero that literally can't take physical damage.
I think this draft is a lot closer for me, which is good.
Yeah.
At least they have a fighting chance in my eyes. Muerta, I think it's just some player comfort. I think there's definitely potential in this game because they mostly have physical damage on the Spirit side. So I think he can make it work. I hope Resilience can take us to a game 3. They definitely have a chance this game.
Saber, final thoughts?
I am rooting for Resilience.
Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, let's go over to our commentary duo for game number 2. It's Trent and Lyrical.
Let's get it, apparently. All right, I'm ready, man. This is going to be a good one. We got a Muerta. Only one pick so far. It lost, but this is a new game. Time to happen.
It's a new game. That's right.
New day.
What? 0-1 stats mean nothing. That's fine.
Exactly.
I think a lot of good points from the panel there on the Muerta pick, right? It's a last overall. That's where you see these more unusual ones that maybe you're thinking, well, why are they picking this hero? Well, it looks pretty good, Although it is sad. They're like, this looks like a good Ursa pick if it wasn't so out of meta.
I know.
Have some spirit. All right. They picked up Muerta, also out of meta.
True.
It works out just fine.
I like it a lot. And I think that this, again, is the type of game where if you're going to go out on your own terms. Try and make it happen. Pull back the victory,
In that sense, I also like going away from their own terms in terms of getting rid of the Rubik. I'm sorry, Planet.
Yes.
Having the Hoodwink is just so much more like we can do stuff.
Yeah.
Rubik is like, if they do stuff, I can do stuff. Hoodwink just has good spells.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to copy them from someone else.
Slacks.
Her spells are just good.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Right? Like that I can approve of. I mean, they're gonna have the Ember. They actually have heroes that can go and make things happen on the map, which is what they were completely lacking in the last game. Even if the lanes had gone even, it was hard for them to go ahead and make moves. Now they can even make moves from behind.
Toro gonna keep the chase down onto New, make him feel oh so sad. And off to the races. Should be 2 runes apiece, maybe? LCU clicks a little bit quicker. Looking for it with the Maledict. Echoes manages to find it, but yep, that's a spicy one. To kill Iru onto the mid-ember.
Bit of value early there. Another game, another Mirana. He's back. How are the arrows this game? We got DK set up. Mirana Tide is a bit of a lane duo classic. It's kind of funny because it's I don't know why it works so well. It just does. You would think you need the stun, but Gush into arrow is surprisingly consistent. You can just feel it when you play the matchup. It's not the worst play to go for. And also, more than enabling the Tide enables you as the Mirana to be a lot more free around the map, particularly heading towards the mid lane.
Yes. And that is super nice if they're going to have some free time to make it happen, but also not an easy matchup to play into with the Wyvern and the Muerta for the Tide Hunter even afterwards. That's just a freehand arrow right there by not me. Hit ZZQ right in the
farm to table arrow, all natural, 100% organic.
Of that.
No GMOs. That's how he does it.
Yeah.
He fletched that arrow himself.
Delicious arrow.
Homegrown lumber from his own backyard.
You ever fletched an arrow?
I was fletching arrows like 2 weeks ago.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This guy's a real Canadian.
Hell yeah. I made it with a stick and a string.
That's not an arrow.
No, but then I had to fletch the arrows too.
That's a fishing rod.
That didn't work as well.
Yeah.
The bow was great though.
Well, so far so good for Echoes in spite of the death. Comes back in and is able to put a little bit of pressure there onto Laurel. And getting some denies up in his face. Not something that you often see against the DK. Another one. Echoes is mad apparently as he did get stunned, but now trying to get New out of harm's way. And is to do a little ring around the Rosie. Waits for the double edge.
I mean, he knows he's dead, right?
Yeah.
And get a little bit damage back on there. What are your thoughts on Witch Doctor, who we don't get to see all too often?
He's kind of awesome. The heal, I feel like, always does more than you anticipate. And I think that, like, it's one of those sort of win more type of heroes in a way.
Buffs on the heal have been crazy. The AoE on it is so large now. Like, before you kind of had to, like, really be thinking about it. Now, like, you know, you can just chuck your heal out. Your core will be close enough.
Yeah, that part's pretty nice.
I believe Witch Doctor is still one of the absolute most picked heroes across, you know, all MMRs of Dota. And I just feel like, you know, the people really had it right with this guy. I think he's been ignored for too long by those of us in the ivory towers of Dota 2.
I see.
Yeah, I'm putting us in there with the pros, just
of course.
to be clear. Yeah, we get to join in, I think.
As you should. Echoes 2 points in Flame Garden. It does take one in chain, so see if he decides to put any extra pressure here onto Laurel. But so far, having a really good time into what was a counter pick.
Yeah, not the most intimidating counter pick, right, of the Dragonite. This hero seems to be picking up a little bit of steam. I feel like looking over the past, you know,
This is more the type of game that they wanted. I mean, Drow, obviously an incredibly strong hero, but the lane is not as good as the Lifestealer is in terms of, like, I mean, you can have a higher high with the Drow lane, I think, of completely blowing people out, but you can also get ran at a bit.
Yeah, much more punishable. But obviously, there's a reason why Team Spirit are willing to pick this first overall for Yadaro. It's pretty busted.
Maladif new. Decides to back away. Can't get that many more hits onto him. It's still going to be an annoying amount of damage. Has the salve after the fact if it feels like it's necessary, and we'll pop it.
So sad when you see these cask moments, but you don't have it yet on Witch Doctor.
Right.
You know, that's pretty depressing.
So far, so good for Resilience. Winning 2 of their lanes, getting a kill in the other one. Still behind in terms of CS. Now getting level 6. Echoes.
Yeah, notably a very good Spirit Vessel game as well. You're gonna have this the DK pretty often, like in the forefront. That was a little spooky. And when Laurel wants to be dangling himself out there, maybe you kind of die a little faster than expected thanks to the Spirit Vessel.
They're bringing in some numbers here. Trying to set up for the 6th minute. And dodges the arrow, but not quite on the mark. Not me, still in some trouble. And should be able to bring him down. So they rotate in, do not get the room for Echo.
Yeah, I was only regen and he had full bottle anyway, so yeah, I think he's pretty happy with that. New beginning his shenanigans back here. Witch Doctor, not the best hero at stopping this, but with the friends, he's pretty good, obviously, because you can threat with a Maledict.
Out of the river, not moving as fast. Stomp there onto 2, the Maledict's already out. He backs out. Now Laurel underneath the tower, but gets hit by the arrow. A cold embrace to keep him alive, and the supports gonna have to clean this one up. They do indeed do just that, not me. Will manage to get a return kill onto ZZQ, and in the meantime, Federo did kill off New on the top side.
New ends up dying there. Mike, crazy, I thought they had no stun. I guess he just couldn't find an opportunity for a TP that was gonna make it worth it. Or maybe he just wasn't aware there was no cast yet. Thought maybe he figured that out already.
Rue making a chase there for the Wisdom, and it is going to be a trade-off of 1 apiece this time. As Collapse getting chased around by YSR. Pops the ultimate, hit by the arrow.
A little bit of backup.
In spite of that, it still should be, and another kill.
New,
on
what?
New.
Brother, Witch Doctor is obliterating you.
Oh my goodness.
It's just too much. The Maledict, the bonus 200 damage, he's playing far ahead. And obviously he just TP'd back up here.
Yeah, that's really bad.
He's got the 4-legged walk of shame coming up now.
Man. Yeah, it's time to go get some stacks going and try and recover this one.
He's just at that point too where he needs 900 gold for the recipe of the Helm. This is the worst time to be dying as the Centaur, because the Helm obviously going to accelerate your growth by so much.
Right. This is interesting though. Comes on in and finds a stack. Echoes and ZZQ gonna try and clean this one up. Not Me is gonna soak some experience. Laurel moves in.
He just lost his ulti though, so
yeah,
not quite as frightening. And obviously there's always just a remnant out.
There's the remnant away. So they get some of those creeps on Team Spirit. I mean, again, like as much as that sucks the back-to-back deaths for a Centaur, he's still ahead of Collapse.
Yeah, that is true, and that was the piggy bank that they just stole from Collapse. That was supposed to be his way back into the game, so he's gonna be pretty upset there on the Tide. Gonna have to find some fish to eat.
Tries to run away from the Drow. Yeah, I mean, he's just been left completely alone, so it's understandable. Planet hiding out with Muerta. This move through would be really nice.
Oh, I'm just a little Centaur all
Don't
alone.
mind me. The Bushwhack connection. Stomp onto both. Oh, it's pretty. Very pretty as they get the kills.
Here I thought like, oh, why didn't he TP? And oh, how could he die again on New? But I didn't think like New.
Yeah.
He was setting up for this very moment. There's no way they chased there if he didn't feed 3 times prior.
It's very generous of you. That's nice.
God, his brain is so big.
Collapse, level 6. He realizes the lane is not a safe place for him, so he's going to be cutting the waves over here. Quick pause as 6-5 Resilience looking much better in this one than they did in the last game.
It was hard to be feeling a little any worse, really.
Yes.
I mean, things got off to a pretty bad start right away in the previous one, particularly for Echoes, who is a little bit ahead of Laurel. And feeling great about that, I'm sure. All right, now, last game, we got into a situation where Collapse and the crew were just kind of running the map on Spirit.
Yes.
And got into very defensive posturing from Team Resilience. I would hope that they're going to utilize this early-ish level 6 on Hoodwink to try and get aggressive.
Oh, no.
That's your carry. Oh, creep.
Thank goodness for that creep. My goodness, that was very close. YSR still dropping low. New thinking about saving his buddy. Can he do it while getting himself out? No. So has to give up his life. In the meantime, they move in with Echoes in the Winter's Curse. Oh, it's big. That is a good one. They miss on the Bushwhack, still chasing onto Laurel. Silence Echoes. Another salvo of chains back up in just a moment. And the arrow will land onto the Ember. Yatoro tries to hit onto him. YSR is still stuck around.
Cold Embrace doing so much work.
And they end up managing to find that kill onto Laurel. Very nice.
Sacrificial Centaur doing some work for the team. Getting them some better returns for everyone else. And that's going to help get the Spirit Vessel closer and closer here for Echoes. Collapse trying to soak up some of this bounty of the mid lane. Lots of creeps here.
Yeah,
he tries to get back into it.
They're heading back towards the bottom side. He missed a couple of them there.
And going for the Mage Slayer this game of the Tide. Great game for it. Where it's always a frustrating hero. Like if you get the Ravage off and then you hit her with the Mage Slayer can be good. Obviously, the ulti, though, does give you the Dispel, so it is a timing-based thing.
Dire's middle tower is under
Stacks
attack.
built up there. Rue. Again, collapse, rebuilding the piggy bank.
Going.
Top tower is in danger.
Look at that. It's going for a lift to mess with the last hits. Martha. Smoke movement. Laurel looks to be the target. Jump forward. Remnant misses the chains. And now they move in with more. Do they have enough? As the sharpshooter, good damage out. Stampede, follow-up is there. Now on to Rue, looking to take down this Witch Doctor too, and indeed, he's going to be able to do just that.
Perfect timing to get that Spear Vessel out there too. Helped a ton, did 320 damage, plus obviously the reduction in just the overall healing that you're getting there is huge.
Curse. Not me, nearby to try and help. Got throws here as well. Ravage, he got the ulti off. Where's the right clicks? They don't have it, but it might not matter. As, well, it bought enough time, and so now actually YSR gets some good damage into Collapse. The stun is there, finding the Drow. Yadro dies, Collapse, they have any way to see him. He's passing by a sentry ward, and indeed, they're gonna be able to get that kill. That, the ulti from where to buying enough time for Resilience to get there.
Yeah, it's showing off that value that it has this game for sure. All the same reasons why the panel was discussing, like, you know, the Witch Doctor might struggle with some of these kills there, like, all these two, and Laurel again.
No way they're gonna get him again.
I think there is, bud.
Sharpshooter out, and yeah, he just stuck around too long. Broken, killed. Hoodwink, very good hero.
My Dragon Knight's made of spare parts, eh? What's going on? 0, 4, and 2?
Top tower.
Still 1,000 gold plus away from the Blink Dagger for him. It was a rough game.
Dire's middle tower is under
DK
attack.
haters just reveling in it right now. A very polarizing hero, I feel like, right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
There is
I'll
little
shamefully say I'm a bit of a believer. I kind of like the hero right now, but it's not looking too
are most gracious.
Especially considering he, again, was picked into this. Like, the idea was here for this to be the winning matchup.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But it's, I mean, they're not making any early connections with the stuns into the arrow. You know, it's not nearly as consistent pre-Blink Dagger compared to the Ember Spear plus Mirana.
Right.
I mean, not me. We gave him the MVP in the last one on that Wind Ranger. Not able to have the biggest impact quite yet. Has hit some solid arrows, but his team needs a lot right now. And they're still waiting on that level 6 as well here for Rue. Whereas we've already had massive sharpshooters from Planet. And
Man.
Piggy Bank's getting cracked open again.
This has got to be so frustrating. The cold embrace with the Flame Guard, and now they're thinking about moving in and messing with Rue, but they're just going to take this whole stack.
They have a ward here. Is he not me?
Oh, no.
But, all right, brother. Brother, Echoes. You can't miss those, dude. What are we doing?
It happens. In a couple. I mean, you know, they're on the nerves right now.
Literally doing too good. High damage. Stocked up, ready to go. Mage Slayer nearly done there for Collapse. Try to give him some survivability versus a pretty overwhelming amount of magic damage. There is a Drow. A lot of action Yadaro's way earlier on in the game, but a little quieter as of late. Just running through the jungle, doing his thing, farming up a storm. And Resilience maybe wanting to do something about that here by knocking down his tower.
Echoes maybe having an inkling of where he's at. If they run over there and spot him, oh, it'd be so clutch, but it looks like it is not going to be the route they take, and instead run into Rue, will find and take down the Witch Doctor.
Level 1 casting it, you know, he almost found a way in with all those creeps, but spell not very good at that point in the game.
The prize is mine.
So the Dark Troll Summoner assists in taking down the tower. This will really enable any attempted chases onto Yadro, and he's going to have to be very cautious about his moves. Rue found. Level 9 ZZQ.
Not me.
Holy.
Still on the hunt here. Does he go for this Courier Snipe? That would have been so sick. Side's better of it, so gets away with that one. Able to escape. Out throw underneath a ward right there. The Drow could be another person that they try and target in a little bit with that good ward place down, not seen. Yeah, Laurel, I mean, it is just...
It's a bad hero to fall behind on.
It feels really rough.
Yeah, like the vessel comes online so nicely for the Ember, and then he already has the mobility to then play with the vessel. Whereas obviously DK, you're hoping to use this early bullying power to knock down the tower. That gives you the space to farm into your Blink Dagger. Instead, he's like a little behind. Now he's got his shard to help speed things up, which is great. So then you're going to get the Blink Dagger out. But it's a bit of a waiting game for him at the moment.
And we've seen how good this sharpshooter is at being able to just like turn these big tanky heroes into Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
Whether it's the DK, whether it's the Tidehunter.
Yeah,
problem.
That was kind of one of the problems I had with DK was the idea that Hoodwink was everywhere. So I feel like when I'm seeing him, usually it's often without the break, just being free. And here we go again. Uh-oh.
Another salvo. There they go. Sharpshooter going to connect. And Echoes.
He's just sitting there.
Wait. Get him with the slight. Why not?
But you know you're dead. And Yadro, he's got stacks in his jungle, though.
Yeah.
That were left untouched. He's farming through it. He's going to get it before the respawn, probably.
I mean, here's the thing. How many of these matches have we seen from Team Spirit where they fall behind and then post 25 minutes, the game just turns on its head?
Yeah.
Like, I think that there is still going to be an interesting window in here. You can see, yeah, look, Dota Plus still giving the win probability to Team Spirit right now, in spite of this lead that's been built up.
That is the Team Spirit factor. I'm more afraid when they're behind at 25 minutes.
Yes.
You know, we spent many a year casting them and seeing them against some of even just the weakest teams in their own region. They would be behind coming into like the first Aegis fights and everything, and then they just have these insane 5-0 wins.
Yeah. We'll see if this little gank squad can make it happen again. It's proved to be very potent.
Poor Laurel, man.
Say the line, Laurel. Say the line. As he is gonna get killed right there. Rounds EZQ gets the channel off. Okay. That's gonna be some good damage onto the Wyvern. Rue manages to survive through the jump coming from Echoes, and well, poor old Laurel brought down again.
It's really accurate just to have the big text broken off his head, you know? I feel that.
So did he. 0 and 6. Oof. I mean, at some point there are diminishing returns to killing the DK too. And like, Yadro's been completely unhampered.
When you're truly desperate. It's actually bad that they killed him again.
Yeah, exactly. He actually wanted to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you know, he's just taking some strats. That must be what it is.
Nice art. Gonna push Collapse back in. Calling doesn't connect with Silence, but doesn't matter as the damage is quite strong. And Collapse will eventually be brought down. Now finding another
bonus kill?
Okay, not me. Trying to get out of there, but the Muerta comes in for the dead shot.
I mean, I know she was meta for a while. I kind of miss Muerta. I love seeing a good dead shot. Well angled back in there. It helps the team get in close. You take a big tanky hero like Tidehunter and able to shut him down.
So what is the item that you're waiting for on Drow to start thinking about doing anything? Or is it more on Laurel?
No, it's not Drow. Yeah, we Drow's whatever. Yeah, Laurel's got his blink. He's got a Witch Doctor. That's kind of your dream. We're going to blink, we're going to arrow, we're going to Witch Doctor, and we're going to hope the ZZQ's not there.
Okay.
I think that's the plan, right?
A lot of hope. A hope and a prayer.
Yeah, ZZQ does have the Force Staff now, so Force Staff always very good versus these Mirana combos, and obviously gives you a little bit of mobility just in case you're a little bit too late to get the initial push-out save before the arrow. You can at least get yourself close enough for the Cold Embrace.
Take us.
And then he's going to go for the Blink Dagger after, and he'll be very annoying. So, here we go. Moonlight Shadow. Drow joining it. Oh, here we go. DK. Looking for the Ember. His vengeance.
His DK form is already half gone. Jump forward gets the stun nonetheless. And is there any ZZQ? No! The plan worked!
They did it.
Beautiful.
That's all it takes.
BP away as the Stampede goes out.
Oh, maybe a +1 here.
Oh, that was get the break and run away. Planet getting out of there for now. Does have another bushwhack.
No.
He was dead anyway. I'll chuck one out.
Pretty hard to make that work. And Rue now gets a Blink Dagger. Okay, we're getting close. 25 minutes approaches.
Oh, I love that. That's a great idea on the Witch Doctor. Because they need kills.
Yeah.
And that's what this gives them. What's his Grigri at? 580.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. A scan for enemies.
As they smoke up on Team Resilience, they start to head down to the Tormentor. Can this be a good fight for them? Rue is very low already.
Oh, he got it too on the Witch Doctor. He's got Blink Shard at 21 minutes now after a pretty bad start.
Well, this lead is cut completely down to nothing. They're going back to try and catch them though on this Wisdom. Yadro completely alone here. Thinking about the jump, finds him immediately. Root out, tries to get away. Looking for the gust, doesn't manage to quite connect it. They even get the winner's curse now. Collapse, jump forward, Ravage on to 3. Yadro still low, and they find him, kill him with Echoes. Off to the side, this Muerta is still hitting mighty hard.
Oh, Echoes? Wants a little more?
Thinking about
Feeling spicy? The Centaur's coming over?
He's hunting.
To help us?
Oh, but the arrow lands! The cold embrace is there, though. It's so hard for them to fight into that cold embrace and collapse. He's got to get out of here, too, but no, they got him. The stomp is out. New is there. And Team Resilience will not be denied.
And a fight like this, the Winter Wyvern this early is so strong. You can see it there. I mean, what a way to begin the engagement as well, right?
Yeah.
Catching Yadro like that on the Wisdom. Who ended up getting it? Not me, didn't end up getting it at the very least.
Big fight.
That's 1+. Yeah, and they had just cut that to nothing, as you said, by getting the Tormentor, getting that bonus onto the Witch Doctor, getting that pick off previously. We were dead even. Suddenly it's a 4K lead again.
Dire's middle tower.
Take a look at this. Echo's doing a really good job of getting up there. And then, of course, the Ravage comes out, but there's no follow-up. DK's on the other side of the map. Yep. Witch Doctor's still walking over and trying to get into position. It's a heads-up play by Resilience.
Yeah, and then the attempted arrow as well to maybe turn things back around, but it's not enough. New Centaur just rolls through. Yeah, sometimes you forget about the Centaur. What can you do? Nice tank of the Sharpshooter as well, trying to keep Collapse alive. Forced them to go high ground, but it didn't
Back
happen.
in the real world. Muerta is going to be found here.
Oh, you get the ulti off.
Well,
Soul Ring? So Essence Ring, you know.
I mean, it's some good damage there. He's dying to the Maledict. Almost enough, and New comes in and finishes him. I mean, look.
Oh, the shot.
It's a really good Muerta game. It's kind of nuts. And now they find Yadro able to dodge away. Winter's Curse onto the Tidehunter, doing good damage there too. They have enough to kill him off. This is a bold play. New jumps forward, finds the stun. Yadro hurting. Root connects on to both. The Remnant through. Oh, it's pretty. They make the move. Team Resilience.
Oh, Collapse finds a blink out somehow.
I don't even know how that happens. Apparently just not enough damage from the Hoodwink, but still, they lose them where to take 3 in turn.
I mean, the Drought just going down again. I don't even know if he cast a spell. Died.
Crazy, crazy series so far. Resilience showing that they're not pushovers. I mean, again, this is a team with the whole region, the weight of it on their back. You know, trying to have a representative from China, and then this happens. Can the Heart out-regen the Maledict?
I'd say yes.
I think it's looking like it's... Oh,
that had to be close. That had to be close. All right, wasn't that close.
Get a raindrop.
You know what? That might be a good spell, guys. Maledict did 1,788 damage with all that heart regen.
Still, a interesting conundrum that we find ourselves in. Like, what do you think you need to be doing now on Spirit? It feels like every move they're making is kind of falling apart.
I think Aegis is like crazy good for both teams right now. Okay. Especially for Resilience. If you can get an Aegis on top of, I'd say either the Ember or the Muerta, but mostly the Muerta. Like, it just kind of invalidates the Ravage, you know?
Yeah.
If you have the Aegis on her, so that's what I would be hoping for. And likewise on the other side, you've seen Yadro just get blown up over and over again, and Aegis would be super helpful, but more importantly, I think you need to remove it from the side of Resilience. As Planet's gonna find Collapse, but he's out.
Second late there. Stiller. Planet's still on the hunt, hoping to get him as he retreats back to the jungle.
Meanwhile, Not Me is down to the bottom side of the map, just trying to farm himself up into that well-loved Mirana Agnums. He's not even doing that. He is just roaming, actually.
The Wyvern ults have been very good, and they've been playing around it quite well too. Like waiting and getting that stomp.
She might get the career. Oh, not gonna find it. Almost found the blink from the Mirana, or the blink for the Wyvern coming out.
ISR. Into the pit they go. Team Spirit, are they going to give it to him?
They have Moonlight in 45, so not much you can do.
Arrow does land, so they know this is happening.
He's got 2 leaps and a dream.
Listen, not me. This is what happens. You play these Rubik matches, you get some sleight of fists.
I think it was Ducalis who said, like, you always know that they're going to do something at the Roach Pit.
Yes.
Every single time. Well, they lose their Wyvern to pick up 2 supports on the Dire. Laurel being chased down here. Has a ABTP.
I mean, he's going to have to use it if he wants to get out of here. The BKB comes out, drops down a fireball, and will TP away now. Not the way you'd like to use your BKB right there.
No, not ideal.
Tower is under attack.
Pro getting very farmed, top net worth in the game, has a BKB. So a lot of those earlier kills that happen, less likely to be able to work. But a Winner's Curse could still really, you know, mess him up, because you can layer the stun on top of the curse, and then he doesn't get the BKB off.
Yeah, it's really been a LARPing game of being an elf in the woods this time for Yadaro. He's just a sad elf roaming the forest looking for gold, trying to stay relevant. He is top of the board still, to his credit, but he's like constantly just on, like, I would say on the hunt, but he's the hunted. He's hunting neutrals while being hunted by the entirety of Resilience. Now's the TP on out of here.
BKB done for the Muerta too.
Vessel for the Witch Doctor. He had a Vlad's queued up, which I thought was kind of interesting.
SR underneath the ward. And they blow him up. It's not really the best target, but Planet, that's a good one. And now they get the silence. BKB out the turn, the stomp! He didn't get anything off! Valero backing away. The rest of the heroes caught up alive. And he's surviving through it. The hits now onto Laurel. YSR gets lifted up in the Yules, but New is doing so much on this Centaur. Echoes dodges for the moment, but the cast! Oh, it's a good cast, and that's Aegis down. They bought back on the Mirana. Arrow coming in. It goes in a little bit early, though, and now the stomp is there. The dead shot into the bushwhack. Oh, it's pretty as they find and kill that Drow again. Not me. Nowhere to go. Collapse. You're next. As they hunt it down, Planet has looked insane this game.
Planet going crazy, and Mew as well. Man, the kiting and the spacing in that fight to find his total play to jump back in. Witch Doctor to 1267 Deborah Spirit. The double stuns coming up from them, absolutely ridiculous. Centaur healing, yeah, just a casual. You know, Heart pretty good. Yeah, so a really hard hero to bring down if he can bob in and out of these fights. And the Spirit Vessel, it almost worked, right? Like against where it says it's a classic. It wasn't strong enough to shut her down this time. A 9K lead now growing up here for Resilience. I still don't understand how Planet lived. That was unreal.
Kind of insane. And again, you know, this is one of those moments now where, oh God, did you go too far? ZZQ nearby. Task. They turn, they try and hit. He's taking a lot of Maledict damage. You're going to pay for that one, but the Cold Embrace is there. The Force Staff to back away. Resilience. It's clean Dota.
It really is. And after this level 20 talent, you know, only 35 seconds of downtime for your ulti is kind of crazy on Muerta.
And the other thing about this too, right? Like you look back at these other teams out of the China region that have been eliminated. Oh wait, they dropped down a ward. They know. Oh no, Yadaro.
Action.
Oh, looking. They have it. Dust is out. A good gust onto 4, and they decide they don't want to be here anymore. So they're going to lose the Hoodwink. A little bit baited right there. Yeah, they're not going to get the ward, but they'll manage to get out. But what I was going to say is that, like, amongst the China region, you had, like, all these players. You had that interview with FY where they're like, what's your happiest time at TI? And it was like TI4, my first time on the big stage. And, like, a lot of these players out of Resilience were not playing Dota at that time. The majority of them started around 2018, 2019, and have kind of been slowly building up, but getting almost, you know, gate kept out, not like just because they're so strong.
Yeah.
And now they're finally getting an opportunity here to make it onto the main stage. If they can take down Spirit, it's still a big ask.
Yeah, partly the product of having a TI in China in 2019.
Yes.
Very likely, you know?
Yeah.
Building a lot of hype and momentum for the region. So if they can manage to fight back in this series and claim a spot on the main stage
by taking out Spirit,
it would be quite poetic.
See if they can do it. They managed to pick up the Tormentor from Planet. Still need to, if they're going to do it, start by winning this game. And there's a very farmed Drow Ranger getting into that Silver Edge.
Considerations, I'm sure, towards another Aegis before they really want to start pushing into anything too serious once again. Yeah, what else? I mean, Echoes. He's going for the Shiva's Guards next. Ag, Shiva's Guard, the two items for going high ground on Ember. Obviously, the Refresher is also amazing, but these are the two big ones where you're just you're giving this giant boost to the vision for your whole team, and it makes everything else easier to engage into, particularly when you have a blinking Wyvern on your team. In terms of the Hoodwink, Planet still has to just play out on the outskirts. No mobility items is going in towards the Lotus to help in some of these engagements.
It's the stun, Yules to slow it down. Now trying to get out of there, they get the Gust. Echoes pops the BKB, still standing tall, willing to run for more if they need to.
It's a risky hero to commit on the Witch Doctor like that. It forces out the BKB because he's always just willing to jump into the ward.
Spirit are sticking around. New, a little bit vulnerable. YSR, Laurel up on the high ground. They drop down a ward, jump, stun, find Planet. New, keeping the Drow out for now. Laurel hitting into and trying to kill and will take down that Hoodwink. But now Mirana caught. Another Gust, no, catch though. Ember's in trouble, they're getting stunned, he's dead. Oh no, have they gone a bit too far? Ethereal bound, but still doing enough damage to the ulti arrow, just barely off the mark, and Yadro standing too tall, hits onto all of them, manages to take 4.
That was a tactically genius maneuver there. Like, having the sentries down like that, giving them the confidence to make that maneuver inside the Moonlight Shadow was nuts. They just sit around them. And, like, Resilience, you can see they were kind of ready, right? Like, they're backing up their Centaur, but they get into a position where Yadro gets to do what he's been trying to do this entire game and take over a fight. And the buyback, the plays there from Rue, very nice, that cask.
That right there again, the Gust.
This whole setup is crazy.
Yes.
Laurel blinks in, he gets Planet, who's been a big problem. Insane BKB by YSR, because I think he was close enough for the AoE. He survives long enough, but the curse is just defensive, right? Doesn't catch anyone else, and then this cask.
Yeah, made all the difference.
Yep.
And obviously, a nice play to be able to come on in, get a couple of return kills, but this was going to be a bloodbath no matter what. Showing up at the perfect time.
All right, how fast is the Roche? Oh, almost as long as it could be.
Wow.
Bad news for Spirit. Could have been crazy if it was a very early spawn. But all the waves pushed out here, it might have been very easy for them. But nonetheless, they get a big gold boon to their team. Got a very quick silver edge here, as you can see from Yadro. What do they have to just try and, like, blow up this Ember now?
I mean, it's the BKB is still going to be the big problem. So, like, it feels like that baiting out of the BKB, if they can do that and then fighting afterwards, is the way they want to go.
I wonder if he should go Lincolns instead of Shivas on the Ember.
Yeah.
No. It could be a consideration here. Because, like, the Shivas, again, is so good, like, for helping out your team and giving the vision and obviously just boosting your overall damage and everything, but if he has a Lincolns, he feels kind of unkillable.
Right.
Sometimes you gotta take a little risk.
And this is the type of games that Spirit has won so many times. where they hold out until they get their items, get them capable of fighting, and then suddenly they go in. An idea of what he wants.
You have a Centaur Aghanims finished up, I believe, once the use Courier respawns. So
Okay.
yeah, it is. It's go time with the saves at this point. Obviously, Muerta already very difficult to bring down. Combo that with the Centaur, who's then going to be possibly parading her through your team. Rather dangerous.
I think that there is still, like, you know, the Hide Hunter Shard to catch and make that a little bit less good. You know, you're going to need to save your BKB for sure for the save. BKBs are just everything in this game. Speed for Drow almost at 25. And working towards that Daedalus. ISR sees the creeps die. Good vision over there for Spirit. Dead shot, now a smoke up from Spirit.
Scanning for enemies.
Again, the context here, Roche is not up. Both teams think that it could be. And it's still going to be a long enough period of time that any fight win is going to be into the Roche immediately afterwards. Smoke on smoke. Watching for the BKBs, how they're used. Watching for the save from the Centaur, how that's used. No buybacks. Jump forward finds nobody. Nobody at all. Echoes is still out there. Gets that BKB. No, he got stunned. He didn't use it.
They don't have to fight right now.
Yeah. They can't all in on him because of the Wyvern behind him.
All right, so now there's no BKB on the DK. They're willing to chase. Big remnants dancing out here. Oh, collapse. He blinks into them.
Jumps forward. That's BKB from him. Slight dodge to get away from it. No arrow follow-up, but he's caught for the moment. He's going to need the BKB soon. ISR jumps in. They get him. Slightly slowed down and broken, and the Stampede forward finds the Witch Doctor. Good damage there. He's gone. Laurel completely isolated now as they take down Collapse.
Oh, they're picking him apart.
It's a little bit weird, but it doesn't matter. They still find the 4 kills they needed.
Yeah, they managed to find the break there again with the sharpshooter on the Hoodwink. And no opportunity for that turnaround play. Taking out the Witch Doctor is so good because they know he bought back in that last big fight. So there's no chance of him getting back in. Now, they're not even thinking about Roche. They're thinking about hitting some buildings. Dotaro going in behind, finds a couple bounty runes.
So far away from buyback gold for...
Yeah, I was just looking as well. If it could get collapsed to some buyback gold, maybe, but...
Is Yadro going to go try and steal Roche while they're doing
He's just
this?
grabbing waves. I mean, he gets spotted by the sentry.
Makes sense.
Courier gets saved. Nice play.
Oh,
buddy.
Onto him. Obviously held onto his BKB.
And there is no curse.
Trying to run. I mean, this is a lot of space created. This is very nice.
The mid-racks.
That's true. You're not wrong there. Still on the hunt. Find Not Me. He tries to get out. Remnants up. He goes down. Sleight of fist off the mark.
Oh, no way.
Listen, Echoes. There's some sketchy stuff going on, but New is there to clean up.
Centaur sense, apparently. All right, 1 minute till Roche is going to move. Pretty safe for them to walk into the pit right now.
Takes the chance on marksmanship. And 39 minutes in, it's an 11K gold lead. Resilience have looked like a significantly better team, having a solid draft. And the question is, do they have what it takes to close this one out? It's Team Spirit. Definitely swung over the past little while there.
Yeah, they got to be a little bit cautious. Going into a Ravage, into the cast.
I mean,
a big old arrow.
It's easy to go high ground when everybody's dead, but like, what do you do at this point? How do you approach going high ground against Drow?
Farm the map.
Okay.
All this can be yours.
That's right.
Simply let the enemy hide upon their base.
You wait 20 more minutes, you get new neutral items.
I mean,
even better.
That's pretty exciting. For now, though, they have an Aegis. They would like to use it.
Yes. Star takes out that wave. Getting that gunslinger chance up. nice as well. Rana, playing a little bit far forward, is underneath Sentry Ward. Let's see if they are able to get that obs taken out too or not.
Yeah, just trying to find some sort of a vision advantage they could have when they try to start sieging.
I mean, I will say, I think this is, like, for a lot of other teams, you'd be like, oh, they're in a great spot, everything's chill, everything's good, and I think that is definitely true for Resilience. But there's something about playing against Spirit in these late game scenarios where they make craziness happen. They make you make mistakes. They wait for that one moment for you to overextend, and then they punish.
Oh, is this it?
Could this be that moment?
Are they forcing this though?
They're thinking about it.
Dude, this is into an Aegis. I don't know. You can't Ravage to start.
They're gonna Remnant in. Remnant forward, find everybody. Echoes revealing the map. Onto YSR, good hits. Forces him away, now the Bushwhack. Do they bite on this? The Centaur mini one stomp onto Collapse. They end it.
Still nearly 3 minutes left on this Aegis. There's no reason to force this. You're also very low on Remnants right now on the Emperor.
Did they use Banner?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
So they took that one out. Spirit, nicely done.
Aeon does finish here for ZZQ. For the safety in these engagements.
Goes not with the team, does have a Remnant out though. Going in very rapidly. Jump forward, stomp. Big hit, half HP already. Almost completely dead. Laurel is gone. Ravage to try and salvage. They get a good stun actually on the Echoes, but the BKB comes out, and that's the end of it. Curse, not where they wanted it. They're going to take down that anchor, but still manage to find that Witch Doctor kill. So with 2 down, surely now Resilience can make a move.
Even stuns them right next to a tree for another follow-up there from Planet. Go and grab a couple creep waves. Eating mangoes into their Muerta. Here will be Dragon Fruit, I feel like.
That's fair.
A lot of Dragon Fruit being passed around right here.
It's on the YSR. The YSR gets out. Now, Dual Scepter, stun. Good hit with the Maledict down with the Cold Embrace new. He just lives through it all. Rue already super low. Echoes on top of him, finds that kill. They do manage to burn through the Muerta. Wait a minute now. There is no Ravage, but do they have enough to do anything to any of these other heroes? No more BKB to the side. Good BKB from Yadro. He lives through it. New backs away, but now the ulti out from Muerta. They got to live through this one on Spirit. There are no buybacks on these other heroes. It is Yadro versus the world. And Resilience, I think, are the ones that are coming away with this one with the victory. Unless Spirit can come up with some huge answers.
I mean, the creep waves are crashing into the bottom lane at the same time. Yadro's going to try and deal with it.
A tough time indeed. As they move down for another set of racks. Team Resilience holding again the hopes of the region on their shoulders. They buy back now on Collapse. Laurel to the side, jump forward, stun. Not where they needed it. Yadro caught the 1-3, it's there, and he goes down. Does have buyback, they're gonna need to use it immediately. Laurel trying to get out of there. They don't have it, they don't have anything. The Winter's Curse onto Collapse. Stops any extra aggression. And as they have the jump forward stun from New, Yadro caught another Bushwhack. Planet has looked amazing this game. They will get back into the fountain with Drow. Meanwhile, though, YSR actually took a ton of damage. Started to die to the combination of not me. They actually, are they holding? Oh man.
Hey, they're gonna play it safe and back it up.
That's a crazy hold.
Get some heals. The problem is everything just comes back up pretty soon.
Yeah.
Doesn't take a whole lot for them to be ready to go once more here on the side of Resilience. But Yadro, essentially, you know, he did save the world for now.
Yes.
With the help of his friends, they'll get one more theoretical shot here.
And understanding the assignment, yeah, plus 40, there we go. There's a little bit of a difference right there. He's queuing up the rate here. And a Midas at 45 minutes for Collapse. He understands the assignment as well.
How does the math work on that?
160 gold at a time. Don't worry, guys, we got this.
Dire
That is the most optimistic like purchase I have ever seen in Dota.
There's like Vlad's, you know, if you have an item that you're like, all right, maybe we can just bought for the first time on this year's tournament. Shocking.
That's awesome.
I mean, he could like buy a helm to like skip waves and make more gold.
Ooh, okay, Stomp now finds not me, and they pop the ulti from the Muerta. Dead on Mirana, no buyback. Arl already has used the DK form. There's the Yule Scepter lift up. No arrow, obviously. But Muerta gonna slowly hit these buildings, bring them on down. Root jumps forward, stun. ISR hit, good damage out actually. And the card is gonna keep him alive for the moment. Stunned on the DK, he still gets away. YSR need a good chunk of damage there. They're gonna stampede to back out. Or maybe go in. Okay, still controlling onto Laurel.
Midas is back in 10 seconds.
Hey, big.
Yep.
I mean, they're not dead yet. Team Spirit hanging on. They're hanging out just like off the edge of a cliff on a root that's sticking out. May or may not come detached soon.
I don't know. The Observer's trying to send us a message about something. I just can't figure it out, though. What do you think?
I don't know. It's weird.
It could be anything.
Wow. It could take up a lot.
Probably
of
had like
screen.
a ball of crystals to see what they meant.
All right, listen. Lautaro gets Rapier, gets amp damage.
Oh, the amp damage.
Buy time. Ember just scouting, but they get it. Mega creeps. Felt like a foregone conclusion. Listen. They are now unshackled from the chains of having to defend that barracks, Trent. They're free to roam wherever they want to. And there it is.
All right.
All right, let's go. Oh, it's time.
That's right. Well, I mean, the good news, the amplified damage is found. The bad news, it is not by Yatoro.
True. He's got a bottle. Wants to. He's going to leave that behind for YSR.
Oh, boy. No, they're not going to fight in their base.
I like this call. They got to get something.
Midas up in 10 seconds. All right, smoke pop ready here from
He did not bottle it.
Okay.
Reported.
You know what? He can't handle it right now.
They're smoked up as well. Takes out the vision. Laurel up front and center. ISR now hitting Yatoro, gets two-shot, almost dead. Gets back into the base. And now New thinking about a blink forward, finds him there. Drow is so low HP. Laurel is dead. They're losing heroes left, right, and center. They're going to get the leash onto the Ember for just a moment. He needs to heal back up before he can come into this fight.
Silver edging back out. Got his rapier.
Trying to find the right angle. How much damage can he do to New?
He needs to get like 6 protractors out right now. He needs a really good angle.
I don't know if this is... Oh, and there it is. The stomp. They find him. On to the Drow. The Winter's Curse is there. The Boomerang. Everything dropped. There's going to be the Ravage. Yatoro is dead. We are going to a game number 3 as Resilience pull it back and take down Team Spirit.
Oh, that was a well-played game, man. The bounce back from some of these players in this one. You know what? They said in the interview, one of the reasons why they call themselves Resilience, they're hoping to gain some resilience because they find that when the game gets a little bit later, they tend to falter a little bit and they want to be stronger there.
Well,
they got some strength in this series.
If they can keep that resilience going into a game 3, Team Spirit looking for answers. Let's see if they can find it. But first, back to the panel.
Love to see it. We got ourselves a series on our hands. I think a couple people were maybe a little bit worried after game number 1 that it would fizzle out for Team Resilience, but no such.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Jeez.
Anyway, so that was an Orchid on
Yes.
the TB.
A sick
because he has gone for the blink and into the Pharasma. He already has the Mystic Staff. That is the life that he's leading.
Yep.
So he has chosen to smash through the window with the Pharasma.
Okay.
And we'll see if it works for him.
Bold choice, Scott. Yeah. Stun, out, follow-up, arrow, good. They're crashing through the window, Trent. It's happening.
That's one.
Oh, man. Okay, okay. These little scrappy fights. Listen, if Resilience can somehow manage to come away with this with a victory, they will have earned it, because this Team Spirit lineup is looking solid. Good moves all around. Yadro picks up that Orchid, finds the kill onto the puck. We're working now towards... I thought he was going to be going in for the Aghanims, but...
I just hear an Orchid and
yes.
death.
Even with the Greaves, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess they were still in CD. I'll do it.
And, I mean, now it really is that kill with the Underlord, right?
Yeah.
Ataro's just yanking people. Nobody's ganking him.
No, they certainly are. The Terrorblade is not in any sort of terror. He's certainly the one who causes the terror in this one.
ISR is still growing larger and larger, but in terms of what he's been able to do in this game, it's been a little bit suspect.
I feel like they're wandering on some of these heroes on Resilience. They're just like looking for creeps, trying to harvest some gold, trying to find something, trying to find purpose. This is often what it looks like when you're in a match versus an Aegis like this, because you know you can't force the fight. That even if you have some tools that you could maybe see a moment that looks like it's just about to be fruitful,
yeah,
it gives you the seed of doubt. But at least they got the 1 kill on Laurel. That was good.
Yeah. Well, and also you got the Aghanim Scepter now done for the Pangos. So the team fight potential is pretty high on Resilience if they can find the right initiation angles.
Yadro just tearing through this tower, backed up by Ruin, not me.
Top tower has fallen.
Getting closer and closer to having a done Scotty.
Yeah, man, he's so tanky. And they could even potentially stick around for the Wisdom if they wanted to.
Radiant's top tower is
Nice Shadow comes out.
For BKB. So they're gonna really need a chain stun to make this work.
Alright, Neo. What do you got?
Burn the mana, blink away.
Where are you going?
Not a bad decision. Closer to the 28-minute Wisdoms. They do see Mirana on a ward up on the top side. And Planet, see if they decide to go in for him. Yeah. So, Mirana.
How good are your jukes?
Deep lead. Not gonna happen. Do a little bit of damage before she's gone.
Can't go through there while rooted anymore. Big buffed Underlord.
There you go. That does set up for 2 Wisdoms at the very least. With some small wins where they can find them. New, after getting Aghanims, is going in for the Shiva's Guard next also. Only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Spirit not wanting to overextend themselves, waiting for the right moment. This right here would be a pretty devastating kill if they could get it. They're gonna find New, 4 staff trying to keep him alive. Now they move forward, Echoes got him caught with the silence. There's no follow-up to this.
And you can see they can't even threaten the coil or anything.
Yeah. There's not enough damage. They do not have the Terrorblade answer. They're gonna need a Requiem. They're gonna need you know, a Pango ulti, and he's still got so much armor.
They're playing for the big fight. Like, they're going for the BKB on the puck. They're going for they have the BKB on the SF and 2,800 gold. YSR is trying to figure out what the heck do I buy to give us a chance in this game. And it's like, is it Blink? I wonder if is what he's thinking.
Right.
Like, do I have to... I feel like that might be it, to be honest. Like, what is the save potential? There is a shard on the Rubik. There's a glimmer.
But if you blink Requiem, Nami's gonna get caught in that too. Most like, although, who knows? He might steal the Requiem. I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah.
He's got 3,000 gold. He's gonna run right into Nami. Turns.
Oh, he's trying to micro his way out of this one.
No, it's not gonna happen. He's just got BKB. It was a cool move.
Yeah.
Not the way you want to spend that BKB.
Planet gets found here.
Laurel right on him.
He's tanking these Fiend Gates.
Yeah. They just keep dropping him down. Laurel finds himself another kill. This lead is starting to grow. Resilience starting to feel their hopes of moving on here at TI slipping through their fingers unless they can pull something together. Spirit are not giving them that option.
Oh, it's a very firm grip, and they have some tricky tactics here from Resilience. They have these very deep observer wards that have been spotting some of the couriers, so like they know where some of the heroes are moving to because of that. That's helping them to dodge about. I mean, you think about Echoes. He spent this entire time building this BKB against the TB Orchid, the Ember, and the Underlord Aghanims, and he didn't die.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive, frankly.
Yeah. Somebody has to die, but he was making sure it wasn't him.
That's right. All right, they're gonna go for a kill here on to they missed the silence.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Moonlight Shadow, they got him. YSR found.
The detection though. Just trust.
Oh, they got him. He walked back into it. No.
I mean, there's a gem on the Ember. He was dead.
Oh man.
Yeah. His BKB was on cooldown too, so.
That's a backbreaker right there. Yeah. Zeke out. I mean, okay, I guess it depends.
All right, Laurel, maybe forces BKB, we're thinking?
They're trying to at the very least. Seeing if they can do it. Oil is down and BKB used.
They're trying to grab every wave they can. Hey, the big item of Little Friends is done for the Ench. Pretty powerful tool. Undispellable root for up to 6 seconds. Kind of crazy.
Can see the issue there. That's just in time to roll off and will not manage to get the amp damage. That Roche has respawned.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds.
Okay. The amplify damage terribly, heading to Roche.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
All right, speedrun. Someone start the live split. Go!
Yeah, this is, it will roar. They're not going to be able to come and contest this.
Yeah,
you know, it's funny.
A little Orchid, some Solar Crest.
We keep saying, like, man, if this happens, it's going to be really bad for Resilience, and then it keeps happening over and over and over again.
New 80% record. Gaudero slaying Roche.
Got it quick. Dang sure. That double queued up Aghanim Scepter, understanding the assignment.
Yep. Ags for Echoes, maybe. Yeah, he's going for it. Get that courier home safely. I mean, it all sets up for the rapier, right?
Hey,
that's what we're here for.
We're waiting. When the time comes, he'll have it. Surely. Going in for the Lotus. Trying to help out some of his teammates there. Yeah, this game firmly in Team Spirit's hands. It's not insurmountable, but this type of play right here is what's so scary.
I mean, he's level 24, Lyrical.
I know, it's a problem. Planet is getting chased down now. Manages to get a Tormentor.
He's like, there's two of them chasing me. Why are we losing our base? Guys, what's happening?
Honestly, it'd be nice for them to be able to catch a couple of heroes here.
All right, where's the little friend?
The roll, backing around. Finds Yadro, bouncing back and forth on these supports. They managed to find Echoes. Has to pop his EKB. That feels bad.
He just needs to run.
Oh, God. He's got to get out of there. Just got to escape. And I don't know if he's going to be able to. Oh, the silence, the run, the lift is back, and now he's got him caught. He's going to be able to go for the jaunt. Needs to double back the other direction. In the meantime, Yadro is taking their base.
Right. He blinks up.
Echoes, no TP. Oh, man. And Not Me is just on his case. Oh, after him.
Oh, he got the phase. He was just insta-spamming, hoping he'd get something else.
I mean, it's all falling apart. Brazilians are feeling the pressure coming their way as Team Spirit.
The voice lines are beginning. They're feeling it.
They know what's coming. 60 seconds, no Pango. Look at that building damage.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is not a lot on the side of Team Resilient.
Viral not helping the team. I know Ember's bad at hitting towers, but he doesn't even try.
I mean, they're going to send in Terrorblade Illusions from the Enchantress, but strongest hero in the game, and it's dying almost instantly.
But the little friends.
Not looking good.
Little friends.
Some good punches in there. Yadro actually forces out the Sunder. A few more with the force step forward. Maybe a chance of hope and dream. Yes. That's one. And they get another. ISR not feeling super great about it.
There's the coil.
Now they get him. No more Sunder. Stolen coil. That's not good for them either. But do they have the damage onto Laurel trying? They get him with the root. Okay, the little friends, but BKB pops, and that's off of him now. All right, do manage to take Not Me out. Echoes saying they are not done yet. TP out from Underlord. They managed to burn through the Aegis. They get a kill.
Root takes the Shrine of Wisdom as he TPs out.
Yeah.
A painful one. So, yeah, they get the Aegis, they get the Rubik, but they lose their top set of racks. That Aegis just too much for them to deal with.
Feels like they needed a Terrorblade answer.
Yeah, they put a lot of faith in the puck. I mean, the puck has been fine in terms of like the matchup and everything, but I believe with the allies that you already had in the draft, you had no way to accelerate your puck in the game through kills. It was just like, oh, I'm an annoying hero that will be hard to kill, and I'll be like splitting the map and not getting caught. Right. And I can buy some time, but time for what?
Time for what, indeed. Puck. They catch him and kill him here.
Because you see, Lyrical, it wasn't even a closed door I ran through. It was never supposed to open. It wasn't a window that could ever open. You see?
Team Spirit is inevitable. That's what you're telling me.
They needed to choose a different path. I needed to choose a different path.
I feel like you're going through something here, man. You're having realizations about life, which it seems like Resilience probably needed to have themselves about life, as YSR is going to have to TP out. But look at these right clicks, him spraying in, almost dies instantly.
No, but you see, the lesson is, Lyrical, that there was no viable path, yet I made one anyway.
I see.
So it's actually a story of hope.
They need more resilience. That's what I'm hearing from you.
They just need to force it.
They got to get the resilience going. A smoke up now. There's no BKB on SF. But can they catch some of these heroes off guard? Is there a chance for a pickoff? Something weird to happen.
I mean, that's a lot of friends. They're not very little either.
Jump in, Coil, good hit, but there's no detection. They got him now. Leech, good damage out with the roll from New. That's going to be two supports almost dead. All right, Not Me gets the blink away. He's dead, though. Now New retreats back with no more supports. Can they kind of pull these Team Spirit cores apart? Thinking about it with the silence, that's pretty dang good. That's enough to take down Enchantress.
Yadro, godlike on Terrorblade. I've seen this before.
ISR caught. Does have the Manta, still hanging onto that Hurricane Pipe. Level 25 on that at Terrorblade. ISR tries to back out. Now the Lotus keeping him alive for now. Requiem, anything? No, he's gone. And with the death of YSR, the death of the puck, it is looking like Team Spirit are going to be able to run this one down. Catches them all with the Fiend's Gate. Planet off to the side, tries to make an escape. Not going to happen. That is going to be another one down. Team Spirit, previous champions, wanting to find themselves another opportunity of it. They are moving on to the main event. as they take down the last set of racks. There's a buyback, some hope, some chance, trying to keep them alive. But eyes on the prize, eyes on the throne. Yadaro hits the Ancients. And GG is called Team Spirit. They're going to the main event.
He knows they fought hard. He had a smile on his face as they're typing it out there. Amazing work in game 2 to give them a chance.
Finish up the next round of items. They're killing the split push potential top, though no one's even there. Game reach ready. Find one of these damage dealers at some point, toss them in, and then look for a big wyvern. They're not in a rush. Very methodical this game. Respecting what the Tiny can do. Aegis still up for a minute 30. Want to send it down that last lane. Level 20 for the Tide with the Octarine, so he has all the Gush talents online. 5 seconds there for the cooldown. Pretty brutal spell to fight into here. You can't bring this Tide Hunter down early on.
Almost cost Bade there. 1 minute left on the Aegis. Yeah, you could get a toss back on him. Oh my god, he's so slowed down by the Silver Ace. They got the toss back on him though. BCM ain't pretty deep here. Can RCY get out? Here is dicing up the back line. It's already killed Speed. They roar him, but with the BKB, they couldn't do much to him. RCY was left behind as the team was trying to deal with Cure. Avalanche on 2, immediately hexed up by Ari. And with the stuns coming in, they terrorize, trying to bail out Ghost. The Ravage is going to hold all these heroes into place. RCY with a buyback won't be able to accomplish much. They'll chase him all the way back into the fountain where Ghost, where's the toss? Got hit by an Earth Spike now. Raptor Dance, Pure's trying to stay ahead of these toss backs, and he's going to do so successfully. They get the Megas. Nobody's tossed into the fountain.
They dodged their own fountain dive throw, you know?
They did.
Oh, they just can't find anything. So difficult with this Tide Hunter on the front line. All right, toss him in.
Got him, but couldn't keep him there. Easily cleansed off. Great Winter's Curse. That'll kill Whitemon pretty quickly, but unfortunately they kill Whitemon too quickly, because once they're done killing him, they kill the rest of Gamer Leech. Elimination, and that is it. Gamer Legion out of TI, and Iron Wing will go to playoffs.
A nice birth for them. I think
Team Yandex's turn to ban.
And make these aggressive plays, good or bad. And Watson as well is one of these like very hyper aggressive carries, and that also ties into the supports. How are the supports the guy getting into these guys, and how are the off laners picking strong lanes so they can kind of enable their carries to rotate to them? But again, the focal point is on these carries, and how early can you pick the carries, or how late do you want them?
Watson is also, Yuma is one of those carries that throughout this season as well, we've seen a lot of growth in him even rotating mid, not just the gate. He is one of the most mobile carries, and it reminds me of very TI-10 Yatoro days, right? When he was doing that key, it's like, okay, now this is becoming more of a staple of a Yuma playstyle too. But we're going to focus up on our game number 1 draft here, because despite both of these teams, a lot of different players having unique heroes for themselves, you can't look past what's been winning the game right now, what is in the current meta and what has felt a little bit broken. And Earth Spirit being the first pick for Yandex, and a Centaur is LGD's response.
It's really surprising to me that Earth Spirit is making it through these first phase bans as much as it is. I mean, this hero has just been such a menace this tournament. The amount of magic damage coming out of Magnetize, the mobility. He's an easy vessel buyer, where this is a meta where heavy regen is so valuable. It's shocking to me how much we're seeing. This year.
I don't think I've seen a hero.
So I'm pointing at the 2 off-lane wins that has happened. I don't think we've been privy enough to get to catch that on the mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, this is a flexible hero. Like, you want to have the flexibility between like multiple roles if possible, and we've seen mostly the flex to position 4 even prior to TI. I don't think I've seen a game where Earth Spirit had a bad game. Like, he always has impact, even if he's shut down in the lane, even if he's playing into some matchups that he doesn't like to play into, because this has been a hero to beat coming into TI, but we're still seeing high impact in every single game.
I do believe the bans are very hard getting to the stage of the tournament. Nature's Prophet has almost felt unbeatable in a lot of the games, especially when you put into the hands of like Satanics, Watsons. These guys are so good at the hero and the aggression. It's like you don't want to give it up. The tree as well, I would not want to give it up. And then Cheer Jr. is probably the best invoker, I would say right now in the tournament at least. And so it's like those are kind of 3 of your bans locked in. And then now it's like, sure, there's the question of Keeper of the Light versus the Earth Spirit. Keeper of the Light just makes a game that's even almost impossible to win with all the sustain. So maybe Earth Spirit's more of an idea of like, sure, this guy's very strong, but we can pick something to beat it. It's showing a core as well early, and we can respond to it. In my opinion, this is a Centaur mid, just because we've seen it before as a response to Earth Spirit, and it's done well. I know Gamer Legion has done this, and RCY was solo killing Earth Spirits with the Centaur, and if someone is going to play Centaur, I would not be surprised it's Thompson.
True. Yeah, he didn't play it yet. He has very interesting hero pool. Like, he's bringing new stuff to the table as well. He's playing Dragon Knight, Gyrocopter, Troll against these certain heroes. He is playing this Troll against rushing Aghanims, against Ember Spirit, against Darkseer. There's like a lot. Like, he is the most creative Dota player that we probably ever had.
12 heroes in 13 games or something like that. Pretty much, he's repeated hero once this entire tournament. And
Which one was it?
I think it was the
Dragon Knight.
Okay.
Oh, so not even the broken one.
No. Yeah, just the hero that Thompson brought to the tournament.
I want to say I feel like that hero is kind of a bait. Like, it's being picked more ever since he was the first to pick it in the tournament, and then people have been picking it more and more, and it doesn't look that good, and they're all copying his build.
Yes.
It's like everyone. There was a quote. Someone was like, "Everyone's been watching Thompson stream." I believe it was like EWC, and I feel like it's the same thing here. It's like everyone's just watching the Thompson games and looking at his builds, and they're like, I could do that too.
I could buy Link and BKB.
Yeah, he's buying the fun items. He's going, he's rushing this overwhelming Blink. The Shivas, he is going for Octarine Core Shard, this build on Dragonite, which in theory, it looked very good. It's not bad. It's very good, like slowing the attack speed, having the bigger AoE on top of that. And I like this Witch Doctor a lot. I think Witch Doctor is very, very good in this meta. It secures you the lane because you are maxing out the heal as well on top of the Maledict. You're putting 1 point in Coconut. It's very good against all of these tanky heroes, whether this is going to be the Centaur. Most likely we are going to be seeing this Centaur in the mid lane. There are options to be picked up. We saw Viper as a being response to Witch Doctor in the lane. We saw Team Spirit picking up Dead Prophet in the lane as well, having a little bit of extra sustain, and here it comes. The reason why I love this build is because it slows you down down so much. It's like damage over time, disables your blink. It's the attack speed slow, the combination between Shiva's and the overwhelming blink. It works real nicely, and also the AoE, like this bit of a newer build. It's 120 with his ability. It goes up to 180 with level 25 talent, and they are playing the longer games on top of that. Plus, you're getting 75 extra on top of that with Shiva's. So it's just gonna be gigantic ball of fire, pretty much.
I love this Enigma pick. Whisper, such a menace on this hero. I mean, you have the 2 silences from Kez and Earth Spirit, so until he gets BKB, Black Hole may not be too much of a factor, but Whisper, he can dominate his lane, open up the safe lane tower, rotate to that mid tower. He has a couple different builds you can do with Helm Dom or Drum.
Yeah, but is this the
AJ Enigma maybe?
Oh,
I would say, is it who's he laning with to dominate the lane? Is it going to be a Centaur 4? Sure, we have seen
could be, yeah.
the KJ Enigma, but to me that doesn't really feel.
That's last TI kind of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel in the meta because they're just stronger laning supports than him.
Yes.
That also have way easier to cast spells than the Black Hole. So I do think it has to be the off lane.
And there's possibility that Centaur is going to be played as a position 4.
Yeah, I would assume it's Centaur 4. Yuma also really likes Dragon Knight carry.
I was about to say, you don't ever see a realm where Dragon Knight gets shit.
It's possible, but with all the changes to Dragon Knight recently, he's definitely lost a lot of the carry potential. He's more... People are also building him this more like magic damage, pure tankiness build that you don't really do. You don't scale in terms of damage that easily. Like you're saying, the Octarine, the Shard, the Strength Blink. So I think it is most likely just a Centaur 4, and they're hoping to last pick a Life Stealer, which gets banned, but something along those lines, just carry that can do the damage for your whole team by itself.
Honestly, I've missed drafts like this that make my panel scratch their head a little bit and goes, there's still potential, even if things feel more straightforward.
If there was any team to do it, it's LGD. I mean, Thompson, again, 12 unique heroes out of 13 games, and I think Whisper even has 9 unique heroes out of 13 games. So it's not just Thompson that's, you know, bringing the versatility to this team.
Yandex on the other side, they're keeping things simple for them. They're not like really flexing. This is gonna be most likely Earth Spirit from the mid lane, keeping things simple with the laning partners as well. The Switch Doctor plus Kez, a lot of kill threat, the stacking damage with the Maledict, the overtime damage from his abilities. It is very deadly, and then having Underlord for DM, this has been his bread and butter pretty much ever since he started to play professional Dota, and it feels good, I would say. It's very good against the Centaur, against the Stampede, this like big AoE abilities, and also Kez loves to have heroes who go in first and provide some kind of a vision for him, and he does have 2 big bodies in front.
What about, I think they need a 4 for Yandex. This is not 4 that often, but I like the Bane here for them. It gives them a lot of setup for Earth Spirit to go in for the Underlord ult. It also gives them a grip cancel for the BKB Black Hole into the like mid to late game. So I think it fixes a lot of their issues. If you try to go for something more like in the Soxa route, it'd be like a Shadow Demon. But it doesn't really feel that good picking into the Centaur, especially if it's a support Centaur. It's like this guy's gonna be so comfortable ulting and just like getting them out. They do ban it, but I kind of like the Bane. It's not, you know, the most common 4, but it's a very strong here in the patch. Your 5 does provide a lot of damage with Witch Doctor, so it's okay to kind of have this more utility position for it.
I'd be okay with Shadow Demon because like you still get some value against the Stampede from the disruption. It's good against the save because they have the combo. Like it would break the combo with the Dragon Knight going in, you know, the arrow plus the Dragon Tail setup. Good against the Black Hole later on to have extra bit of a save, and it's anti-carry.
Because that's a different form of save.
Yeah, he does play it, but he did not play it.
Catching the Bane, it's like you can stun, you can hex, you can just go, and it's showing like they want to play this very, very quick 3-man ball with supports plus Earth Spirit, and at any time the Underlord can ult to give them backup. And now, probably assuming it's a Yuma last pick, you need to pick something, in my opinion, that is able to show up to these fights and hopefully force the Kez to show up, and if he doesn't, you outnumber them.
Do you think there's... I'm just thinking of Underlord Dominators. Do you think there's any potential for an Ursa or something along those lines?
He likes it a lot, and he's a very good Ursa. I just don't have that much faith in the hero.
I don't really believe in the hero per se, but...
I would think maybe Wind is something that he's played, is pretty aggressive. Gives him another stun with some arrow follow-up. It's not the greatest lane necessarily in Underlord, but I think with strong a support it could be good. But they take the Sven, which I guess presumably laning with the Mirana.
Yeah.
Gives them that stun as well, and gives them a bit more burst physical damage, I guess.
It's a lot of cleave. It's a lot of AoE that they do have on their side. I don't think he's gonna be like... It wasn't an easy last pick for them, but I also think that they wanted to have something that doesn't care once they go in with the BKB. You talked about the BKB Enigma. Sven, if he's the one who's getting the first initial jump, there isn't really much you can do about it.
They're still not picky between the Centaur and the Enigma.
They're deciding who they want to offlane and support right now. That's really funny. It will
okay,
be
so it's a position 5 Centaur.
Yeah.
There you go.
It will be Whisper on Enigma.
I think you're still going to be like laning, even though it is King Jungle's playing Centaur, you still want to be laning this with Enigma and have Mirana in the lane with Sven, because I feel like if you if you lane Sven with Centaur against Underlord and Lion, it is a bit of a grief, yeah.
The cool thing for me with the Sven pick is the innate. It's basically Sven does more damage if heroes are stunned, and they have a stun on every single hero on their team. So they do have a way to constantly make the Sven do that burst damage on the heroes, and he, in theory, again, should be good versus the Kez, because Kez doesn't like getting killed at the very start of the fight. Like, he wants to be able to get all his spells off. He wants to click 8 buttons every single fight. But I don't particularly like it versus the Witch Doctor or the Kez, because I think that they have like enough stuns and reset for Yandex. I don't think Yuma's gonna have a good time in this game.
You have to perfectly execute a team fight, and you cannot make a mistake, otherwise it will very easily open.
I think it's so easy for him to get a random BKB off, press the Raptor Dance, get the slashes, go back to full health, and then spend sitting there like, oh, okay, I guess I wasted all my spells and it's over.
And Monkeys, where are you sitting for this one? It's our final best of 3. You got to keep your 100% prediction streak alive.
Well, I don't know if it's that good, but I certainly am leaning towards LGD. One of my favorite lessons from when I competed in Dota was, it doesn't matter how good you are at Dota if you're stunned. If you can't play the game, it just doesn't matter. You could be satanic level, and if you're stunned the whole time, you
can't do anything.
You can't do anything.
Sometimes it's just as easy as going back to the basics. Every hero has a stun, immediate win. We'll see if it's that easy and straightforward for LGD, as they are coming up against Yandex in this elimination round, best of 3 with Sunspan and Syndron.
Thank you. Yes, this is quite the series. I think not a lot of us were expecting Yandex to be in this position. Elimination on the line here for this best of 3. So, Syndron, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited for this game. There's a lot of on the line that goes without saying, but yeah, not only are Yandex here, they're here with a 2-3 record, which I think is
true,
extra surprising. So obviously you guys saw the clip if you were watching pre-game that they were picked by LGD to be their opponents. Unfortunately for LGD, they didn't have anyone to pick from because all the other teams had already been chosen.
That's right.
I don't think this would have been their choice if they were given one.
No,
but,
I don't think so.
So this will be
There's a reason they were last picked.
Yes, very good reason indeed. One of the best teams of the season, just haven't looked the best at this event, but that's the thing about Yandex. Sometimes they have a little bit of a slow start, they get things figured out, and then this team can still be in the running for the whole thing. LGD hasn't had the same success in this season. They've had their moments for sure.
Yeah, but they are the sweetheart of this tournament, Syndron. Opson instantly puts you in that category. KJ with his speech last year.
Aura farming.
That's right.
And it's arguably the last home representative here in LGD as an org. So China's last hope for this TI, if you will.
Very true.
Unfortunately for them, 3 teams participating, neither of them made the main event.
Neither of the 3.
Huh? Yes, that's one way to put it. That is correct. None of the 3. Thank you, Sunsfan, for that. I've got a couple of things to go over in this game. Really interesting lineups. First of all, I believe this is the first support Centaur of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen it mid and off lane, you and I at least, quite a bit.
I have seen KJ play this, just not at this tournament.
Yeah, I think so.
And it did not go well.
No.
It was really bad.
But I will say, I like that they flexed it this game to support, because in my eyes, he's playing against two of the hardest counters of the entire tournament in Kez and Underlord. We've cast, I want to say, almost a handful of games of Kez versus Centaur, and I feel like Kez just kills him every time.
We've had a lot of chicken and horse in this tournament, no doubt about it.
The chicken is just stronger, it would seem. So that's interesting coming out from LGD. I think, as the panel pointed out, very important for this game. Hang on.
Okay.
Not a kill that I had on my radar. Level 1. Wow. Underlord and Lion kill Mirana.
Okay.
Great start for DM.
Interesting.
What a crazy Underlord game. Am I wrong? He's playing into 3. He's playing into Dragon Knight, Sven, and, I mean, support Centaur, but still Centaur. Looks like DM could have a field day, especially if he's getting first blood.
It feels like, I don't know if you feel the same way, this hero has been picked a good amount, and it feels like the win rate has got to be really good. It's been impactful in every single game that we've cast at the very least.
The other good piece of news for Yandex, aside from it being a good Underlord game, is the fact that they've got their hands on, in my eyes, the best hero of the entire tournament so far. The first pick, Earth Spirit here. You saw the win rate being, I think it was 25-12, his current scoreline is, which, first of all, is obviously very high, having a 67% win rate, but it even comes with the asterisk that that is a hero that's getting first picked a lot.
Yeah.
Usually, heroes that have this high of a win rate, even with like 15, 20 games, is because, oh, they get picked late in the draft, you have more info, Theolocore should be fine. Here's just poking and prodding a little bit. When a first pick hero has over 60% win rate, that is generally an indication that either the hero has not been figured out or it's just too strong. And in this case, I feel like it's maybe both. I have not been convinced with any solutions that I've seen teams run.
Why are teams letting it through?
I don't know. I would first ban this hero every game if I'm second pick. I just think it's too powerful. It has too good of a win rate. And just the thing about it is it's very flexible. You can even play it position 3, as we've seen coming out from Iron Wing. They're the only team to do it, I believe, so far.
Thompson, bit of trouble, Chira Jr. Forcing him out, has the level advantage on the Earth Spirit for now. And the roll is going to miss under the tier 1 tower. He's going to get Dragon Tail. Some good damage coming out from Thompson now, trying to turn this around. Not able to chase him down as there's a full wave now for Thompson to enjoy.
I want to call that a disrespectful roll. Like, do you really think he's not going to sidestep that one? I mean, at least he didn't put down a boulder. Then he would have rolled all the way into the tower and probably died. But,
so Thompson has played a unique hero in every single game except for the DK, which this is now the 3rd.
Correct.
And they picked both DK and Sven against this Kez. You're going to hold that thought as Theolocore getting some harassment and damage put on him. But yeah, they picked 2 high armor heroes against basically the only physical damage on Yandex, which is Chicken. Everybody else is magic.
Yep. Big damage going
Malice,
into my ears.
double proc with the Firestorm as well. We'll be okay, but
this lane is super strong. If you think about why teams run Underlord Rubik, where you Pit of Malice, then when they're exiting the pit, you lift them and throw them back in. Lion has 2, well, he has 1 stun and 1 hex that slows your movement speed to a crawl. So can stay in the pit for very long and eat all that Firestorm damage. It's a very, very strong lane. And yeah, I'm with you on the Kez. I feel like tanky heroes just don't look tanky against this guy. No. And that's why I'm optimistic.
Stuns are
overall.
good against him.
That's true, but I am optimistic overall for Yandex just because we've seen so many games of Kez killing these tanky boys. And well, LGD's 2 primary core positions are built around being burly. And see if they can handle it. They did pick DK into Kez, so I believe they consider it a good matchup. Remains to be seen if Thompson can prove that later on.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. If you blink in with human form Dragon Tail as like an initiation, Watson won't have any time to actually react.
That's the biggest upside in that matchup. Not Maledict onto KJ.
It's off the hoof stomp on the 2 getting blocked.
And now might even be in trouble in mid. This is level 6. Earth Spirit line has rotated in with the 2 disables.
Magnetize with the roll to follow. Thompson not going to get any support, it seems. Will be able to regen up enough to stay alive. Off the Dragon Tail to create a little bit of extra space as the stones keep being applied to him. He'll barely survive here, but that's his first Dragon form as well, so that's ends up kind of being used in a defensive measure. Not what you want to see as a DK.
Good thing for him he had that infused raindrop. Otherwise he would have definitely died. Survived with about 80 HP on his way out.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
So far all Yandex. And this is the thing when you run something a little bit funky like this. Okay, hang on. Pressure.
Oh, would have been nice. All they can do is some harassment damage now.
When things develop like this, I'm very curious how King Jungles will find impact later. That's my biggest worry, is what is the Centaur going to offer? Because as a support hero, a lot of the time what you're looking for in Centaur is, well, if Stampede is really good, you always have that globally to help with. But I just think the Underlord matchup is horrendous. He's going to get Ags and have these huge pits, and you just stuck in place. So even that feels kind of hard to pull off. So curious about his itemization. Is he going to just act as an initiator with a dagger, and he's just going to buy Windblaze Blink? That is exactly what he queued up for now, at least. He's going for Blink Yules in his idea pool. Unfortunately for Centaur, as a support, usually the way this hero farms is through levels with Retaliate and then having regen enough to spam Double Edge. He's going to have neither. So it's not easy to come by some gold on this when running a support role.
Bet he wish he was playing Zeus right now. That's one of his signatures as a position 5. Yeah, I have yet to see, it's a very small sample size, but I've yet to see a support Centaur be of any use at any point of the game. And you're right, against the Underlord, it's going to be extremely tough, because it's not like you can itemize for, like, even Aghanim Scepter, which I know is a later game item, but supports do get this kind of farm throughout the game, but even that doesn't look that good this game.
No.
Like, they have a lot of AoE damage from Yandex, and then inside these pits, like, you're getting a Yules, you're just gonna get pitted again after you come back down. Mostly for the Magnetize, I would assume, but
I definitely
feels like they have all their corners covered here for Yandex.
I think what LGD need to play for here is some sort of really strong mid-game timing with Sven and a BKB Blink Enigma, because, like the panel talked about, there's no BKB cancel. I guess except Kez can probably just obliterate you, and I believe you can still apply a stun through BKB with a Shotosai, if I'm not mistaken.
And help with the Malefit. Oh, very good dodge from Watson. Will survive the gank. So another Dragon form. Thompson's going to have to get away from this Witch Doctor now. Going to get rolled on with the Magnetize and the Maledict attempting to TP. He will get out before the Pit of Malice applies. That's now 2 Dragon forms not being used to push towers. I mean, how important is that for DK? Because we don't get to see this here all that often anymore.
I think it's less important than it used to be with the flow of the game, and even though these moments might seem kind of pointless because he doesn't accomplish much, at the very least what you are doing by forcing Yandex to respond to you is that you're giving Yuma free space. And I think it's much more important in this game that Sven has something than that DK does. So if he has to sacrifice some hundreds of gold to make these rotations and force TPs out of the enemy team, so be it. Because this game is coming down to Yuma and Whisper way more than Thompson at the end of the day. I just don't think EK is going to have enough output. And the Kez matchup, I still firmly believe is good for the Kez. So you're better off investing into the Sven, who I think has the best matchup in the game.
Is that what he bought in the last game he played?
Radiance?
Yeah. Radiance DK. I didn't get to see that.
I feel like he was prioritizing Shard into BKB and then overwhelming Blink, I believe.
Interesting. Well, what do you think of Radiance on DK?
It's a lot slower and greedier, and frankly quite uncharacteristic for this player. Thompson usually doesn't go heavy into the farming.
That's true. We're going to double hooks on from KJ into the Dragon Tail and into the first black hole of the game. Nicely done from LGD. They get Chira along with the support, but Yuma might be the trade. Impale finds him from Soxa.
Should be,
nothing
still
comes
be a
for
tower
free.
though. Mid tower is a great takedown. Yes, you might lose your safe lane tower, but definitely favoring overall LGD in this trade. Also putting a little bit of a dampener on Earth Spirit. As I say that, he hasn't even got an assist yet, but this hero just feels like it develops into an entirely different beast when it gets Vessel. And that's been delayed by a lot. Doesn't even have the urn yet.
And he's bottom net worth of the cores right now, which is a bit surprising. And look at KJ's farm. I mean, have to say, he's doing okay on the Centaur. I don't even know how he got that double hoof stomp. We didn't get to see the beginning of that, but...
Yeah, he got the kill on Shira Jr. That helps a lot. That was like 300 gold for him. Watson not anticipating the smoke top. This would be a huge kill.
Gonna find this Mirana. Looks like an absolute freebie for the Yandex side.
Watson can't
stomp out to Kez. Watson trying to parry something, but big kill for LGD. So now a couple trades across the map in favor of LGD, finding some momentum.
Yeah, also perhaps going to be opening this tower with this. Dragon Form up in 5 seconds. You obviously have the level 4 Eidolons with Drum ready to roll and a Siege Creep. So yeah, this is just a done deal. Looking good so far for them, this earlier portion. And again, the very good piece of news here is Enigma's game is looking stable.
AJ having to use the Stampede to attempt to get out from Saksa. Oh, they actually cancel Topson's TP. He'll get a kill, but that is an unfortunate trade for LGD this time around as Watson gets the better of that exchange.
Topson getting a kill on a tower is a little bit of a band-aid on all of that, though, overall.
How much does Watson want to avoid buying an MKB? I'm trying to figure out this Radiance. Because if you have a good amount of HP and a lot of armor, which DK has,
yeah,
evasion seems like the next best thing to counteract a Kez.
It's good.
And there's, I feel like, what other evasion? You're not going Halberd. Does that even exist anymore?
I don't know if we've even seen it purchase a single time this tournament.
Butterfly, I feel like I've seen Butterfly and DK like super late game, but...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is interesting, especially because realistically speaking, Sven will never buy an evasion item. So if you're forcing Kez to buy an evasion item against you, then that item will be less efficient against the Sven. So you're kind of not allowing him to get the quote-unquote perfect build to counter both heroes simultaneously. It's an interesting line of thinking here if that is the rationale. And like I was saying, I think it's uncharacteristic for Topson to go this type of items, but I think the mindset is, well, we have a Centaur who's going to get an early blink. We have an Enigma who's also going blink. Maybe it's a bit too much of the same thing, and we need something that just packs a punch and keeps scaling us.
Yeah.
And it's him. This is essentially him preparing that if the game goes late, I think LGD will be very comfortable. That's the other thing. It's like, well, if we don't see Yandex with a lineup that's going to push very fast, which is indeed the case, we can probably get there. Then we'll have a BKB Blink Enigma late in the game. And if DK has farmed up a lot and actually gets to his 5th, 6th slot, maybe you just out-lane game them. Maybe you outscale the Kez.
We have yet to see it. It feels like we are cursed to see Kez win every single time. Usually coupled up with like a Slardar or something to that effect. But yeah. I mean, the thing with Yandex's lineup is we already talked about Earth Spirit being the mid of the tournament. Kez kind of the carry of the tournament in a lot of ways. And Underlord can just join in at any time. Like, probably the most powerful Ags that in this meta, I want to say.
Yeah.
Like, especially a first purchase Ags, it's crazy good.
They definitely have S-tier heroes on all 3 core positions on the Dire. I think
DOTA Plus seems to love LGD's chances here, though. 65, 35.
Absolutely. I mean, they're in a good spot. DOTA Plus always loves Enigma when it's not losing. Some late game heroes are just inherently going to win more often than not, especially with the pacing of Dota overall. You've seen the average game time of this tournament compared to historically. The games go late, and some heroes are just beasts in that phase of the game. Ironically, I think LGD's weakest late game core is Sven. Sounds a bit weird to say out loud considering how hard this guy hits, but obviously when you get late enough, Sven kind of suffers from a narrow timing window. When you have a 7-second BKB, you're a transformation-based hero with God Strength, and obviously you cannot refresh BKB since a couple of patches ago. So once the BKB runs out, you oftentimes get kited and solved with itemization. That's harder to do against DK, and especially Enigma is very hard to itemize against in a game like this.
I guess we can look forward to what itemizations Yandex needs to go for against the Whisper Enigma, because they don't have any BKB piercing stuns outright. What can they do? once this Enigma gets BKB refresher, if it goes that late.
And if your Kez gets Black Hole, you're kind of screwed, right? I guess Wind Wakers will always be on the menu. Eon Disc, the 2 classic Enigma counters will have to be purchased in some fashion.
There's no real Abyssal carry. I mean, it would be interesting Kez with it, but it just doesn't feel like he would want to buy that in general.
I do believe he can still stun through BKB when he pops Raven's Veil, right? And goes for the...
that's true.
I think that pierces...
Probably.
Again, that's what I'm saying, but regardless whether that is still the case or not, if he gets Black Hole, then nobody else can step up to the plate. And he's the primary hero you want to Black Hole anyway, so it's not really... It's not really that big of a concern, I think, for Whisper overall.
Regeneration.
DM about to finish the Aghanim Scepter, so Fiend's Gate.
Yeah.
About to be a global surprise for LGD to have to counteract.
Another thing to keep in mind here is when it goes late, something that oftentimes matters a lot is the ability for supports to farm. And Yandex's supports don't farm very well. Witch Doctor and Lion, 2 of the slower ones. I think Centaur will outscale them. I think Mirana will outscale them. And the reason that becomes extra important in this game is that oftentimes later in the game, the teammates that will have to save from Black Hole will be supports with Wind Waker. And Lion and Witch Doctor will take a long time to get there. Soxa started with drums, so he's going to have to buy Blink next. So before he even starts thinking about it, we'll be far away.
It feels like they kind of picked 2 supports that are very similar.
On Whisper.
Aghanim Scepter. That's a Sean. Whisper goes back into the pit and will fall. So, good kill from Yandex. That is the showcase of the Underlord Ag. So now LGD knows.
The reveal.
Radiance online now for Topson.
Oh, there's your answer to your question. First time of the tournament.
Yeah.
So,
it's pretty cool. And I think later he can turn it into... I mean, is Nullifier good this game? If they get Wind Wakers, I suppose it would be. And Soxa gets the Hex. It looks like he wants to run away. Doesn't realize that that is a support Centaur, of course.
This genuinely feels like it's going to be a farm fest for a while.
I'm into this for late game.
Yeah.
A lot of these games, it feels like, I don't know if I want to see this late game because, I don't know. This feels like it could be a really epic show match.
Is in danger.
Well, Topson is playing for fun, right? So show match.
That's true. I mean, the fact that we get to see the first Radiance on DK this tournament, and probably first I've seen personally ever.
I think this was very popular when DK was played as carry in some games, right? I think they were going Radiance.
How many years ago was that?
1.
Really?
Maybe 2. I feel like Skeeter must have bought Radiance on DK.
Must have a goldfish memory.
I mean, maybe I'm just making it up. Wouldn't be the first time I'm imagining things.
I mean, that would have been before the evasion. It makes even less sense on a potential range here.
Jira Jr.
Connection. Jira Jr. roll is going to connect onto KJ, but it's not a way to get out of the double-edged range. So good kill from LGD again.
Early gem here from King Jungles. Interesting. Gonna fly that one out now. Doesn't inherently counter any heroes, so this is strictly for map control.
But yeah. Going back.
Another jump.
And that's the
Soxa. There's the arrow.
Looks to be dead. His DM. Don't find any more, it seems. Actually blocks off the potential path for KJ. He TP's out right in the midst of all of it, though. His DM, a baby blink as it works. It's getting storm-hammered, though, from the Sven. His DM just taking an absolute beating inside. There's the Black Hole, the last moment onto Kez. This will be an even bigger kill for Yuma and company. They get him. It's a 4-for-1. The Underlord barely gets out. Huge fight for LGD.
This is going really, really well for them. Just Monkeys was talking about this on the panel. Doesn't matter how good you are if you're stunned. And, well, this last couple of team fights, Kez hasn't been able to press a single button. So, yeah, he has good net worth, but if he keeps getting caught in black holes and dragon tails, he doesn't really do anything. Just nice setups from LGD, and you can clearly see in the trajectory of this game, Yandex are forced to play very reactively, which I don't think is when they're at their best, and it's not when Earth Spirit shines. This hero is really good when you are setting the tempo, taking initiative, and I feel like for the last 10 games, every single move of the game has been initiated by LGD. And another one now, Soxa. Are they going to be able to connect? No. Not going to follow up on that. They will defend their tower for now, maybe just deny it here, I would imagine.
I think so.
One hit away from Topson, but they are holding on to it.
Greedy. Okay.
Maybe they want to try to bait on it. I think Theolacor just pinged it.
Dobson just a recipe away from his BKB. You already saw Yuma with his. And I would assume that Daedalus, oh, looks like he's going for Blink before the Daedalus.
Yeah, makes sense. Want to make sure you can connect. This is the best carry in Dota, in my opinion, to buy Blink on, because if any of your teammates set you up, you are the most insane immediate follow-through. Like Gunnar mentioned, the innate, you do more damage to stunned heroes. All of your teammates have stuns.
I have to say, I do miss Ags, though.
Yeah, the
Superman Sven was
Superman.
a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, they still have it, but it's not as good.
They got rid of the extra hit, and that's all that it took, apparently. That good.
That was crazy.
Oh, looks like he's just going to finish that as find an Enigma. A Whisper looks to be dead here.
Get the
nice
Shrine of Wisp.
From Malady. He did. Not that it would matter at 21 minutes that much.
Everything adds up. Whisper is going Octarine before BK. That is even more of the mindset of we don't feel any time pressure. Like, I don't have to get this value item yet. Just keep farming, maximize my output on the map. Obviously, one of the big upsides to Octarine on Enigma is people are mainly going to be focused on the cooldown reduction on Black Hole, but the cooldown reduction on Demonic Summoning matters a lot. You're constantly farming more, you're pushing waves, you're forcing the enemy team to take care of random garbage around the map. And again, the more reactively Yandex have to play, the fewer moves they're able to make with their Underlord, with their Earth Spirit. So it's probably going to work out just fine, at least in this game state. If they were losing, I would not have liked this.
Yeah.
But I think playing from ahead, it's all right.
You feel like Yandex are in a window of sorts that they need to figure out before LGD gets to the actual late game.
I do strongly feel like Yandex want to do something right now. It's going to be the Tormentor, as it looks. Stampede.
Stampede.
For
not
what?
Gonna find
for what
anyone.
Bottom tower is under
Watson. Rest of his team attempt to go for this Tormentor. Looks like they'll get it.
Yeah. They're low, though.
So careful. I'm rewarded.
A little bit interesting to see. I'm assuming it's because he's playing against Enigma that Malady went for 4 points in cask, because what we usually see is 1-4-4. And obviously, it was glaringly obvious on this Tormentor attempt that they did not have 4 points in the restoration, because they did not heal very much. Haven't got too much bang for their buck, though, on that cask, I have to say. Not yet, anyway. Yuma. They see him on the ward. Shiro Jr. No BKB yet.
Gets initiated on. Arrow is going to hit, and that is enough damage for days. Yuma, credit for that one. And I'll talk about the innate from Sven. More stuns, the better. More damage you will deal. BK lead now for LGD, starting to get a little bit of extra wiggle room now, and of course we've talked about their late game prowess just being absurdly strong.
What a confidence booster it would be if they managed to beat Earth Spirit in game 1. That is the kind of thing that can determine a series.
True.
If one of the opposing team's absolute best heroes and one of the best heroes of the tournament gets solved in the very first game.
And the chicken.
And Kez, yeah. It's definitely not because Yandex are trying anything experimental here. They're bringing some of their biggest guns to this game, and so far, LGD has had all the answers.
AJ have to take the damage rune. Or at least denies it from Yandex. So BKB online for Topson. Blink about to be finished as well. We'll be going for shard after the fact. And what do you want to see? I mean, what do you want to see after that for him? Just pure damage, like Daedalus, something to that effect?
I think AC is very good this game.
Yep, okay.
Both for yourself and for your Sven, you just want to apply more minus armor to the enemy team. Giving Sven attack speed as an aura is super nice.
Extra armor against Kez.
Against Kez, yeah, you just want to beef up. Yeah, I think AC is the obvious choice, but it's Topson, so he's probably going to buy something else.
Like E-Blade, maybe? That's his.
I mean, I know he's playing for fun, but I think he's also playing to win.
Yeah, of course. You can have
Arrow
and win.
Oh,
Arrow not
barely.
gonna hit. Malady and Watson trying to get through the gate. I'm gonna have to cancel it. Stormhammer gone with the God Strength as well. The Fiend's Gate can be a little bit too late. Not even a Raptor Dance goes off, and that's an assassination crew as Yuma with the double kill. Now the Fiend's Gate down. Would LG want to try to get going here in that top side of the map? Dobson will continue to push on his lonesome. Which might be some trouble. You can take a full finger. There's a black hole counter initiation though. Thompson turns into a dragon. Oh my god, the damage is out of control. They're gonna get a full team wipe as Kira Jr. falls. Huge turnaround. What a bait. Man alive, LGD showing up in game number 1.
That's just beastly.
Disgusting display.
What a crazy setup. And the dream situation, obviously these Yandex heroes, they don't have burst damage without the Kez, so the kill onto DK takes a long time. You have to use all of your abilities, and well, guess what? It's just as easy as 1-2 buttons for Whisper, and that is over before it even started. 8K.
That's why he didn't go BKB. He knew he wouldn't need it. He just gets everybody in the black hole.
You don't need BKB if nobody can play. That's true.
Crazy.
This is becoming a landslide victory now. This is already... It was looking good 10 minutes ago. Now this is a massive.
This is where it began.
Situation.
Getting these 2 pickoffs was very big.
And you can see this is not the first team to pick Sven into Kez. I feel like this matchup is double-edged in the sense that, yeah, you both just kill each other ridiculously fast, but Yuma has had the much better conditions to output that damage with all of the teammates playing really nicely as a unit. Now, Roche was not claimed, even though this essentially was a full team wipe. They didn't really have the time to do that, but they will
just
the pressure
perfect timing, man. Thompson was dead with another half second.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Foxa.
Yeah, that one hurts. Malady, this one hurts too.
Beans Gate is placed. Sox in a bit of trouble. Thompson's going to clean him up in all likelihood. Watson trying to work on the Dragon Knight himself. You see the God Strike being worked on the Watson again. The chicken dead. That's 2. Make it 3 down and out for Yandex as DM with the Malefice. Nowhere to go. And close to another team wipe in favor of LGD. And now they are in firm control of this game, if they weren't already.
Oh, the Yules! No way they kill him.
Thompson, Dragon Tail keeps him in place, and it is another team wipe for LGD.
And in the meantime, the double Eidolon set is going to push top lane. Look at this damage with this core. They're going to get a tier 3 off of this as well, or at least the glyph and 80% of the tower. They also get Roche. I mean, this is like, in the last 10 minutes, they've gained like 12,000 gold on Yandex. It's a 1k GPM conversion. And there you go.
Sange Yasha.
Yeah, we all expected Sange and Yasha.
All right.
Honestly, makes a lot of sense when you're this far ahead.
I'm a big S&Y lover, so.
Tankiness, mobility.
That's this against the roots, I suppose, and the stun.
Countless stuns, yeah.
Thompson will be one to take the Aegis. They don't really have a... They both transformation heroes.
He already has 2 at home. There's someone else.
That's true. He's looking for a third, a permanent third.
Yeah.
Close to finishing the fireball. As KJ with that Yule setting up another potential kill, but Soxa getting blocked off by the frog that he created. Attempting to blink TP. Looks like he's okay. Yeah. Very small glimmer of hope for Yandex as they're now down 14k. Thompson knocking on the tier 2.
That's a tier 1.
He'll be knocking on the tier 2 shortly.
Good prophecy here. You were right. Thompson's about to knock on the tier 2.
Hit it once and I'm correct. Boom! Eat it, Cinderin. Piece of garbage.
Uncalled for. There's nothing wrong with being technically correct.
Feels like a really late BKB for Chira.
It is. His game has been terrible. He's 0-5-3 on Earth Spirit. I mean, the panel did set him up for failure when they said they haven't seen a single bad Earth Spirit game. So I guess it's time for one now.
Shadow.
When it matters the most.
Chira gonna connect with the smoke. Not gonna hit Yuma.
They were to see anyone here. Yuma is ready to just roll and get in there immediately.
He is seen. I don't think they want to go on the Aegis carrier. 3.5 minutes to go on that. All right, so in the position that they're in, 16k lead, they have late game, we assume on paper, just a better late game as well. What do you do with this Aegis? What's the plan? Because you have all the tier 2s now. You actually try to go for the tier 3 and a potential barracks?
I think playing map control is good. I think Yandex have to make a move, but it's extremely difficult. You're confident in your 3 scaling cores. You're confident in the scaling of your supports. The one way you lose this is that you overplay in the enemy base, and then Earth Spirit gets a fat magnetized, and you get caught in all sorts of pits.
Right.
But if you are setting the terms of the fight by taking it outside the base,
we did get a shield run. Dragon Tail initiation. Goodbye, Chira. That is a Sven with some damage. 50 seconds on the deck for you.
We get a classic pickup. I was just about to say Centaur, not exactly a hero that usually buys Eon Disc, but, you know, support Centaur can take a different approach.
Got to be careful with the double edges on creeps now. The shield rune for Thompson's going to keep him quite healthy as now they're pounding on the high ground. God strength. Or the Sven is down for 56.
Yeah, with shield rune, Maledicт does nothing. You're not losing HP.
Yeah, that's true.
So you actually just shrug it off.
Just gonna have to get their sockets. There's the Sven initiation again. The double stun. Nowhere to go for the chicken. Another beautiful black hole though. Get out of the replay. GG called as LGD.
Oh my god.
Wow. What a performance in this game number 1.
Okay, I mean, you could have told me they were going to win the game. I didn't think they were winning it at 30 minutes with this lineup. That was a complete stomping and a half. Sending a message here in game number 1, beating Yandex not only handedly, but with some of their best picks. This is going to be a tough one to recover from.
What a game number 1. Let's go to the panel.
We're going to talk about everything that happened in this game number 1 for LGD, because it felt like too easy to say stuns on every hero can get you the win. But it really was
I'll get back to you after this.
We have Yuma.
Yuma?
Well, he hasn't qualified to. I was gonna say he hasn't qualified to main stage.
It does kind of seem like they're in a bit of a funk right now, but at the same time, you really do just have to give credit to LGD. It's so difficult to draft against these guys. I mean, it's a very common first pick, but if you're seeing the Centaur, you're not expecting this flex, and you're not expecting to work.
We expected the flex to the mid lane later on after Enigma. We also kind of saw that it could go into that direction.
Sorry, I meant flex as a port.
Yeah. But the teams can definitely also see it, but they don't really think it's gonna be maybe working as good as it was in this one, because it worked out amazingly. And one thing to notice is that LGD, their average game time prior to this series, they have the longest one. It was 55 minutes on average. Yandex on the other side, they had the shortest games. They had 40-minute games. They were closing out the games in 35 minutes, those in average, those that they won. But in this one, they got completely smacked. So I want to see something a little bit different. I also got to point out that Thompson, he just has this aura every single time. I'm not even kidding. I think it actually.
How do you describe this aura?
You know that there's something magical about this guy. He's just bringing positive vibes, knowing that he is the meta. Like, this is the meta guy. He is, like, every single time somebody, like, you see these TikTok videos or whatever XM was talking about, this is the guy that started all of that stuff.
I mean, he definitely carries a lot of weight. People have talked about watching his streams. I mean, the way that he's won 2 TIs in the past for himself, but also how he started this TI. We saw very briefly the number of heroes he's picked for himself, Monkeys. What is it, 12 different heroes in 14 games? It's only Dragon Knight. That's the only hero that he's repeated. It's now 3 times he's played Dragon Knight.
And it's not even a meta hero.
No, and it's not even the same build every time either.
I mean, that's the Thompson standard, you know. He just picks whatever he wants to pick. He builds whatever he wants to build, and it usually finds a way to work.
Yandex has broken Earth Spirit in the pool, and it's just ignored.
It did get ignored, but we did hear Whitemon in his winner's interview for the main stage talk about that he thinks, when it comes to supports, Undying is just broken at the moment. And when you do look at it, I wouldn't say broken. That's 17 wins and 14 losses.
That's pretty average for...
Slightly above average for a support hero.
Obviously, anytime a hero is picked earlier, I think that you can give it like a fake 5% bonus win rate because it's just being picked first by every team that can get their hands on it. But I do think that when a team has a hero that they're willing to first pick and then they start getting into that ignore phase, it definitely puts a big question mark, because now like maybe LGD just gets an Earth Sphere at the second phase, or now you're feeling forced, like you had this whole plan coming into this best of 3 saying, okay, we're just gonna pick Earth Sphere, we're just gonna win, and now giving up that plan after one game definitely for me is already feeling good if you're LGD.
Yeah, I think this is the matchup that we talked about prior to this. What's going to happen in the mid lane? Chera Jr., he also is the lane counter to certain heroes. Like, he has been picking these Slarks against the Ember Spirits. They do flex Necrophos across 3 different roles. He loves to have that upper hand in the matchup, but doesn't seem like he has it in this one. And seeing, again, LGD opening up with a Centaur, the Centaur can go to the mid lane. Most of the Chura Jr.'s heroes have been melee, so I want to see maybe something ranged, because this Centaur could go to the mid lane. It could ruin a lot of these melee heroes. I could potentially see something like a Snapfire maybe coming in, because I still think this hero is very strong. The numbers, hero has been nerfed, looked pretty OP.
We did see earlier today, it was in the Iron Wing versus Gamer Legion.
It looked good.
They played a Centaur mid, but they had to play versus Lina. And I think Lina's an important hero for Yandex. It's not banned yet. Watson was one of the original Lina carries, so it's still potential flex. And because they are that second pick, they have the overall last pick, so they can supreme flex the Lina to whatever role they want it to be. And they already have it set up with the melee support with the Undying, so I would like a Lina out of the phase. You can even potentially ban that Earth Spirit, just so Topsim doesn't get to play it. He's been playing Earth Spirit for 5 years at this point. He was one of the very first to play it, even when it was bad. And it is, in my opinion, kind of a counter to Lina. Even though you do lose the lane, its play style is perfect against Lina.
I also do want to note Yandex giving Whisper that respect with the Enigma ban in the first phase, so maybe trying to make the Centaur a much more straightforward pick, because I do think Enigma off lane is one of those better lane partners for support Centaur.
That's very interesting to me, because
that's politely put, I think.
Picking it into Centaur.
So Centaurs generally, as offlane, like let's just say this from the lens of offlane Centaur.
Sure.
It's still good versus Doom. If you get doomed, there's a good chance you live because you're so tanky, or you can just stampede your teammates out. But now, with this potential of a support Centaur already shown, you're not going to doom the position 5 Centaur. This guy's just going to sit in the back, wait for his core to get doomed, stampede him out. You never get a kill on the guy with BKB. It's also allowing this Lina Centaur lane to happen, which I think that's a very good matchup versus the Doom. To me, that's a bit of a wasted pick for them, because I think they could have gotten it later if they really wanted it.
It's an odd one. You don't see anything. I also don't think, like, it's a BKB piercing tool in a sense, maybe pre-picking it, but Doom this early, we really haven't seen it for a good reason. This hero isn't really that good. A lot of times, like, you could pick it on 23, you don't know the matchup. We are in the healing meta, so the hero is good against those things, but against, like, one particular thing that they did see, it's not very good.
I will say Doom has been rising in popularity over the last it's like yesterday got picked up a lot more. I think we saw it 16 games is what it's being played in. But you're right, it's sitting in that position where it's picked way later in the draft. There's more of a reason to it. It isn't this one that is a foundation or a building block.
Heroes are very tanky in the current meta. Him having percentage-based damage is always going to be good for killing those heroes, but it's still pretty early to pick it blindly.
It's also just typically used as a solution to these massive healers. Necro, Largo, Dazzle, Io. I just kind of blind picking it without a reason. Can't say I like it too much.
Oh. Speaking of IO,
maybe it's a deny pick before to set up their IO. And Bounty Hunter. Wow.
Melee heroes right now.
Also, I want to note LGD, 3 heroes, 3 stuns.
This has to be a core IO, actually. Sorry I do love this stun joke, by the way, because I don't want to ignore that one. But this, has to be a core IO then, which is what it's predominantly being played in. But I feel like, I don't know if I like the core IO. I'm sitting right on the fence of it.
There's a still little flex to it. The chances are very low if you want to run some, like, carry Doom. I think it can work, and then you run offlane Undying, but it's a little too much, so most likely this is just going to be core IO.
How do you guys feel about core IO?
I think it's good in some games, especially depending on the pairings you get. I like it when it has a mid or offlane, or when it's mid. It had just some core pairing that it feels really good with. The Doom one's acceptable, but it's not the absolute best.
I know you've talked about it with Largo.
Largo, yeah. I think that hero's already banned. It's been banned since second phase, so they can't be picking up that one up. But it is a strong safe lane with the Undying. You give them a little bit of Moon Seed, a little bit of mana to help just the decay spam, so they should be winning their safe lane. Bounty with the Doom. I think Soxa, for me, him and 33 back when they laned together, they were the original.
It's a Doom counter.
I love this.
And I think Soxa is able to just survive the lane on these bounty hunters, these melee fours pull for his Doom. Doom should free farm, but then there's an instant response to Doom, which we saw LGD pick up earlier in the tournament, which is this Venge.
It wasn't even picked up against Doom in that particular game,
the Dawn,
but it is a Doom counter. People, like, back in the days when Raid King was a hero, I got surprised just by saying the name.
What a pull.
Yeah, what a blast from the past.
Deep recesses of his mind, though.
You basically have 2 lives because you go for the Aghanim Scepter. This hero deals insane amount of damage, especially once you get to, like, the Hydra's Breath, level 20 talent as well. Very good scaling. The hero farms much faster than most of the people would expect it to farm. So this means that this Lina is gonna go to the mid lane. Unless Thompson wants to run something crazy because he played troll mid, then maybe there's a reasoning for him to play Venge in the mid lane. Like, it is doable. It's nothing too crazy when we talk about Thompson, but if we want to keep things simple, they are going to be looking for a position 4, some Dark Willow type of a hero, maybe Grimstroke that could come out because you have Io, which means that he's going to be tethered to something throughout the whole game. I like Willow a lot. I think the stocks for Willow has risen quite heavily, especially the performances that we've seen so far in the group stages of PI. It looked very, very good.
Yandex, they're putting support, or they're putting respect on the potential for support Centaur again with the Batrider ban, because Batrider is a Whisper special.
I think this makes your last ban also very difficult. Then do you go all in on banning out another offlaner? Is that where more of a threat persists? Then
could maybe see a Death Prophet ban or something along those lines, but Whisper hasn't played that yet this tournament. But
you just like that hero. You're just gonna think about it.
I'm just going to expect the Centaur offlane. I think it makes the most sense versus the IO carry potential and the Undying 5, because you can just cut the waves pretty easily. So taking some probably position 4 that is just stable looks the best to me. I always think about Rubik this patch, but it's pretty bad Rubik.
It has been underwhelming in the most of the games that we've seen.
I haven't been a fan of him.
And if not Rubik, I do like the Snap. I do believe it's been undervalued quite a bit. Even as support though, everything it did versus the Undying, it still does. You can just press your E, kill the Tombstone. It gives you a lot of follow-up damage for your stuns. And honestly, the save is pretty good versus these like melee heroes that want to come in. You just like cookie your guy, he goes back with the shard, it's far enough distance, and then pairing that with the Venge, I think they have a lot of good disengage.
It could even be a Whisper Snap. In LGD's first game of the tournament, they played Whisper offlane Snap, and he owned on it.
Ooh. We're seeing the Magnus, which I'm gonna hope that and assume this is a Whisper Magnus.
Yeah.
Not the Nothing to Say mid Magnus that we saw earlier. Was not too big of a fan of that, but I think in the offlane, this hero looks pretty decent. Just because you have so much farming potential. If you max the Empower, which you can sometimes get away with, you just complete free farm, and I don't think IO has the capability to really stop that from happening.
It's kind of a same thinking in a sense where they're going to be grouping up, you know, that it's for kind of melee heroes in a sense, like Io being tethered up to somebody. It's going to be very good for Magnus to set up his RPs. Whisper did play it earlier in the group stage against Team Brazilians. That was a long game, 70-minute game. It looked very good. They also have ways of amping up the damage with this Vengeful Spirit, with the it's on a range hero, so it's not as effective, but having Empower on top of that, there's going to be quite a lot of right-click. Gunnar, you talked about the physical damage in this meta, how it's important that you can kill heroes through the BKB. You have Vengeful Spirit with the swap, you have Magnus with the RP, a lot of BKB piercing tools that and the overwhelming damage, the right-click damage that you're bringing, so it does feel very good.
That's the aura effect you were talking about, Lacoste, the Thompson effect. Now Yandex is saying, oh, you guys won with mid Dragon Knight. Now it's our turn to give it a go and win with it.
Yeah, Dragon Knight has been kind of always the hero that has been good in the lane against Lina. You have a stun, like you don't feel as much harassment. The matchup did change over the years, but they also needed a stun. I feel like this is the hero that they kind of needed somebody to set things up, because when you have Doom, you also want to have a good chase potential, because otherwise they're going to be running away, and they have swap and they have stampede, so you don't be able to lock onto a target and kill it.
I do worry about the Dragon Knight with the sub duo. I think Undying and Bounty are both extremely low damage heroes. So if he has, which we've seen Dragon Knight actually struggle a bit in the lane versus Lina, like, yeah, you don't get crushed like the other heroes, but it's not sunshine and rainbows. I think if he has that kind of bad lane and he's on the back foot, I don't think his supports can really help him, and LGD's draft just looks pretty solid.
It looks very good. Yep.
I mean, 5 heroes, 5 stuns again. You can't, if you're stunned, you can't play Dota. Doesn't matter how good you are.
Monkeys is not going to change his mind until he potentially sees a 5-stun lineup lose. Is it going to be now? Is it going to be another draft? Who really knows? It's elimination. It's qualification potentially for LGD if they're able to win this game number 2. Maybe even rewrite history, winning on a mag in TI format here. We're going to see for game number 2 with Sunspan and Syndrome.
Here we go. Game 2 of this best of 3. Can Yandex stay alive, or will LGD move on to the main event? That is the question that will be answered either this game or next. As we see, that is not Queen Imperia. That is, in fact, Vengeful Spirit being picked, which I've been wanting this pick all tournament long. I brought it up 2 or 3 times. I've been thinking it tens of times, Cinderin. I haven't brought it up, so you can be thankful for that.
That's nice.
What do you think?
The less you say, the better.
Okay,
so
thank you.
That's great.
Thank you.
I think it really fits the bill for how this team is playing. And of course, it's a good response to Doom. You're going to buy eggs, so if you get doomed, you have a second life.
Yeah, you never want to doom her.
It feels really unappealing. It's kind of the new Wraith King against Doom. She's just seemingly a better hero right now, and you're a bad target, so you feel confident in the game. At first glance, it might look a little bit weird to have Magnus with 0 good and power friends, but I just don't think it's that important comparatively to what it used to. It's oh yeah, true. Actually, she does get the bonus from being both an ranged and a melee hero. That's true.
You know, I know that because I play her as a melee hero, Cinderin, always.
So yeah, that is a nice little extra detail. I genuinely don't think it mattered for the pick, if I'm honest, but maybe it played a role. I think more so than anything, this is LGD saying, hey, in game number 1, we had a lot of stuns and a big AoE BKB piercing ability in the offlane. You guys ban Enigma, we've got another one. This hero is going to be performing a similar function, of course, with the asterisk that the laning phase will be harder. This should be a much better or a tougher matchup than Enigma had in the last game. IO Undying is a kind of actually surprisingly strong lane, you might think. With IO as carry. But that said, IO carry, I feel like it's been very hit or miss in this tournament. And this is an elimination game at this point for Yandex. You got ran over in game number 1, and in this game, I don't feel like you necessarily picked something that's going to up the pace that much when you're proposing an offlane Doom. And like the panel talked about, a mid lane Dragon Knight with low damage supports. I think this is a very high execution draft. And if you're not on top form today, which you definitely weren't in game 1, I don't think there's any sugarcoating it, you just got destroyed. This is a high-risk play to make in game 2 with a draft like this.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how it turns out. I mean, yeah, when I think of Watson, I don't think of IO. And that's not that he can't play it, but you would think in an elimination game you want to go for something that's a little bit more comfort.
Yeah. I was expecting them to run something where they don't feel on a timer. I don't know if they necessarily are. I think their lineup scales very well on the core positions. The support's a little bit mixed bag. Like Bounty Hunter on Soxa here can scale, but it's contingent on finding kills. Bounty Hunter never gets rich without track, especially since the change to his innate, or rather he had the facet where he could farm with Shuriken, which doesn't exist anymore, the old through and through ability. So now all you have is more gold when you kill enemy heroes that have high net worth. So again, his entire game is kind of hinging on being successful with his teammates in finding pickoffs. Well, if game 1 is anything to go by, LGD are ready to fight. They're going to bring the numbers.
I didn't get to confirm this. I heard from a little birdie that maybe that innate for Bounty is just not working, actually. Oh. So you might not even have that to work with. Could not confirm it though, so don't take my word for it.
It makes me feel better about the mistake from last game with Sven that Gunnar and I both made, talking about how he does more damage to stun targets. Maybe that still works. Who knows? Maybe it just says something else.
It's really hard to test. Yeah, that's true. Theolacor might get first blooded for the 2nd game in a row, which is good news for LGD, because it worked out really well after that.
I was about to say why. All right, that's
a good luck charm for them.
That's the strat, yep.
Yeah, I'm interested with what's going to happen to Whisper, because, like you said, Enigma can farm like pretty much none other, it feels like, from the offlane position, whereas the Magnus, I would not put him within the same couple categories.
No. One of these heroes is definitely just better than the other in this patch in the offlane on average. Enigma will have games that are really tough if it's specifically countered by the carry pick, but otherwise the hero will always get stuff. Magnus can lose to a variety of lanes, and I do expect him to lose down here. Just a matter of by how much, but this is a constant harassment lane. It's super annoying for him to deal with the non-stop spamming of decay. It's very hard to initiate on either IO or on dying because of all the heals they're going to have. They will have some inherent synergy later with the Soul Rip plus Tether, which is really strong. So plenty of good things going Yandex's way in that regard. Top lane, DM actually quite low here.
I would argue he's having quite the nice time for the moment, other than the harassment. CS is quite good on the Magnus. Gonna be too sad about that yet, but we'll see once the levels come to be if Yandex can take advantage of it or not. Again, we're gonna be seeing the support Centaur here from KJ. Somehow worked last game. As a Centaur lover,
it's
glad
on
to
the
see
sentry there, unfortunately. So not going to get the follow-up Venge stun. Could have put some pressure onto Sock, so he would have lived, but maybe could have forced out the healing Lotus. Still, this lane is... I think this is what's very important. If you're playing Centaur 5 or 4, this is maybe a little bit of a tip for people at home if they get inspired. This hero has some serious shortcomings along with its strengths. Obviously, LGD are drafting it in a very particular fashion to make his laning make sense. Last game he was laning with Enigma, an incredibly powerful offlaner that offers a lot of damage during your stuns. And in this case, he's laning with the Venge, who, as a carry, is a little bit in the same boat. So...
Okay, you're going to be forced out again. And yeah, the minus armor aspect in this game with the Wave of Terror, not really taking much advantage of it from LGD's side. It's just a single, really, I mean, sure, Lina will do some physical damage. It's mostly magic, surely.
Let's be honest. They only picked Venge because of Doom. I think there was no way they were going to do it otherwise.
And it has a stun, Syndra.
It does, but a lot of heroes have stuns. Very few heroes have 2 lives. It's only her dying, arguably, and of course Wraith King.
That shows how much in the dumpster Wraith King is, that he's not even picked in this scenario.
Yeah.
That's the one category you're looking for. One check off that box. This Thompson in the mid lane. 38 and 6 start. 25 and 4 onto Chira.
What has happened to Lina that this is a play?
Yeah, it used to be the finishing blow. Now it's just like, I'll just get my stacks
Using
up.
Laguna to harass.
Oh, Malady gonna run into Theolocor, puts down the Tombstone, but the Starstorm's in quite a bit. The zombie does tank the arrow. Theolocor able to get out just in time, and now the Dragon Tail onto Thompson. This will be a much bigger kill for Yandex. AJ a little bit late to the party, so ends up being a very good trade for Yandex.
It was a little bit disconnected from them, though. It felt like Undying used absolutely everything and died before DK could even connect on the play, but fortunately was able to in the very end. Almost killed the Mirana there on Malady, but needed an extra zombie hit or 2 as the Tombstone was taken down.
Are we going to see Radiance on Lina, you think?
No, I don't think so.
If he's going to switch things up on every hero, though.
I had my doubts last game when we talked about Dragon Knight buying Radiance, if that was ever a thing in other roles. I think Lina Radiance, I can say with confidence, has never been a thing in any role.
Getting gone on under the tier 1 tower. Will pop the Lotus, and the Fairy Fire, in fact. Scorched Earth is too much. DM with the kill. Another big one going the way of Yandex, exactly what they were looking for.
Off to a solid start this game on Doom. I wonder who he prioritizes dooming this game. I think there's a case to be made for actually making it a priority to doom the Magnus over Lina, depending on the situation. Obviously, you're not dooming Venge after she hits her Ag's timing, unless it's a very specific scenario. But you are playing into Stampede. Oh, see you later, Melody, by the way. Walk into trouble here. Centaur, a classic counter to Doom for that reason. You doom someone, you just Stampede them out. He can't. I mean, obviously you can itemize against it as Doom, but you're not really going to. So you will be heavily reliant on combining Doom with Dragon Tail. Otherwise, the heroes are just going to run away from everybody.
Yeah.
It's actually an incredible Centaur support game, considering you first picked this.
It makes Ag's Doom even worse. Actually.
Yeah. Yes.
Arrow set up by the Hoof Stomp from
and it
KJ.
Makes Cart Centaur even better.
Thompson doesn't even need to use a stun. I'm not even sure if he has it leveled yet, as the Tombstone's going to get taken out easily from LGD. They get the tier 1 tower and a kill to boot. Yeah, it's not leveled LSA quite. I mean, when do you pop a value level in this?
Probably next, I think. I mean, we have seen Lina's go 404. I'm personally not ever really a fan of that. Strictly for the laning phase, there's an argument to be made that you don't need LSA and you just use the additional point Fiery Soul to farm more and easier. And
oh boy, Watson finds himself in trouble. Nice stun coming out from Whisper and company. They got many more where that came from. No denial as Yuma will claim his kill. In fact, his second kill of the game on the Vengeful Spirit carry.
He's probably getting the tower here too. And I have to say, we haven't talked about the lineups in that much detail. I think this support duo from the side of Yandex, I personally don't like it. It's double melee, it's both low damage heroes, and it's both heavily reliant on snowballing, which if you fail to do well in the early game of this game, what purpose do Bounty and Undying have as a duo? Like, sometimes you're gonna have a bad game where Bounty Hunter's scouting becomes really valuable, and then you can play around that. You can maybe farm an additional amount on your heroes because Bounty is dying and giving vision, but Undying doesn't benefit from that playstyle. He just wants to fight, right? So the one thing they have in common is they love to take fights, so you get trackball and use Tomb, but kind of it. Here we go, they're gonna try it.
Nice formality, the swap out on his teammate to be able to get out. Looks like that'll be successful for the Vengeful Spirit. KJ
might work,
stunned out, attempting to go through the gate. Do they have another stun where that came from? Not needed. And next we find something.
Watson running Dom into Maelstrom on the IO, it looks like, not eggs. Interesting. Alright, it's the first choice. I believe most carry IOs we've seen went Dom Eggs, right? I think so. At least the one we cast.
I think we've only cast one so far.
It hasn't been that many that we've had, but it's been pretty popular this tournament overall. At least some games. Thompson will be spotting out the Bounty Hunter and pretend he doesn't exist, doesn't give a crap about him.
I wanted to talk about the Bounty Hunter. It feels like this...
Mask of Madness on Magnus, excuse me?
Really?
Okay.
Okay, I like that. That's cool.
Whisper wants to hit.
And LGD, the way they play is so fun. Always loved watching them especially in these big tournaments. They show up with something you haven't seen, at least not in quite some time.
This is effectively Whisper saying, I am going to get farmed just like last game when he went for, you know, the Octarine on Enigma instead of the BKB most people were expecting.
Yeah.
Now Mask of Madness before Blink, so he can do more damage in the RPs and during all the downtime farm a lot more. This is usually a carry build on this hero.
Look, are wasting so much time here. Arrow actually hits as well. Will they continue to pursue? Doesn't look like it.
Toxin narrowly dodged that dust or he would have died. Now instead he's going to kill two couriers.
All right,
Gets swapped in.
Bad. It will cost him his life.
Likelihood
outside the sentry now, though.
He's fine.
Now he will survive.
All right, that's what you want to see from your Bounty Hunter. Dust, sentry, and two couriers lost there at no cost for Soxa. His hero sometimes just has these awkward games where nothing is happening and you just feel pointless.
Yeah.
But he's finding some impact here.
I believe that was the specialist array for Revenge,
I
right?
think that was what was killed indeed.
Is that the typical build for Revenge?
Yeah, it's pretty standard on Carry Venge to go specialist array for sure. You want a farming item and it's better than Maelstrom on her.
What about Battle Fury though?
I have to say to that.
Too bad. I always look for melee-related items on her, and it just feels like it still doesn't happen.
You get Empower this game.
That is true.
You have to settle for that.
KJ getting chased. Will pop his Fairy Fire. Under the tier 2, Yuma in the area as well. First Doom of the game applied to the Centaur, and you see the relocate from Watson. A lot of damage now as Yuma comes up to the 9th RP, but not in time to save Yuma. And in fact, it might cost the Magnus his life as well. Double kill for Watson as Yandex in pretty good position now after a game 1 Omega stomp against them.
Yeah. As a Bounty Hunter enjoyer, I can tell you that was a very important moment for Soxa. I think he was the biggest winner in all of that. He gets his level 6. They start putting some pressure on the map now. I'm not sure if he got any tracks off mid-fight after leveling up, but regardless, now his game is truly unlocked. He's going to go earn. I'm assuming he will get a Distiller with that. Scouting out. Tops. Oh.
Doing a blade right on his
narrowly got out of the sentry,
okay,
but
take the Dragon Slave.
Tranquils are good here. Very good. He didn't get attacked, so he's regenning through all of that burn damage.
Very annoying now.
Yep.
It does feel like this hero is a hit or a miss big time.
It is. It's super one-dimensional.
For like an elimination game, balls on them to pick
It's bold, it is, but at the same time, it's also, I would say, one of Sox's best heroes in recent memory that don't run it that often, but generally very impressed with his ability to perform on this. If Distiller, now there's going to be one picked up for Mirana. Incredible item against Bounty Hunter, obviously. 8 seconds of true sight. You just need to see him at some point, or know where he is.
Yeah, feels bad as
can even place it as
his hero.
Yeah, just place it in an area and Bounty Hunter can't get in there.
Surprised we are. I mean, not that we're seeing. We did see Ricky, I suppose. I'm thinking of Invis heroes with since Distiller was put in. They've definitely dropped off.
Yeah, we haven't seen much Nyx. Not that he's Invis after he initiates, but Soxa, yoink! He got his item delivered though.
How many courier kills is that for him now? 4 or 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Not too bad.
If this was the old couriers, now we're talking.
He's channeling his inner Jin Q.
Yeah, or his inner maybe next time, if you want to go back that long ago. All core.
That is 5 kills.
We'll get out of here. It's one of the things that Bounty Hunter does that can be super frustrating to play against when you're playing slow, which is what LG so far are in this game with their heroes, is you don't know where the vision is. It's hard to take advantage of Moonlight Shadow when you could be under a ward at any given point when you use it. And they're spending so much time and energy on their supports playing cat and mouse with this damn little rat. They will finally get off Moonlight Shadow. It doesn't look like they're connecting on anything, though.
Both sides were smoked. Yandex gonna take the initiative. KJ. Maybe spotted. The Dragon Tail to his face. Gets on the hook up on the 2 though. The DM jumps in with the Doom on top of Yuma. But like you said, the Stampede being put to good use. LSA. Some more right clicks. There's the RP onto 2 with a big skew onto the tier 3 towers. DOTA now in a lot of trouble. They will find the Vengeful Spirit, but at heavy cost again. 2 cores down for Yandex. Jira Jr. now on the run, but the Stark's only doing quite a bit with the Shockwave to finish the job. The Tombstone stacking up as Watson. Watson in the meantime getting killed off by the zombie, man. Malady does fall in the end. This turns out to be a 4 for 4. What is happening in the enemy base for Yandex?
Okay. Hey, that's honestly kind of it.
I don't know who won that.
It's a draw because of track. You know? Like you killed one. Yeah, it's hard to keep an overview of fights like that. It was a nice heads-up play.
Dead even with the gold.
Important for Whisper to find that RP and at least somewhat alleviate that disaster, but obviously dooming Venge is good for now.
Not for long, though.
Far off the Ag still. Need another 2,500 gold, so they would love to do that again.
Just awarded 1 ward. There's still an observer in the enemy base by the tier 3 top.
I think Malady placed that as he was diving the lead.
Yeah, that's so funny.
This one might just last full duration.
Yeah, I don't think they'll overuse it anyway.
And it's it's good for Soxa. He's going to see courier movement. True. Potentially get another kill or 2 out of that and just be a bigger nuisance.
He's going to be spotted though. Magic missile with the swap. KJ in the area. Dust still applied. Soxa might be fine. Distiller is there. Now Theolocore getting gone on by DM. The right clicks will suffice. Yuma now.
They are confident with reload.
Quite yet, absolutely. The Dragon Tail sets things up. The Skewer's not going to be in time. And now the Stampede for the retreat on LGD. Not going to last long enough, it looks like. As the Centaur, the Watson Centaur in this case, not able to find the stomp. The Whisper gets away. Watson was not a part of this fight.
They're going for him, aren't they?
Watson, okay. Spot stops and he just runs right into him.
Sun on Sun, who's the bigger Sun?
Centaur is not fast enough to get the stomp off. I don't believe the arrow will buy him some time.
I was going to say, this is current Dota if he Lagunas that Centaur creep. That's 2026 right there.
Do you like it or not?
I don't mind it. It's just funny. It's funny to see. Topsun, by the way, going for a rather uncharacteristic build-up here. Kaya into immediate Lincolns. So once counter the Doom and the Track and the Dragon Tail early. But in mentioning all of those abilities, essentially, I don't know necessarily how good this is going to be for him, because you can just break it from a long range in Invis with Track, and then you can get doomed out of nowhere.
Yep.
So it doesn't feel like a safeguard, but maybe it is a necessity.
that the finished? No, he's still 2k away. He's actually, his farm has dropped off quite a bit on Yuma.
Oh, Thompson's courier just got killed by Saksa along with Yuma's courier. So is that 7? Are we up to 7 now?
I think it would be 8.
8 courier kills?
I think so.
Okay, that's
7. Okay, you were right.
Yeah,
good job.
Nice try. Marana's killed 5.
Apparently. We haven't...
I've not noticed them. You can look for it less when it's not Bounty Hunter, but still.
It's not fair because she has a mount.
Yeah, that's right. Unfair game.
Fox is spending a lot of his time courier hunting. It's so funny.
I mean, this is a multi-purpose movement, right? He's looking for couriers, but he's also looking for key information. They have relocate, so he can actually set up Watson for unexpected kills, especially if he connects with Doom. Well, this is a very interesting strategy that is working out great so far for them.
And Watson almost done with his Aghanim Scepter.
Inside of LGD, the only hero that's really thriving in the farm department is the Lina, and she is going to have her work cut out for her playing into Doom Dragon Knight. It is not easy to not get caught by anything here with Bounty Hunter scouting. A couple of Lotuses here for Saksa. He's going to be happy to find this pool unchecked for 9 minutes. We get 3 of them, and we're into a smoke we go. So this is exactly going to be a relocate play, but they're going to do it the other way around. They're going to bring smoke, Doom into a smoke, so he doesn't have to be reload.
Dragon Farm's about to end, though, so not the most ideal timing for Yandex.
Feels like if they blink Doom and Dragon Tail anyone, that hero's dead.
Yeah, maybe they don't.
It doesn't really matter.
Dragon form.
And the dream target would be...
It would be Thompson. They'll find the Marana instead.
They won't kill her, though.
Not enough.
I think.
Leap.
Oh, they will.
The way the gem is there, though. They will pick it back up.
What the hell? Oh, that's right. Fireball lingers for 2 seconds after you leap out of it.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a pretty rare thing for AoE ground abilities to have that much linger, but...
It is fire.
That's true.
Whisper, using the RP on this pesky Bounty Hunter, will get Laguna Blade help from Thompson as well. Drums away from the zombie man.
Majorly awkward. They want to get out of there.
Lincoln's finally online, as you can see Chira finds himself a Centaur snack. 6k lead for Yandex. And Aghanim Scepter still not finished on Yuma.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. It's the biggest story of the game here.
Started off so well.
Or death
that empower. You know, you need to get that empower action here.
I think more than anything, he just needs some breathing room. They've been very aggressive in this top half, largely, again, courtesy of the Bounty Hunter scouting. They've been able to go for these tower dives, relocate plays, and Yuma has definitely suffered the most out of any core in this game. The fact that he's only 500 ahead of Magnus, who had a bad lane matchup, speaks volumes.
Tormentor is up. We'll see if Yandex want to take advantage of that.
There it is. Aghanim Scepter. Step 1 of many needed here for LGD this game, but they are always going to have that X factor of insane team fight. Always fall back on that. You can hit a fat RP, combo it with an LSA, plenty of AoE damage between your heroes.
Okay. Nice little love tap there from Thompson. Blink almost there for KJ. So some nice item timings for LGD.
Thinking about it. The track on Centaur. Still gonna wait though. And every time there are 4 heroes together without the IO, they are 5. Venge might be the primary target here.
Thompson about 1200 away from his Aghanim Scepter, but
Blink to hit this wave.
Blink for KJ once that track ends. They don't want to spoil the surprise. EM has his BKB. Did not go for a greedy build with a Radiance or anything of the sort on the
Maybe
Doom.
some miscommunication. I've heard Dragon Knight is supposed to buy that. They didn't.
I was mentioning Doom, but yeah.
I know, but maybe he didn't go Radiance because he thought DK was going to be fully Thompsoning it up.
They could have learned from game number 1.
Well, I do definitely agree with not buying it on DK this game. I think it's the right choice. And I don't mind that neither of them went for it. I don't think it's that important. Tempo here is really the name of the game. If you play this game too greedily, you lose your supports in the process. It's been... That was my biggest concern for Yandex after the draft, was finding purpose for Malady and Saksa and mission accomplished. Like, this was really, really important that the early game went this way. Now that you've done that, plenty of options. looking to be a shard soon for Melody to counter primarily RP, I think. Oh, reload bottom, just a farm.
Okay. Very exciting.
Yeah, always riveting.
He has BKB now as well for Watson. Yep. Big timings now for Yandex, and I would expect a fight to break out here relatively shortly. 7K lead, it's not growing necessarily though. See if they can expand this now with these BKBs coming online. Thompson is top net worth though. Have to mention that. His Ags should be on the way now. The Moonlight Shadow, it was spotted though.
Field, of course, tracked. Probably no way out of this one unless... Nope, there is a way out of this.
Dragon Tail.
Okay, never mind. I was looking elsewhere, didn't realize they already used Dragon Tail. Then there absolutely is a way out of that one.
Okay, Whisper initiation into the LSA and Laguna. Malady is A-okay. He's going to get hooked up now by Watson. Applying some pressure to Yuma instead. The Stampede away, so LGD just not having the damage yet. Like Thompson, I mean, what's the regular build here? I mean, at some point you go for right click, right?
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go... He's not upgrading his Kaya, or is he? No. Unless it's on his courier.
Gonna get this for
free,
the time
you see
like.
Kaya Yasha in the slot, but no contesting. Oh, he changed his build just now. All right, so he is going Kaya Yasha. He had other items queued up a moment ago on the Lina. I believe he was looking for a Hurricane Pike, but going back for the standard. I mean, there's nothing special about this build except the early Lincolns currently. So this is kind of cookie cutter. This is probably why it's not looking great for LGD. Thompson not being creative enough. Doesn't know how to play normally. Has to do his own thing.
Let's see the E-Blade.
That's pretty normal in Lina.
I guess so. Okay, Whisper in some trouble. We'll take a full doom.
Him. All right.
All right. Goodbye.
Hacking. I don't know if that was necessary, but sending a message, I suppose. Another track kill for Soxa's bank account. It's a big game hunter in case that works.
BGH, you say?
He was top 3 net worth in the enemy team.
Okay. Might be working after all, Cinderin.
Well, I'm just hoping it does.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Actually see it.
How big of a power spike is the Ags for Lina, would you say?
It's game specific. I think in this game, actually not that big of a deal. I don't think the defensive aspect of it is going to help her that much to get the magic resistance. Obviously, 35% spell amp is no joke, and you can find angles flying over trees, etc. But again, Bounty Hunter is just a massive thorn in their side in that regard. It's LGD have very much struggled to find any moves on their terms. So maybe this could help them find unexpected angles. He's trying it right now, perhaps. No Flame Cloak, though.
Yeah, they find the stun onto the Doom. Looks to be dead to rights, just stun locked completely. Now the Stampede away as the relocate comes in.
That's a
Dragon Tail owning up, though. 2 forts killed, just like that. Still at this stage of the game, I think LGD still take that, though. Doom for 2 supports, probably.
Not that often you see the Dragon Tail AoE actually come into play like that, but stunned both targets.
Tower is under attack.
Use this opportunity to push. Thompson. Need to be a bit careful.
They have so much healing. Dragon Knight's inherent regen, tether, soul rip. You better kill them in one go, or you're gonna have to kill them twice over. I guess probably good for Whisper that he ended up buying that Mask of Madness, because with how this game has been going, he would have been in the absolute dumpster without a farming item.
True.
At the very least, he's been able to get something, but not looking great overall.
No bottom net worth of the
Malady gonna break out this smoke on Centaur.
I will say, going high ground against LGD sounds absolutely miserable. Arrow not going to hit. Dragon Tail
Reload.
Junior as KJ KJ is going to come. Look at the support trade, though. And the swap now to Chira Jr. into the skewer, and the right clicks will suffice. So that's a big kill coming out of the way of LGD.
Doomed nothing.
Okay. Yeah, Lincoln was procced as Yuma going to continue to right click. He has his Aghanim Scepter, so his illusion comes out now.
You get the swap?
Get the swap in time onto DM, onto the high ground. He goes outside of vision.
Doesn't have the swap.
Does it not refresh?
No, this was changed.
Right? Oh, yeah, that's right.
This was changed.
That felt so good. Though,
yeah,
when it refreshed.
That was a very big nerf. I want to say DM was not dooming the Lina, but then Thompson put the Lincolns on someone else as he was doing, but it was hard to see with how clustered up the heroes were.
Watson trying to defend the honor of Soxa, and that's going to be enough for Thompson to have to hightail away.
Still.
Oh, wow, that's big. Okay, they can try to burn this Aegis. Looks like they'll do it, but a tombstone save at the last moment, and now the jump in from DM, able to get the Vengeful Spirit illusion. As Human will now revive normally.
Close call. Goes to show how important the skewer is going to be. You have to get them away from Undying.
40 seconds on the Aegis.
Figuring Malady might by Blink to try to counteract that. Oxa. Oh no.
Whisper. Oxa. Gets some help from Watson now. Whisper on the run with the Stampede help. Okay, he gets quite far away.
A lot of movement between everything he got to use there.
Indeed.
In mid. Connecting back here with IO, but no follow-up on the Dragon Knight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like Chira Jr. working on Ags. Very nice against Lina. Magic resistance really goes a long way against that hero, and getting the flying movement means you can match her during Flame Cloak. So it's going to be a real feels-good pickup here.
Invisibility.
Now, if you aren't too familiar with late-game Venge, this hero can actually become a hard carry nowadays. It used to be more of a tempo carry that kind of fell off, but late-game Venge can be insanely strong. Big part of it is level 20 talent, where you steal damage and armor from the targets that you hit. If you hit some big hero that has a lot of base damage, it can be crazy against heroes like Tiny, especially. We've seen it run against to just get like 80 or 90 damage for free. Then you're playing with some sort of critical strike, and all of a sudden start hitting like a truck. This game, you don't have that beefy target in terms of damage, but you have Empower, so it's probably going to roughly even out.
Yeah.
But he has a long way to go. This is a poor Venge.
He does. Whisper finds a connection. That's a deletion.
Oh,
and they find the RP onto the DK. Enough damage? Not quite. Actually, yes, he does fall. As Yuma is still alive and running. Watson with the BKB now coming to relocate. Trying to get something out of this fight. The jump in from the Doom. Not able to get the Doom off, though. And Soxa didn't take a hook stomp into the double edge. It's 3 dead for Yandex. As LGD somehow coming out on top here.
That was super snappy from Whisper on the RP.
What's Silence Doom? He jumped in and got silenced instantly.
Are you sure he got silenced?
No.
I didn't see him be silenced. I just saw him not casting spells, which, I mean, effectively, I guess...
In a way. Brain silence.
Yeah. I think he was just hesitating to doom anyone there.
Okay.
Starting to get paranoid about the Lincolns, maybe.
Yeah, it makes you think twice with the Lincolns.
He's gonna buy Ags. Do not have to worry about it anymore.
And Stampede becomes even more important.
Yes, that is.
Shard was taken by KJ from the Tormentor, which, I don't know, on a support,
Yeah, exactly. Kind of whatever.
Yeah, what do you want to see? He might be going Yules again. Do you think Ags looks better than it did last game, if you can get there?
I think you could also argue for Wind Waker, maybe, if you're already going for the Yules. A great way of buying time against Dragon Tail, which is going to be the biggest offensive ability for Yandex later in the game, aside from Doom. Well, that was still a crucial sequence for LGD. They pretty much cut the lead in half now.
Yeah, it was starting to get to the point where it might be out of reach in a few minutes. Holding on strong now.
Also,
but again, the high ground thing, I just can't get go high grounding.
It's really, really tough, for sure.
You just got to get the pickoffs in order to create
that one here. No way out of this one for old Theola Core. We talked about Venge's carry potential. Worth considering Lina in that regard too. Thompson is transitioning into right click, and he's got Empower, and he's got Vengeance Aura. So it adds up.
It does.
That they stay in place and maybe can set up for Chain Dragon Tail should be enough to kill them when they're in the side of that Doom.
Double damage.
Oh, this is a big moment. Amp damage on Lina. They're gonna go for the smoke. Any find. Thompson hits for 550 right now.
Not bad.
With Empower, Vengeance Aura, and the Rune.
Pretty good.
Imagine with a critical strike.
Looking to pop the smoke. DM in the tree line. This would be a nice kill for LGD. They find him via the shockwave. They use the RP as well. The Tombstone is going to save him for the time being. Right clicks are so much damage on him. Finally, the AoE Doom comes off, though. Trying to focus onto the Magnus as Thompson just having his way with everyone with his damage rune. Able to get one kill. Now attempting to run away with the help of Yuma and company. They're going to jump in. JKJ going to force out the BKB from Chira Jr. As Thompson. Jenkins does proc on
Reload.
Track. And relocate still up and running. They get the Dragon Tail the last moment onto Thompson. Looks to be his doom. As Chira Jr. ensures it with a blink as he blocks him off. And now Yuma, last remaining member in this vicinity at least, his Whisper actually will join him. Like that'll be it for the fight, but definite favor going.
Save Doom. And they will burn Roche in the river.
Classic.
So, if that fight didn't work out for LGD, next time they probably won't have that damage rune, which played a big role. Still, very much reliant on finding that good RP. Coming soon to your pubs, by the way. Daedalus Satanic on IO. Almost has it completed here.
Very nice, and he has the 25 talent now.
Yep. So attack tethered allies target.
Big power spikes here.
Strong. DK has a lot of attack speed as well. Those two together pack a punch.
AC minus armor. Chira Jr. Things looking very good for Yandex. Foxa finds himself a Magnus.
Yep. Do they reload? They do. They're waiting for it.
Harpoon onto the trees with the BKB. Nice RP. Obviously not going to be too much follow-up, although Yuma has something to say about that.
They forced BKB RP with a reload. That's really, really good. The side of Yandex. Worth keeping in mind about IO. Obviously, when you're close to max HP... Oh, never mind. No time to talk. Let's kill King Jungles in 2 seconds. So IO does more damage the higher HP it is. Which... when you have Satanic, you can reliably stay on very high health. Together with the 25 attack talent playing with DK, all this amping, if anybody gets caught for just a moment, they get burst so hard.
This is scary.
The tower's gone.
14k lead, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. They have Roche Banner as well. DK form still up.
So high ground is going to be hard. They're going to go for it now, though. No RP.
That is true. Without RP, it's a little bit more difficult. There is the skewer, though, onto the DK, under the cover of the tier 4 towers. Chira Jr. has to spot the BKB and try to run away. He's going to get swapped. Now the damage coming from Watson is out of control, but it's going to cost him the Aegis. Does get the Vengeful Spear, but of course...
on second life.
Have the illusion now, as Yuma can get the stun off. Tombstone save. That's enough to break up this fight completely. The zombie's gonna, okay, get off the skewer onto Malady, but now the AoE Doom comes out from DM as Whisper's just gonna burn to the ground. Yuma, the illusion, looks to be falling as well, although able to trickle back to the base just barely. Without the DK form, their push not as strong here. Okay, I say that, he pops another one. Downtime on that is not too shabby. He does get the arrow hit on him. As Watson damage is insane. Another swap under the tier 4 towers. It's going to be enough damage. Oh, the healing, though, from Watson. They get the illusion of Venge. KJ takes a tumble, and this should be a set. Yandex looking extremely good. They get the Dragon Tail onto Thompson. DM jumps into the Infernal Blade. Down goes Thompson. 84 seconds of no Lina now. So Yandex can go for potential throne status here.
Look at IO.
My goodness, this damage.
IO
with the 25 talent. Absurd. Both tier 4s down, and now the Ancient exposed. No mid laner for a full minute. 3 down for LGD without buyback. And this looks to be done and dusted for game number 2 in favor of Yandex. The fortification comes out at the last moment, but that is not going to be nearly enough to save them. And that means we're going to be going to a game number 3.
And now, you and I finally get to cast a game that shows what the IO carry hype is all about. It's been a very mixed bag in this tournament. This time around, though, great performance from the side of Yandex, and Watson ends the game 12-2 and 12. Massive success.
Let's do game 3, Nat!
Okay, Sunsfan, I'll give that one to you as soon as we've already broken down this game too, because I'm on a similar sentiment here to what Synderen said. There's been so many
Team Yandex.
Dyer's turn.
They have a chance. This has been one of the best, if not way too much value from the offlane.
We do have a game 3 draft coming very soon. I'm sorry, I have hiccups, so I'm trying to talk through the hiccups here. So, Monkeys, maybe you can take over here.
we already have the respect bands from Yandex here. Enigma
first guy stunning and then get backed out by his Undying with the Tombstone. In the meta, I was actually considering for LGD taking it really good versus Dragon Knight with all the percentage damage. Also gives you a Tombstone killer with all the range that you get from the Arctic Burn. And I think it just pairs really well with the way that the teams are playing and fighting in these mid games. Like the soft resets of the Cold Embrace have looked really powerful. And the Bounty, I don't know, he just kind of owned last game.
Yeah, it was good. The extra gold, we already talked about it. It just put Yandex in that position to be able to close the game out a little bit faster for themselves, which is on track because right now in the tournament, they are the team with the shortest game duration with all of their 16 matches put together, whereas LGD are the longest, just below Enigma Galaxy, but the longest in terms of game duration.
And it's really interesting to me because when I think of this bounty hunter hero, I mean, I mainly think of it as this pub stomper. And I mean, when I personally am playing Dota, I get so mad whenever I see this bounty hero. I'm just like, oh, well, I'm gonna get no help in lane. I'm just gonna have to fend for myself, do my own thing. But Yandex, they're making this hero seem like a complete menace, and again, Soxa, he's playing the vision game, getting deep wars, sniping couriers. It's genuinely surprising the amount that he's able to make happen on this hero.
Yeah, but this is a very difficult hero to deal with. You need to invest a lot of gold into sentries. We saw Gem being picked up even in the first game where there was no bounty hunter. 18 minutes in, they did the same thing on Mirana. 18 minutes in the previous game, I think Centaur gave it to her, but you need to invest a lot of gold. And if you lose that gem, you are kind of cooked. This has been the hero against Necrophos from the off lane, from the mid lane, where you are getting levels more from the mid lane because you're getting more levels, of course, but once you use that Ghost Shroud, you can just get completely shredded. And Bounty Hunter really likes the plate. They don't really have the best setup. They don't really have the hero that kind of goes in and sets things up. So we could potentially be seeing the hero for DM last, because I would love to have something that gives them a little bit more team fight. But then again, seeing Undying Necrophos, this is something that Team Resilience did run, where they killed the tower 5 minutes in. It is almost impossible lane to beat because of the way that you're naturally playing the lane. Undying being a strong laner, constant heals, the lane is pushed, you play with the first catapult. Maybe if they want to run Snapfire Bounty, is that the type of a lane that maybe they could get something more out of it?
Yeah, I think melee 4s are generally what you want to play versus Undying, because melees are the best at pulling the wave. So, and doing all these like random creep shenanigans, running in circles behind the tower. Undying, sure, he can buy the boots and chase after you, but he doesn't have the ways to really kill you or punish you. He'll almost always allow you to get away with it. So I definitely think that bounty +1, if it's the snap or even just a melee offlaner, will probably be able to at least survive in this Necrophos lane. And for me, I was also thinking before the snap pick, there was like a Muerta, which is pretty good versus a Dragon Knight, pretty good versus a Necro, but I think now with this Muerta, it does put your draft in this very awkward position where you almost need this stun initiator spirit-esque hero. You can pick something from the offlane, but a second layer I would add to that is actually you want a nullifier buyer in this game. So even if you do go something like a Dawnbreaker, something like a Lycan, just something that is able to get that like second or third item nullifier, I think it'll help them a lot being able to deal with the Necrophos, because if you don't, it makes it so hard to win the fights during BKBs to kill the Necro, and post BKBs, I think the fights are pretty much impossible for Yandex.
They have a lot of sustain, a lot of reset. We saw value that you are getting from Tombstone with the Shard. Necro, if he gets focused, he is going to be getting that extra bit of a heal. He comes out, has another heal, has another Ghost Shroud, maybe Terrorize on top of that when they try to focus him down. So not the easiest hero to kill, even though they have good amount of magic damage from Snapfire and Lina, but also these heroes are very sustainable. And if you've seen it in the second game, if you don't have enough to burst them down, this could be potentially a problem.
We saw Whisper's hero pool just come up on screen there, seeing a lot of different heroes being picked up for himself. A Brewmaster is going to be the last ban there, with the Darkseer being yoinked by Yandex.
I think that's the other item that I wasn't thinking about, is Krellas, which is kind of like the soft nullifier versus Necrophos, and it's been probably the most popular item to pick up on Darkseer. They're going it pretty much second item. I've been seeing like Helm Dom into Shivas, into Krellas, and then maybe a Blink thrown somewhere in there. So relatively early, getting it really fast first. Regen from Necrophos, stolen. All the healing from the dying, stolen. Dragonite has the bonus regen, but it's not so much of a factor in this, but we saw him get all the healing from the IO last game, so maybe some Satanics. It looks like a very good Darkseer game. Unfortunately, doesn't have the best mid to pair with. You usually want that like melee, Ember, Earth Spirit, Storm, kind of guy that uses the Ion Shell, so it's going to be a lot on the Darkseer and the Bounty to kind of find this pairing, but in terms of what it provides to their draft, I like it a lot.
Are you a little bit afraid that there isn't anyone really to necessarily protect the Lina and or protect the Snapfire for when she wants to start ulting?
They have like soft resets with the Winter Wyvern, Cookie, Surge, these type of things. I think they have a good amount of options on side of LGD, what they can put in the lane. Like, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I think this is one of those games where you can maybe get away with Anti-Mage as a pick. It's not a hero right now, but I think Lifestealer, it's a spicy one. But looking at the heroes that they have been playing, I feel like you know, Lifestealer works well, even though there's like one BKB piercing ability. He's definitely fine in this, unless they want to be running Necro in the safe lane, which they still have the option to do so.
I believe it should be Necro in the safe lane.
Yeah, maybe just for the sustain.
Yeah, you'll free farm versus the Darkseer. You can survive the Ion Shells. You get to counterpick the Lina in the offlane. That's hard, I will say, to counterpick it, but we've seen there's heroes like Lycan and Beastmaster that have looked kind of decent. You get the summons and you can focus her. Not amazing into the Wyvern, but I do think getting that like kind of physical damage offlaner does give them a really nice early to mid game. And that's why they're physical. I don't know if it's offlane or carry, because Whisper has played this in the past, but I would have to assume this is the Yuma Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Amar also played it during EWC. It looked good at the first, I don't know, half an hour. I believe they lost that game. This is what we expected. We expected the unexpected coming into this series. That there are going to be a lot of weird picks coming out from the teams because this is how they drafted. There's the Thompson effect, of course, and also and it is going to be Whisper actually playing the offlane Wind Ranger.
So the physical damage offlaner, I think the Necrophos in the safe lane to me made the most sense. Due to that kind of Darkseer, it lets your Undying just completely leave you. You sit there alone. You don't really need to worry about the sustain versus the Ion Shell, which is a lot of the time the issue with like Shadow Fiend versus Darkseer. That's why it's so good for the Darkseer, that he can push you in, deal all this damage to you, and then win in the offlane. I would assume basically they just needed some physical damage carry effectively, and Whisper again has really liked playing those roles. He's played mid, he's played carry in the past, he's played everything, so he can do whatever he wants. Am I confident in the draft? I want to say yes because of the Necrophos, but I don't think it's as well-rounded as Yandex is.
Even though we've seen many times Necro just take a hold of the game before the 10-minute mark, invade a lot, be able to choke out the map, you're still not confident that it's enough to close it out as well.
I do think I can close it out. I just have liked the Snapfire, specifically in the matchups versus the Dragonite and the Necrophos. And we haven't seen it pick too much in the tournament, but they have so much overwhelming damage. I still have to have faith in them.
Insane amount of combos that they can pull off. Not necessarily like stun combos, but you have Winter's Curse, vacuum into that, into Snapfire ulti, maybe some LSA that can follow it up. But I'm a big fan of Snapfire. I feel like this hero has not been utilized properly. And I think coming into the main stage, we're going to be seeing it more because even after all these nerfs, the hero still feels very powerful.
Now, Monkeys, for you, is it still just as simple as many stuns as possible? We'll win game 3 and therefore the series?
After seeing Sox's bounty from the last game, I would feel wrong not believing in him this game. I think the amount that he was able to accomplish in last game, just how much pressure he created on the map, how much vision he gave, it was just impressive. So I have to lean on Yandex here.
All right, if Yandex can continue that form for themselves in a game number 3, then the main stage will be theirs. But LGD will have something to say about that. Is it enough, though? We'll see with Synderen and Sunspan.
Damn it, Nat. Why have you done this? LGD versus Yandex, game number 3. She never learns her lesson, I'll tell you what.
Might need to clarify what she did wrong, in your opinion.
She named you first, and it sounds worse, okay? It's not an egotistical thing. I don't know how many times I need to say it. All right?
Well, you definitely come across very egotistical. And finding out that it isn't egotistical isn't really helping your case very much.
It's not egotistical, I swear.
Yes.
But yeah, game 3 is upon us. Loser of this is out of TI. Winner stays alive and goes to the playoffs, which means they have a double elimination bracket, so they get 2 lives. It's a huge game.
An individual singular game to get you at least 4 more on the stage. There is a lot at stake here, and a lot of the times in best of 3 series, we've seen this countless times. You go into a series, one team gets smacked in game 1, they make major adjustments in game 2 and win it. And I want to say more often than not, the team that wins game 2 also continues the streak in game 3 because they figure something out, they implement it, and then they run with it. Now, with that in mind, LGD have pivoted massively from what they did the last 2 games, though. So they are running a completely different archetype of lineup. This time, it's not just 5 stuns and a lot of playmaking potential in that regard. Now they have a Necrophos carry. They're running King Jungles on an Undying instead of the Centaur. And the biggest change for me overall is the offlaner is no longer this big wombo combo ulti between Enigma and Magnus. It's a Wind Ranger. This is a completely different type of hero. I personally thought it was kind of ballsy to pick it here, and I'm not sure what the rationale is. If it's just it lanes fine against carry Lina, it's somebody who can scale and then kill her later on with Focus Fire. Whisper has not shown any hesitance to farm in both last games. Definitely on the greedier side, so I guess they're going to try to implement it here.
Yeah, he's definitely the wild card of the game on that Windrunner, so you think the pressure is on him then?
I feel like most of the pressure in this game is on Thompson, actually, because I look at their lineup and I think Dragon Knight has to do quite a bit of work in this game. He's your primary initiator. In terms of playmaking potential, it's very different from the last 2 games, so if you got a little bit too used to your supports making a lot of moves for you, can't really rely on it to the same extent this time around. Yeah. Also have to deal with this pesky bounty hunter from last game who's going to be super annoying. Arguably you have worse heroes against bounty than last time, and he was still a big problem.
Yeah.
And he's playing with Darkseer, which is an even better pairing. So there's a lot of positives here for Yandex.
The Darkseer I really like. Like you talked about the Iron Shell for the bounty hunter in the laning stage. I mean, the problem is Soxa wasn't in the laning stage though. He was just killing courier, so maybe they're not going to get the full aspect of this combo, but it feels like, I mean, assuming Necro goes for the typical Radiance, you have Dragon form. These illusions are really good with the Darkseer wall later in the game.
Definitely solid. And like the panel talked about, I think one of the biggest reasons they picked this hero is Crozier. I think that item is going to be one of the bigger items of the main stage. It's already been pretty big in the group stage. When the enemy team maybe invests a little bit too much into heroes that rely on healing, heroes like Darkseer that love buying that early really rise in stock. Malady.
Power shot onto Malady. Cold embraces, but now he's surrounded by enemies. Should be taken out, although stay alive a little bit longer. Last right clicks enough from Whisper, and he gets rewarded with the first blood as an off-lane Windrunner. Watson can avoid the power shot. Not avoid the Shadow Realm hit, though.
Nice little start for them up there.
But I assume it's a right-click win. Like, how else do you build this hero?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think this hero is very limited in its build options, especially when played as a core. I think if you're playing support, there's some different build paths where, there was a phase where we would see Seb actually play a lot of position 4 Wind Ranger, and he would prioritize the Shard very heavily. Haven't seen that very much. Gale Force is not given the same priority. A lot of the time, it feels like they just get it from the Tormentor, and then I personally think it's undervalued. I think it's a very good shard, but it's 1,400 gold that you probably feel like you can't afford to invest as a core versus if you're playing 4 or 5. So don't expect to see that out of him. So yeah, probably just some Maelstrom BKB, get on top of Lina kind of thing. That's the overall idea. Something to mention, by the way, about this Darkseer lane with Bounty Hunter is when you're playing with Bounty, you have options that you don't necessarily have with other heroes that Darkseer lanes with. Let's see if Malady can play his way out of this one first. I think he'll be fine with a Cold Embrace. I say that.
Or doesn't have Shackling quite yet.
They're not going to coach through that. One of the options you have with Bounty Hunter is obviously he could pull waves for you, which is nice. So you don't have to worry about the lane getting to some sort of stalemate position against Necrophos. If you fancy, you can just keep putting shells on Bounty Hunter and he can jungle for you. You're just farming more. That is another option until you get a Helm of the Dominator. You kind of have a Dominator teammate. And you can do this, where you give him Ion Shell and he TPs to the other lane.
Yep, and he was surged as well.
He's dusted, though.
Pretty low. Sox, he TPs into almost die immediately. Power shot is avoided, though, from Whisper. Soxa popping the Fairy Fire in the tree line. Does get the invis off, though. I think we'll survive unless there's a random power shot. YOLO from Whisper? No.
That was a very important dust to have there. Otherwise, they die 2 heroes, I think, on the side of LGD. They would have just been run down by this Ion Shield Bounty Hunter. Turns into a nothing burger in terms of kills, but I feel like the biggest winner in all of this is DM, who just gets to cut waves completely freely now with the support leaving. He will get very high levels. He's about to hit level 5, so he's going to restore a lot of his mana, courtesy of Quick Wit. Quit.
Yeah.
And you can see he's just double dipping here with pulling the wave into neutral camps for more efficient farming. Soxa will kill Thompson's Courier. That was a Wand recipe and Tangos, so some resources missing now for that mid lane. And we haven't talked about this too much. Snapfire against most heroes, you just win the lane. And DK is no different. He's winning it quite sizably too here. 34 and 10 against 27 and 3. Thompson losing his Courier, the 6-minute rune is very important.
Yep, Gillicore makes his way over. And not sure they're going to want to fight for that top side. It's going to be hit by the Scatter Blast, and the kisses are there with the stun coming out from Soxa. And that is more than enough damage to bring Thompson down. Haste Rune was snagged by Theolicore.
Yeah, this is a very bad time for DK to die. You don't get to get the rune, you lose a full wave in tower, including the siege creep. At least King Jungles will be here to leech a little bit of this experience and keep the wave intact next to the tower. But again, it's you being forced. It's a lot of pressure being put by the Soxa Bounty Hunter once more. Got spotted under a sentry here, so he will know they see him. Meantime, up top. This is still puzzling to me, this Windranger pick. I really need to see some justification for this later in the game where I'm like, oh, this is...
Reaper Scythe comes out, not enough to kill off Soxa initially, but they do get the trade in the end. Yeah, Lacoste was mentioning the Amar game, which I believe I cast, and I don't remember anything other than that he picked it. They were losing and then they won. And I don't remember...
A good sample size for the hero being great.
Yeah, of course. But it's obviously very unusual in the off lane.
Yeah.
Let's see how it works out.
I love the hero, but I find it very limiting in the off lane role. Malady, big damage onto him.
Yeah, will get off the Cold Embrace.
He is going to die eventually here, but he'll make them work for it.
Maybe he can die to the neutrals. I'm going to try. Dodges the power shot.
Oh, that was actually close.
That was a
pretty damn good attempt.
Gets the hit, though.
If that was a different camp, maybe he might have died to it if it was the big centaur that hit him.
That was probably the worst
small
camp.
satyr. Yeah.
These little babies barely do anything.
Well, good news for LGD. Yuma is having a completely free game. That is largely bound to happen when you're laning into Darkseer. This is a very good Necrophos lane matchup. You just farm the waves. You don't really care that they're shelled because you out-regen them, and then you can go and farm jungle camps afterwards. But looks like they might be on the warpath here a little bit. Soxa and Chira and the connection from the right-hand side on the Darkseer. And Yuma's actually, he has 20 sticks, but he's low on mana.
Got a couple Lotuses as well.
Out we go.
Bramble only going to connect on one, so LGD will back away, it seems. And yeah, if they can get this fast Radiance on the Necro, that would be huge for LGD because none of the other cores are really doing a whole lot of anything at the moment.
Yeah.
Especially on Thompson's side, off to a very slow start. I mean, what kind of comeback potential does this hero have on its own right now? You can take stacks for sure.
Yeah. Well, kind of need level 12 before he can take stacks on DK.
Soxa going to show himself on Theolicore. Bramble going to be avoided for the most part as Soxa continuing on, and EM will get the kill with the Ion Shell attached to the bounty. What kind of options do they have for Yandex against the Necro other than the Krella's Crozier? Because I'm not seeing a nullifier purchaser. I mean, you could just go Yules, I suppose.
Nullifier on Bounty Hunter, I guess.
I mean,
part of the luxury.
Yeah.
This hero can buy literally anything. Because He is mostly just invisible and casting track. That's the 90% of your gameplay in the mid game. I think my question is, do you really need to counter Ghost Shroud when you have this insane amount of magic damage? Like, they have so much of it, including even the wall to help, that I feel like perhaps it's not that big of a problem to not be able to buy Nullifier. Usually it was the hard counter in the last year, but I'm not all that worried about that Necrophos becoming an unstoppable.
That's a fair point. I mean, they don't have the traditional right-click carry for Yandex, physical Kez type.
Don't get me wrong, Watson's going to right-click. He is going Maelstrom, and he will be playing carry Lina, but obviously that hero has the luxury of being a mixed damage type and a carry.
Scanning for enemies.
We're going to get hounded now by Soxa. Not quite level 6 yet.
They see him on the sentry, so calls off this play for now.
Just getting farmed for D.
Oh,
okay.
Some good damage. Oh,
yeah.
Shadow Realm would actually take him out. Not in range.
Reach him. Cold Embrace to keep him safe for now. I'm getting some nice extra farm with that Ion Shell on.
Wyvern denying the tower. It's taking a while, but he'll get there.
Good job.
Travels now. First big item for Snapfire. Standard. Generally see this picked up first, and then sometimes you see Dagger second. Just go straight in there.
And a TP to the bot lane with those boots of travel. Has the damage rune as well, as KJ will be the recipient of all this damage. Got the soul rip, but won't survive too much longer. Kira Jr. claims him for himself.
Really nice item to play with Helm of the Dominator. Darkseer can just give her clean connections always away from creeps. Nice duo.
Very cohesive lineup overall from Yandex.
I mean, I really like this Yandex lineup, and I oftentimes find lineups of this type a bit lacking when they don't have, like, let's say, a clean initiation or targeted stuns to set up fights with, except, I mean, you have Winter's Curse, but I feel like Bounty Hunter just ties this together so well for them.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm gonna attempt to chase. Little Dark Willow, but you can see the Radiance now on.
Keep ramping up.
Basically top net worth in the game. Looks like
tied with Darkseer.
Yeah, Darkseer has real. Oh, speaking of Darkseer, takes a Reaper Scythe, not quite dead yet. The Radiance burn is going to be enough for the right clicks of KJ as well. So that top net worth was very brief.
Kind of crazy that he was not even far off surviving there.
How big of a deal is it to not have a core melee with Darkseer for the Ion Shell? Is that more like that would have been icing?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I find that in this game, what makes Darkseer a good pick is that you want an aura bot in the offlane that buys Crozier, and then the wall in the vacuum is like extra nice benefit, which makes him a better pick than certain other options you had, plus his enabling of the Bounty Hunter. There was a lot of secondary reasons the hero was good rather than the Ion Shell.
Scatterblast is going to be missed. Track will give some vision, but lost their chance at pouncing on him.
DM is actually going tight, so we'll be mitigating a ton of that magic damage. You look at the Radiant lineup, it is heavily magic. Carry Necro, offlane Windranger with Maelstrom, and DK mid also does a lot of magic damage, so that timing is going to be very, very strong. LGD have to be careful with picking the right type of fights.
And both sides have tons of magic. Will we see a pipe? Does the item exist? I mean, we saw it on Darkseer, I think, 2 nights ago.
Yeah, we're going to see it again. I just told you. Pay attention.
Thank you, Syndra.
You're welcome. I thought you were joking that whether we were going to see one on LGD, and I was like, well, they don't have a candidate for it, so.
Soxa going on top of Whisper, but the focus fire is on Soxa. And Watson makes his way over with the Laguna Blade, and Soxa will survive with the track kill nonetheless. And we see a Terrorize now on the bot side with the Bedlam to follow. Nice kill follow-up onto DM. LGD get
Trade of the offlane. In time here, Theola Core. Oh, yes, that was very close.
AJ there as well. They got the dust, they get the kill. Double kill for Thompson across the map on this DK.
Panel pointed out DK has won both games this series. Hoping for a three-peat here if you're an LGD fan.
So for Darkseer, typically, when does Prela Crozier come out?
Probably after the secondary item you get after Dom, which in this case is Pipe. If you wanted to get something else first, then yeah, it's just a standard third, I want to say. It's a real feels good item on the hero. You benefit a lot from the extra HP and mana pool from the soul booster, and then obviously the utility of Crozier is amazing on you. You already cast all your spells, you can just run around the fight, be an absolute menace, hard to kill. It's a real feels good.
Kira has a shield rune. Opted for the casual Kaya and will be going for Blink Shard next. See how turns out for LGD. Malady's gonna have to use the curse, but it's on a solo target for Whisper. Looks like he'll get cleaned up, but DM is there with the wall. And Whisper actually ends up being traded, and that's a track kill again for Yandex. It's KJ taking some Mortimer globs to the face. The junior shows up. Kill off the tombstone casually. Terrorize completely missing. Actually hits one. It's only Soxa though.
This is majorly awkward now for LGD. They're getting tracked and hounded now.
Scatterblast now slowing up the Dark Willow. And Soxa doing a good job of maneuvering around those brambles as they get a nice Laguna Blade kill. So another track kill for Yandex, starting to really stack up here for Soxa and company.
That was a GTFO moment, and well,
it felt like they
eat as little as possible with only the Willow after.
As mid lane, see Wyvern getting gone on as Thompson in his dragon form attempting to run away because reinforcements have arrived, but not able to catch up for Yandex.
That would have been a nice moment to have a blink on Shira instead of the Kaya. That might have been a dead DK, but not enough chase potential just yet. You'll buy it next, unless he takes the shard first. Always it feels like Snapfire generally, when played Magic style, ends up with the same items, but the order differs. Soxa finally getting rid of this rat bastard. He'll be back though.
He will. Whisper has the Maelstrom, of course, and not super far away from BKB. See how they want to align these items is Thompson. No Radiance this time, Cinderin. I wonder why that is.
Yep.
Would have liked to see 2 Radiances on their team.
See that sometimes.
They do it. Not super often, though.
Yeah, this was not the game for that. I think he recognizes that he has to play tempo. When you're picking Wind Ranger offlane, your mid has to play selfless. Like, you can't all be greedy at the same time. Then your supports are just running in circles.
So he'll be going BKB next as well. And then for the carry, Necrophos, Yuma also going BKB. So they're going triple BKB on the cores, and they're going to be aligning relatively around the same time. So that's going to be their power spike. And then what about Yandex?
Well, Snap is about to get the dagger, so that's a big item. Lena's going Pike, and Darkseer.
Pipe is done,
Pipe is completed, right? It's on the way on the courier? Yeah, so that is a huge item, especially if they were to find the fight before the BKB. I think their power level is just significantly higher than that of the Radiant. We'll see if they turn this into a smoke. Oh, look, it's Soxa. Dusted and alive.
The average amount of gold has to be spent to counter bounty in a game versus a typical game.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Look at how poor the Radiant supports are. A lot of investment to try to keep the map under your control, and then still he finds the openings.
Chira is there, gets the cookie, even the creep's helping out a bit. He gets walled on top of it. Not sure they needed it. Although somebody was coming to his rescue, but LGD will back away. Just cut their losses with Whisper being taken out. Minute and a half away from the Tormentor.
I hope this inspires other teams, whether Yandex win or lose, to pick Bounty Hunter this tournament. It's a very unique hero to watch.
A cool hero, especially if the innate works, which it might. It might actually work. Be talking out of my ass.
Won't be the first time. Won't be the last.
2v2 BGH, Cinderin. You a fan?
I don't know which game that's from.
Starcraft.
Oh. That was a game called Big Game Hunter?
Yeah, it's a custom game. Huh. Well, not custom game, sorry. It's just custom lobby. It means you never have to relocate to another base because the minerals never ran out.
Ah, I see.
Malady caught off guard. Yellow for the terrorize into the Reaper Scythe.
Slice him up.
And that is stack number uno for Yuma.
Yep. Down the bottom, Whisper again.
Yep, he's tracked up. The cookie applied as well. Already at half HP. Gonna try to turn this around with the poke strike. There's quite a bit of damage actually to the mid laner. Is it enough? Chira Jr. might fall anyway, absolutely. So good job coming out from Whisper despite dying. Sets up that kill. They're gonna kill off Soxa in addition.
King Jungle's the boss running around at level 9 with a gem. Undying. He's had enough.
Dragon Tail and LSA are going to trade stuns for Thompson and Watson. They also rhyme, apparently.
He might actually kill him.
Watson getting off another LSA with the right clicks. The Maelstrom just stacking up now as Thompson gets off the Dragon Tail. Has the blink available with the Necro nearby. It was a close call.
That was not far from. Yuma starting to create some distance, though. It's good news here for the side of LGD. Super farmed on Necro. Almost has the heart, and he has shard. It's 20 minutes in.
Yeah, he's huge.
Enormous.
But the other two cores, not so much. Not yet, at least. Whisper.
Oh.
It feels like Sox is just constantly on him.
Yeah, Yule and then the Dom TP. Oh my god, so annoying.
Watson joins the party. Goodbye, Whisper. Rough game.
Yeah, that was 4 heroes sharing that track. That's a real feels-good kill. And now Tormentor should be theirs. There's a blink now picked up on Darkseer, and he's actually still going Shiva's first before Crozier, it looks like. The DM will keep that option for later.
You have to deal with this Necro, though. Part almost finished, actually. And the Shard goes to Malady. So the Cold Embrace upgrade.
I think I would have rather had the Bounty Hunter one. That one is nasty on Lina.
True.
But
getting the stun out of the right click on a ranged hero seems pretty good.
And it's also kind of like having pseudo Flame Cloak, which he's not going to buy as carry. Just the ability to jump out of nowhere is extremely valuable in a high burst hero.
I mean, is it good?
I think Soxa should buy
it.
I think he should actually.
I mean, if he aligns it with the, is it the 15 talent, giving the damage reduction?
Yeah, it's very good. He might buy Blink first, which is what he's queued up now. But I really do like the idea of buying it. Right, there's the heart. What's it going to be next for Yuma? Is it just standard stuff with the Shivas next, or is it going to be a faster BKB perhaps, given the nature of the enemy lineup?
This is what the Evoker is listening to.
And because he's carry, do you not go for like a Lotus type item, or is that more off lane?
It can be both.
Good against Track, good against Curse. No, kind of good against Curse.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much value as I was thinking.
Maybe you would, I don't know if you want Lincolns. It's just, it's a default item for a lot of heroes to buy against Lina, but it's more against the Magic Lina than the carry one. So, I don't think Lotus is good enough here. He is going BKB. I kind of like it. I think for LGD's side, him farming this much is great, but you got to put it to use at some point. I feel like Necrophos is on a bit of a timer this game. If DK isn't farmed enough, and especially Windranger, this is a very quiet game from Whisper. He has been ruined by this bounty hunter.
BKB now, though.
Yep.
Thompson has his own as well as Yuma. Going to take the initiation. He had half health. Reinforcements have arrived. LSA is going to hit. Watson going to find some corrector. There's a curse. Those Thompson on the right terrorize onto 2 heroes. Yuma trying to shrug off this damage coming out. It's a Reaper Scythe onto basically a full HP Watson. Will Hurricane Pike away. They get power shot though. As Bill Trap slowing them to a crawl. Chira Jr. right on top of him as well. Can they finish off the Necro? Doesn't look like it. As Watson is taking a full focus fire now from Whisper. And Whisper, basically a 1 versus 4, gets the kill himself. They get 2, in fact, for Yandex. Against Yandex, rather, as LGD trying to find a third in the form of Soxa. A little bit more difficult. The dust does hit. And they cancel the TP. Okay. The double Yules into the eventual kill onto Soxa.
Very, very nice defensive play from LGD. That is the perfect thing that can happen for them, is Necrophos gets opened on, but they can't full commit. He does so much passive damage over the course of that fight. Like you said, the Reaper wasn't even good. He just needed it to buy a bit of time and get the right positioning against the Lina. And they kind of ran out of juice, and then finally we get to see the logic behind the Wind Ranger, at least in that fight. Runs down the Lina, kills her on her own.
That's so weird to see, especially a hero that's bottom net worth of the cores, has enough space from the Necro to just blink in, BKB, and go to... It doesn't even have blink, actually. Just ran in there.
Yeah, I just ran in. I wonder if Malady could have maybe got a cold embrace off. That could have been clutch there on the Lina, but I understand it's really difficult given that the rest of the LGD team were on the prowl, so maybe that was just a doomed to fail situation. Now for the first time in, I think, the whole game, LGD in the gold lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against a bounty hunter.
It's a big swing, as you see there. Massive recovery on their part.
Of all the games, Cinderin, that we wish to go 60 minutes, this is the one. Zoxa caught off and killed off. Be precise. All right. And some stacks, and there's the BKB for Yuma. He is enormous.
Yeah. You gotta play this timing though. I feel like it's a bit. Your lineup can Roche quite easily. You have Tombstone, Flesh Golem, Focus Fire. It's a matter of getting the waves in the right position first, and then not clumping up in the pit for a bad vacuum combo with Snapfire coming in. But Necrophos is so insanely strong that if he is the primary target for Yandex, I actually don't know if they have the single target damage yet to kill him. If there's any protection for him at all. Dying with the shard obviously is going to make matters even worse. The other helps him close to his overwhelming blink. The Dragon Knight. 1200 to go. They are scanning the pit here, so Yandex
links right into Whisper, so setting up the Shackle shot with a Focus Fire now. Gets off the vacuum on the Theol, of course, so he's stuck up there, but just simply TP out. Yeah, big kill onto DM now.
Yandex had the read that LGD might be going Roche, so they scan it, and it actually flared red for a moment, and I think that's why DM thought they couldn't possibly be bottom. So a bit of a unfortunate scan hit on a hero randomly walking by the pit there.
And not often the scan gets you killed.
I mean, I don't know if he did it specifically because of that, but it definitely didn't help.
We can go with your narrative. You can assume things. Into the pit Thompson goes. Be a nice pickup for LGD, who have taken the lead now in this pivotal game number 3. Winner stays in TI and goes to the playoffs. Loser out. And remember, LGD coming in for this 3-2, and Yandex 2-3, which is, I want to say, maybe the biggest surprise of the tournament? Is that incorrect?
It's one of them, at least. I think for a lot of people, also a big surprise that Nick McGalaxy went 4-1.
Oh, that's true.
That was a huge one for me. Unexpected that they did that well, but obviously a very welcome surprise. Worth remembering, if you remember from TI last year, King Jungles with a very, very famous post-game interview, or post-elimination interview that year, saying that they were going to be back. Got a lot of fans that day.
Yeah, he just needed Thompson.
A lot of people definitely cheering for King Jungles to get back on that stage in particular. And maybe some of them Thompson too. You never know. Maybe he has some fans out.
Only a couple, I think.
A few. Yeah, it was a very motivating speech. I think one of the best, maybe the best exit interview ever in DOTA.
100%.
Actually,
No question. Yeah, very
really
passionate.
That guy he's got the vibes.
That's one way to put it.
Personality. Or the Reaper, maybe. No, not this time. He wasn't worth it.
I mean, I do have a question about the Reaper side. Like, is it even worth to use on a target that's dead already? I feel like the stacks are almost irrelevant.
Yeah, they're largely inconsequential, I would agree.
Not like the old days.
No. Oh, another snack.
Okay, Saksa. These deaths are starting to stack up. 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. I should have mentioned they put it onto Whisper. I guess it makes sense. DK is a transformation hero, and Necro is virtually unkillable right now.
I think the logic is that Whisper is just going to tunnel vision the Lina.
Yeah.
And just try to ruin the fight, and he can do it with a lot of confidence with the Aegis. Looking to take the top tier 2 tower together with Thompson. Yandex not really interested in this. They'll let him have it. This game has turned on its head. A big item alert Thompson, or excuse me, Watson, the other son, has picked up BKB of his own. So, and we're going to get one on Chira Jr. now as well. So this is a big timing for the Dire. Almost aligning it with a Shiva's Guard as well from Darkseer, so triple core upgrade.
I do want to mention DM, so it's going to be a Shiva's, but no Krella's Crochet. You were promising me this item.
He will buy it eventually. There is no way he plays this game without it.
But do you think I'm not saying it's too late to buy it, but wouldn't it have been better early against a hero that basically they had one core for quite a while on LGD?
I would have liked it over Shiva's first. I think buying these items is good, but I don't know if I agree with the order.
That's a big vacuum. Hard to pass up.
You can just get a value Chasm Stone if you really want to. I mean, it's 900 gold. It's relatively expensive, but plenty of heroes do that.
Another tier 2 for LGD. As Yuma, is that going to be a box 2 that he's picking up? Looks to be the case.
Yeah, love that.
Wow.
Allows him to connect on DK's Blink Stuns, allows him to connect on Shackle Shots. Keep in mind, the Travels 2 faster connection.
Yeah, it's like 1 second faster?
I believe so. It's from 3 to 2, right?
It's interesting because we don't typically see that until you have at least 6 slots.
Yeah, there's a few heroes that I really like it on. Necro is one of them. So I'm a big fan of this build.
From Yandex on the north.
This is a crucial moment. They have all their 3 items now.
Do they even want to go on Yuma? Is the question.
Maybe they do.
LSA with Laguna Blade. There's the cookie as well. He is dead. Oh, my goodness. I bet they wish they gave him the Aegis after all. Top to pot the BKB, attempting to teleport out. Too close, he's out of there. Terrorize comes out as well as Whisper, trying to get something out of this, but he is going to die with his Aegis, and likely a second time on top of that.
I think so.
Likely, very likely. Whisper trying to prove us wrong. They get blocked at every turn. LSA misses, making it as difficult as possible, but in the end, it is 3 dead for LGD. Yandex set their trap, and they execute.
I would actually love to see a replay of that, of where King Jungles was, because if you're gonna leave Necrophos in front like this, the Undying Blink Tombstone, it has to be there. Like, this is a game-deciding moment, potentially. This was an LGD lineup that had been ahead for the last 5 minutes, just consistently getting better trades and gaining gold.
Oh boy.
And now you dropped it all on the ground, and this is even worse if you get an extra.
It's set up by the Yules. We'll get off the Dragon Tail, but he's going to get collapsed on by DM, and he is all alone. Which means Chira Jr. gets another kill to his name, and that's a dominating streak ended for Thompson.
They got a lot of gold for that.
Yeah, this, I mean, that's the scary thing about playing against Bounty Hunter. These games swing hard.
That was an 8K swing, that last fight until now. Changed the game drastically.
Close to a 50-50 according to DOTA Plus.
I mean, I still see the potential in the Radiant lineup, but that was a major setback. Again, I really like everything they did there. If they could have Tombstone saved Necro, that could have been so sick. Because you can see Yandex were dropping everything on him to start, and any reset there, Dragon Knight comes in, the fight gets chaotic, it's in your favor. But he never got the BKB off on Necro, so didn't get to play.
Get anything
As a wise man once said, can't play if you're stunned.
That's right, very
well,
wise.
not a wise man, but a man, I guess. Arguably. Oh, nice escape there from KJ. Immediate blink out.
We'll clean up the tombstone though. First crown onto Soxa, vacuum from DM. Have their eyes set on this Dark Willow, but here comes Yuma. Reaper Scythe onto Soxa, does almost no damage. My goodness.
Hyped.
Soxa, very survival with his plan. I'm sure he has that talent as well, and he has the shard in addition.
Yeah.
All of that LGD get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, an invisible bounty hunter with that with that level 15 talent that is also cold embraced and piped is very hard to kill.
That did less than 50 damage, I think.
Yeah, that did absolutely nothing. Now, next upgrade for Watson, MKB unlocked. So that's going to make Whisper's life a lot harder.
If LGD, I know you're saying they have this tombstone. I understand that. If they had a Roche again,
yeah,
would they give Aegis to Necro this time? Do you still think this is the correct play?
I think they might, but I think the theoretically right idea is to give it to Windranger again. I really like that they did that, but certain things just have to happen in order for that to be correct. If you can't trust. At the same time, though, if you have the Aegis on, or you don't have it on Necro, and a fight like that breaks out again, we didn't see we didn't get to see a replay of how they kept on dying out. Like maybe he just got clipped by a bounty hunter in his back, right? Like then he can't save anyway. Soxa has blink Yules. He just needs to see Undying for a brief moment. He's going to blink Yules him, invis himself, and be super tanky. So yeah, with that in mind, perhaps it's just too difficult to get the right conditions where you can reliably save with KJ, and then you're gonna have to put the Aegis on Necro.
Oh, Soxa. Okay,
yeah.
Yuma, round number 2. Do they have to stun lock again? They do.
Just
no tombstone in sight. Another enormous kill for Yandex.
KJ hedging his bets. He's covering everybody else but the guy getting jumped. The other 4 heroes were in their own triangle. That is a very, very bad death. This might actually force a buyback here.
70 seconds.
You don't have Aegis for high grounding, but Lina can hit from a very safe distance, can rely on getting invised by bounty, and getting cold embraced, piped, and then take it easy though. This is obviously a massive game.
Elimination game at TI. It doesn't get more tense than this.
Yeah.
Hobson, his courier gets killed, and I believe that's what, Octarine, I assume, is what he's going for?
B now for DM. There's the Crozier next.
Okay.
The pipeline.
What do you think about Yuma building a... Okay, he actually changed it to Yules. He had Manta queued up, which I understand the Dispel aspect. It feels like and illusions with Radiance, but it feels like it's too late in the game for something like that.
It's the carry version of buying Lotus, right? Essentially. It's what you usually do on Necros to get the Manta. Fiolacore will be caught here again. Another kill for the Yandex squad.
But Yules is gonna scale much better.
That's gonna need a Wind Waker.
Thompson gets cursed. Mortimer's kisses right on his face. And here comes Whisper, though. He has the focus fire on the Malady, but the Cold Embrace nullifies all of it. Will end up dying to the last couple right clicks as Whisper now has to try to run away. The BKB is now going back wall! Back wall under several heroes. Thompson with the BKB has to deal with his own illusion. And Whisper on the run, but the cookie hits him. Soul Rip is there. Yuma in addition with the Death Pulse. Whisper somehow staying alive. Will get away to base.
Wow.
Very close call for LGD.
That was a crazy escape that they lost nobody there. That looked super scary. Vac wall plus LSA, but managed to get out just barely. And you do see Whisper having that output now with that Daedalus. The Wyvern, once Cold Embrace was down, died in the blink of an eye. But it's still multiple problems you need to get through in the first place. Wyvern has Disc, there's Cold Embrace. But Wyvern is the primary target, you have to wait. And if anybody else is, well, they're getting embraced. So, not easy. And that time around, they did get off the Tombstone save, which also was integral to LGD's resetting of the fight. Lincoln's now on Chira Jr. Make Thompson's life a lot harder. Can't just blink stun, can't just open with Shackle Shot. It is an awesome Lincoln's game on the Dire. Might want to buy more than just the one. Perhaps, well, probably on another hero though.
Thompson's been without his Octarine for quite some time.
Yeah.
Courier's been dead, about to spawn now. He's 2,000 gold on top of that now for... He's actually going Halberd. I was making fun of this item in game 1, I think.
Yeah. Well, if anybody would do it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool. Can't go Radiance. Need evasion. Let's go Halberd.
That would be, well, does he need evasion against MKB Lina? I don't know. It feels kind of meh.
But
it's just funny how this might be a dead item, right? Nobody buys it. If Thompson buys it in one game,
if he wins,
start seeing it pop up. It's so silly. Oh man.
I guess even if he doesn't win, somebody's going to.
What they mean when they talk about cultural impact in esports, right?
Yeah.
Keep joking about that in Counter-Strike.
Daiwu.
Yeah. Cultural impact, major cultural.
Right. Thompson definitely up there in the category. You're not though.
Okay. That's glad we got that established. That was definitely necessary.
Wanted it to be clear here. 5K in the bank for Yuma. Want to be saving his gold a bit because of these last couple deaths. If he can buy back and somehow connect with the... He actually did not finish the Boots of Travel 2.
He just bought them now. While he has buyback gold.
Very good.
Just...
That makes the buyback very powerful.
Yep.
If he does die in the same fashion, because they are blowing quite a bit from Yandex's side at least to kill off this tanky boy. There it is. Roche number 2 being attempted. Yandex in the pit. Are LGD aware? They seem to have some inkling that this is happening, but Watson will claim the Aegis.
Oh, and they might even
add links in with the current, but Thompson with counteraction. Gonna pop the E on this onto Malady. Escape big back roll on the 3 heroes, but the tombstone save comes out. Reaper Sight again doing absolutely nothing with all this mitigation. The Wyvern finally drops. Whisper dies on the side of LGD, so 1 for 1 in favor of Yandex thus far. Watson though on the run, doesn't want to use the Aegis this early.
I'm sorry, that's just amazing. Watson aggressively goes in. He gets halberded, and he's just kind of, wait, what?
He's not used to playing.
He pops Satanic, got instantly disarmed, and he's like, wait, what? There's a disarm in the game?
Wait, what did they change with it that you cannot dispel it now?
Strong dispels only, yeah.
It's so BKB,
yeah,
and not Manta though.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And not Satanic, obviously.
Yeah, I think he cast it afterwards anyway, but maybe just old memory from time. I mean, just timing anyway was fine.
But it doesn't pierce, right? Like if you use it after BKB,
yeah, it doesn't pierce.
No. I mean, once the BKBs get low enough, I mean, this is definitely going to have some good value.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And cultural impact, lest we forget.
How does this affect Thompson's legacy?
Won't somebody think of Thompson?
3.5 minutes on the Aegis now for Watson. Not to be confused with Thompson.
That was another fight with a great vacuum wall, but the immediate counterplay from Tombstone once again playing a big role. And as soon as the fights start getting scrappy and this Tombstone zombie starts stacking up and Necrophos walks around the fight, it can get really dicey. So Yandex just got the hell out of there. It's going to help them a great deal when Darkseer hits 25. I actually think AoE Surge might be a big deal this game. Just to reset position away from multiple different issues. And a Yule Thompson here for fun, like Soxy. As you're playing for fun, I'm
right. Whisper starting to pack a punch on the Windrunner. Where he goes from here. Looks like he is dying in these fights. He is going for Aghanim Scepter, so... Wait, is that... No. Actually, not an axe. What is he buying?
Dragon's Breath?
Oh?
Hydra's Breath, I mean.
Yeah.
On a...
I like that. How does that work with Focus Fire?
I mean, it just applies it normally, I would think. There's nothing...
Is it a full damage version, though? Is Yuma? It's not going to hit Chira, gets to the high ground.
The passive should be independent, I would think. Good question, actually. I like when you ask it.
Or to make you look stupid as the analyst and all. Yeah.
In my defense, how many people have seen Hydra's Breath Windranger recently?
Probably a lot of turbo games.
I guess so.
I should know.
I mean, it does get bought occasionally, but most of the time carry Windrangers get Pike, right? So, and you generally don't buy both. It does get purchased sometimes, though. But then again, I mean, you go back in time. There was a time when pros were buying Battle Fury and Windranger, so you'd be like, the pros actually know?
That's right.
Or does it just feel good? You know? They're like, I do a lot of damage with this, and then somebody checks the files and it turns out a TI finals winning hero did less damage than it was supposed to.
And if you go back far enough, you get a 5 Battle Fury PA.
Yeah, that's very far.
That was a good thing.
No.
Apparently, this is the first halberd at this event, says production. I'm not surprised.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I would have, if you asked me to guess, I would have said that.
The fact that I brought this up in this series too is so fun. I don't think I've mentioned that item in 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, from Yandex, they end up on the north side of the map for now, but
This is a fresh Crozier, by the way. This is a big reveal.
Hey, Crozier time. Krella is about to have an impact on this game. 45 seconds for the Aegis. I wonder who Krella is.
Yeah.
Or Slacks can tell us.
Probably
out.
It's going to be the reveal this year, surely. Krella.
Everyone's favorite item, the Krella's Crozier that we see in, I feel like in pubs, low-level pubs, we never see it. Probably. It's a cool item, though. I think if we're going to see a new hero, it's got to be related to Hydra's Breath, because that's the cool item right there. It's a big old dragon. Speaking of dragons, Toxin initiation onto Soxa with the Terrorize just for Soxa. Yuma's there as well. Soxa's still alive after all of this. The back all the mono heroes now. Finally, the Reaper side brings him out. But that's a lot expended for a bounty hunter. As Whisper will tank up the curse. The Dark Willow will be the trade for now. DM is not done, though. He runs in BKB form and then runs away using his shard to try to slow them up, but sure enough.
Killed Snap, the Willow and got level 25. This is a huge talent. Of course, additional 6 Mortimer's Kisses launched now. Massive damage increase.
Can't get over how tanky Soxa is.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a great healing Lotus too. He just was stun locked.
That 15 talent is so crazy good.
45-minute mark here. That Tormy being done? No, that is Gate being, well, Gate into Tormy then. Yandex will get this for free. And that means it's going to Lina. Last remaining member without shard.
That's a feels good one to get for free. Laguna Blade gives you 12 stacks of Fire Soul. Not bad. More attack speed. More move speed.
He actually has Boots of Travel too. And opting for Scotty next, which I guess is the backpack item. Or Boots of Travel, I guess? Swap? Or the BK? Yeah. Swap out the Boots of Travel after you TP. Running out of slots though. Fire some micro.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Hobson, level 25 now as well. Goes for the Worm's Wrath bonuses. Yeah, Alan. The other one seems kind of underwhelming.
This is a big item. Wind Waker on Bounty Hunter. This means Soxa can now blink save teammates because there is no nullifier on the Radiant and not really a good buyer. I guess DK could get it now and then somebody else carries the gem. That is huge against Windranger. If she ever makes a connection on Lina, you can just reset. And then you have Cold Embrace. There is a lot of challenges that LGD have to find a way to overcome here. Feels like it all has to start with, ideally, it feels weird to say, almost ideally them being initiated on. I think, ironically, could be the best thing. If they get jumped on a tanky hero, they get a tombstone save off and the fight develops from there. Feels very difficult for them to go first. Wyvern now, speaking of nullifier, not a common purchase.
Wow.
On a Malady.
Wow.
So they will get the nullifier against Necro, but
why didn't I think of Wyvern?
Yeah, why didn't we think of that?
A lot of first here.
This hero doesn't come up close very often, but you're gonna have to if you want to use this.
Got Blink for that, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
First item it's bought on the hero this event, maybe this year.
Perhaps.
Maybe ever.
No.
I think I've seen Core Wyvern in pro play actually by Nullifier before, but It is very unusual on 5.
Orchid on Thompson. So will be a Bloodthorn eventually. Okay. Go along with that halberd. Look at this inventory. What is this?
I guess the hero material.
This is so random. Like he closes his eyes. All right, take this, take that.
I think it's very important. It's very important to stress that the reason this build makes sense to me is that it's a Wind Ranger offlane. I think if the offlaner isn't playing carry style, I don't think you could get away with this. But he knows that his teammates have the damage. He needs to bring the control. So all of his itemization is just in that line of thinking.
Pressure now for Chira. Okay.
Is insanely strong. Jumping onto DM, bit of an awkward situation.
Into the Orchid, but you can see Thompson using the halberd to full effect onto the Lina. Will try to BKB TP. Is the damage there? Terrorize gives him a little bit of space. He TP's out successfully. The Core likely will be the sacrifice for LGD. Would have been a lot worse. Does have buyback in case. Would end up being a trade for Malady.
Yeah, died in the meantime to Whisper. Now has Hydra's Breath completed.
Okay.
And I think Malady had a gem, so a decently big kill. Take out of his hands. Another halberd queued up from King Jungles. That's that cultural impact I'm talking about. He never would have done it himself. You want more halberds, huh?
Hell yeah. Sox gonna try to lead the way, gets cookied backwards. Very pivotal moment now in this game. Yuma initiated on DM, gets the vacuum only out of one. They want to kill off Cajun, so he cannot save anyone. He's dead. Yuma has to pop the BKB and retreat. Undying back up and running though, thanks to his innate. As Yuma will pop that Ghost Shroud to stay alive. They will try it and back away completely now.
Play for Roche. They're going to let him go, but I don't know if they have the time for this. 10 seconds. Lina's fast, but there's a roar.
Too.
They have the time. My God.
5 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to be able to stun it.
The smoke from LGD, they're going to try to collapse. It's going to be a little bit too late, it looks like. As all the goodies will go to Yandex. And now Soxa getting good vision. Yuma is there. Get the initiation onto the Lina, but the Cold Embrace is going to save him for now. Thompson pops that BKB. Pick a vacuum onto 2 heroes. No follow-up, though. And another cookie on a Watson this time. A lot of very segregated fight overall. As you can see, the Reaper side finally coming out, but Cold Embrace, not enough damage onto Malady. As Watson, a nice tombstone to try to save DK. He gets stunned, though, out of the tombstone, and killed off. Will buy back, but he's in human form now. A dieback now into the Undying as well. There's the Wind Waker save onto the Lina. Remember, has the Aegis anyway, as Yuma is trying to finish the job, as Whisper doing the same with the right clicks. They get life number 1. Thompson's there with the Dragon Tail into the power shot. Yuma on the low ground as well with the focus fire to follow. Looks like they will find this kill, and it's a big one for LGD. It did cost them quite a bit. A buyback on a Thompson.
Yeah, can they get anything with this, though? Otherwise, it's not going to feel that all that great. Yes, you take the Aegis away and you kill Lina a second time, but you can't force the buyback the other way. It still feels like a clear Yandex victory in that situation. Doesn't really seem like they'll find anything more for now. Okay, Undying actually.
Look at this DOTA win from.
Yeah, it's close apparently.
Huh. I would not have said that. I would say this is like 65-35 for Yandex. That's how I feel.
Always something like that. But hey, there's a lot of bad Lina players out there to pull the stats down. I'll tell you that.
Yuma running out of room in his inventory, so Refresher is next. Do you get rid of Radiance at any point?
We might see backpack. We've seen it backpack before, yeah. I do think that's the best choice at this point. Is you could sell it and ask Thompson to buy one.
I mean, Thompson's running out of room as well, so he's got the boots he can replace. He doesn't have, I mean, is Ags good this game?
You definitely want to buy it regardless, right? To just
yeah, but as a 6th item or as the 7th item?
I think he should probably buy it now, I would imagine, but I mean, this is a very abnormal build, so it might be some other key ingredient.
Let's see, what else is in the shop that we haven't seen on a DK before? Let's pick an item for him. How about Dagon?
Unfortunately, first of all, I think that's bad, but
okay, good.
Also, unfortunately, King Jungles did go away from the halberd, went for a BKB, and now he's going low to, or Lincoln's plus Ghost Scepter is the plan. I was going to say that this singular game is going to decide the win rate of halberd at this TI, so you bought 2 in the same team. I don't know if that makes that better or worse. Gotta say though, this is a very close game, and still anyone's to claim. No barracks being taken yet, but barely any damage on a tier 3 tower, so 53 minutes in.
We're being rewarded with an excellent game number 3. Very happy about that.
Rewarded for what? What have you done for Dota lately?
Existed, I guess.
Wow, thank you so much for your contribution.
Despite this 18K lead, Dota Plus seems to think relatively even game.
I mean, we are getting late enough that anything can happen, obviously.
It's coming from the north. So Daedalus down to Lina. They have a pressure shard for Darkseer.
There's a choice to be made here for Watson. What's your least important item? Surely Daedalus goes in. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bought it. Is he only going to slot it in after using BKB, or feels like it's more important than the Mjolnir, no? Yes, Mjolnir's better for farm.
Question.
Okay, slotted in over the travels for now.
Now. Oh, there's a damage rune as well. Topside.
Denied. Importantly,
that would have
by the Oliver.
Not much more room to grow for this Lina either. Gonna try to tank this apparent gank. There's a Divine Rapier now for Chira. They spot the Necrophos. Do they have the damage? Wind Waker, there's the BKB as Yuma exits. But now that's a big charge down. I don't think they've spotted the Divine Rapier either.
Doesn't really feel like Yandex want to go high ground without an Aegis, though. So I don't really... This BKB usage is kind of irrelevant if they don't catch him again.
Versus the spell amp variation of Divine, since this is not a right-click Snapfire.
Necro is finally close to having Ags Blessing plus buyback. It's a very late Ags on Necrophos, 55 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What else can he buy now?
That's when the stacks you have with Reaper Scythe start mattering more, is when you get Ags, because then it transforms into damage.
But that buyback regardless.
Have any stacks, so it's not really that interesting.
This could be a huge swing if they pounce on this Snapfire somehow.
Yeah.
Because there's no Aegis in play.
That's true.
But LG, I don't know if he's been spotted on the map yet. Otherwise, you would think that they would try to go all in on this. I mean, that's a lot of gold being expended that can just be reversed in an instant.
Thing is, the hero that they're looking for is going to be bodyguarded by a bounty hunter and going to play super far back line. Like, this is effectively Chira saying, I am going to ulti twice and not come up close until we're ahead in the fight. So downside to that is sometimes it feels really bad not using your cookie early on in fights, but you can't do everything on this hero. There's a cheese in a bottle in the river, by the way. If anyone's thirsty or hungry, you can have a little meal in Russia and split.
What the hell? Okay.
Thank you for the Necrophos laugh. That's perfect timing. My favorite laugh of the entire game, by the way. It's actually, it's my favorite voice acted character.
Go to sleep with that. It's like ASMR to you as Yuma. Be spotted by Soxa. They can see the camp just died.
Voice acting. Do some more voice lines.
What's Bounty's 25? It's been a long time since I've seen that.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. You Shuriken toss damage or no Janata cooldown, so you're definitely taking Shuri toss because you're not hitting on support Bounty very often.
A bit underwhelming then.
250 damage is no joke, especially if you had X. But,
yeah, but it's on a support.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Hobson trying to create some space. Gets vision control in favor of LGD in their jungle. Roche a minute away from knowing when he spawns. And we're 3 minutes away from the promised land, of course. The land of tier 5s. As another refresher joins the party for Darkseer. Hobson in human form. Gets hexed, gets stunned, nullified, killed off instantly by Watson. You're right, 2 minutes of no DK. How does that happen? The Yandex are going to get the curse onto the Dark Willow. Mortimer's #1 gets that kill.
That is real bad.
Oh boy.
If they've kept track of the timing, he has buyback in 45 seconds.
Oh,
if they've watched the timer, they would know for a fact that this is a clean siege.
Yeah, they're going to put the Roche banner down, and the building sieges will continue for Yandex. DM jumping in. Nice attempt on the vacuum, but the Yules was there from Yuma. This building is almost certainly going to go down. They will continue now. Yuma trying to slow progress. Again, it's 58 minutes, so one set of racks is not the biggest of deals. So likely LGD will just delay and let them have it.
They're going to feel inspired to do a second set, surely.
And they have another Roche banner, so...
True, yeah. They have a banner on Lina. We'll have a bottle and a cheese in the Roche pit, by the way. Yeah.
That's for later.
Saving it up. Soxa isn't so good at math and thinks greater healing Lotus is better than a cheese. Yeah, respectfully disagree. Well, you can give this to teammates directly, I suppose.
Watson's going to get this tier 3 now, so Thompson does have buyback.
He will not be using it here, surely, right? They're going to give this up.
So 2 sets likely going the way of Yandex then. And LGD not taking any chance. I mean, we've seen this before where one hero tries to delay a little bit and they just get destroyed, and then it becomes a domino effect of trying to save your teammate.
Yeah.
So LGD will be vacuum from DM right on top of the nullifiers. Over to Tombstone saving the last one, the focus fire right on top of Yuma. Stunlock right now is Chira Jr. in the midst of all this, and the cold embrace with the right click from Watson, absolutely destroying Yuma. Instant buyback for him, and guess who's not bought back yet is Thompson. 8 seconds with his natural timer. As Yandex will fall back, forcing out the buyback from Necro is a huge win for Yandex, and of course, retaining this Divine Rapier, and is about to hit 60 minutes as well.
Look at the Radiant base.
Hey, the cheese. Oh, no, cheese. Oh.
Look in the middle of the Radiant base. DM has sent a message. That is the Y of Yandex. He's writing it mirrored, though. I mean, I'd have to sacrifice some other life skills to get this good at Dota, I suppose, but...
Looked more like a V to me.
It was close. It was close enough. It was a mirrored Y. Okay. Very talented young man for a 5-year-old like Dota. Gotta say, it's very accomplished.
60 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Time for neutral items.
Want to have this rehash conversation? Yeah, who's gonna get Desolator?
Not anymore.
Okay. Any big items?
Desolator.
Okay. Anything else? Rift Shadow? You want to see that?
Let's see. I guess Harmonizer is kind of cool on Snap. But Bloodrite, probably the bigger one, right? The Zune Bloodrite and Snapfire sounds sick.
Yeah,
huge AoE on.
And what about for LGD? Other than Desolator.
Yeah, the reason I was defaulting to Yandex is that I wasn't sure LGD were actually going to be able to access the jungle that much, but they are getting some space, so they should probably get some of their own. Deso, I would think, for Windranger.
EM has Dazun, by the way. He did get it.
They have Dazun on. That's a big vacuum.
Yeah,
big,
that is.
Big everything.
That is.
Yeah, you definitely want the Stygian Desolator on Windranger. Fallen Sky on Necrophos might actually be really nice for a secondary way of initiating, so you can still use your shard to get out with. I mean, we're at a point where Divine Regalia is obviously interesting.
They have, on the side of Yandex, they have 2 Dazun Bloodrights right now in the Desolator, and then 2 yet to be claimed.
Dazun on
Thompson Dazun. Interesting.
It's a big fireball. Look at that. He was testing it. He put one down to see.
Yeah, he can't go in sandbox mode like on his stream, so we'll have to do it live here at TI.
This is where in the past Eternal Envy would pause the game and go to demo mode.
God, that is so weird. Why did tournament organize? Where were they fine with that?
It's a different time.
We were supposed to have less brain damage back then.
Yeah, so we sent him to the stock market instead.
Yeah. Couple Books of the Dead for Yandex, 1 for LGD. People still picking this up very consistently, despite its nerfs. It doesn't do much to buildings anymore.
Yeah, but
good for vision.
Yeah.
Decent at pushing lanes. Yeah, that is a big fireball.
Gotta say, it must feel amazing to get fleet-footed on Wyvern, though. So much movement speed. Doesn't need his boots anymore, so he has to slot.
Roche attempt. cannot give this up free. Surely for LGD. It might not be close enough to contest, though.
It's gone.
Yeah. It's like all the goodies going the way of Yandex.
Are they going to pick them up, though?
So that's true. Roche spills it out of his bowels, and now most of it claimed, all of it claimed. They've learned their lesson. 34k lead for Yandex. 2 sets of barracks in their favor. Now the Aegis. Double cheese for Soxa. Okay. What happens if you make a double cheese into a block? You lose one of the cheeses. To test that out some.
It's a very niche question.
Topson showing himself in human form. The instant jumping pops into his dragon from his head. He's got the Laguna Blade. With the murder, just destroying everybody. Whisper able to avoid the cookie and the death.
Oh,
that's
my.
3 dead overall for LGD with a buyback now onto the DK, but Topson does not have his dragon form any longer. That was a disgusting combination.
X marks the spot from DM. Learned a new letter in the middle. Close to the river. Oh my god, that was gross.
I mean, the vacuum is so, it's very hard to avoid now with the AoE increase. That's got to be one of the best, if not the best thing to get an AoE increase on.
Ah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Yandex in very good position. There are buybacks still there for LGD. They still have to withstand an Aegis and a Divine. Actually, interestingly enough, the Aegis is not on the Divine carrier. The right click, of course, onto the buildings. It makes sense for Lina to be the one up front.
Topson now with a heart, 6,000 HP. Is that going to be enough?
I don't know.
At what point do you consider Hydra's breath on Lina?
Yeah.
That ever become a consideration here? Like you have so many items in your backpack. You can sell for 5 or 6k gold right now if you wanted to. I think this is such an. It's always interesting to see the thought process of pro players when they get to this point on carry. I find it to be one of the hardest parts of the game is itemizing late game on carries, and
oh boy,
it's juggling all of the items right now.
We got a rune.
Yep.
That is a rune and a half right there.
Saving it for now. Does he have a bottle coming over? No.
Another minute
upgraded
to stay there.
That's the flame cloak now on Watson.
Just picks it up. So this, I think, is go time for Yandex. The last stand now for LGD. Last stand here at TI as well. If Yandex can prevail, they will go to the playoff stage.
Yeah, LGD would have loved to get back to the main event after last year and everything. But this fight is borderline impossible. Talk about mounting advantages. Divine Rapier, Aegis, Cheese ×2, 50k gold, and a seemingly perfect set of neutral items between Deso, 2 Dazun Blood Rights.
Yeah, but LGD has Topson, Cinder, and have you considered that?
I have considered that. He has a halberd.
Okay, well, maybe not true form Topson as the Roche banner placed, and now the siege from Watt. You can see how long the range is with each respective Roche being taken. They have to go very deep to kill that thing. They have 3 siege units as well, so this building is dead. Topson can't do much to avoid it. DM comes in with a vacuum. We'll get Dragon Tail on his exit. As Soxa actually was killed off by Whisper, apparently. On the other side, very interesting. We'll see if he ends up wanting to buy back. I mean,
doesn't have to.
The Roche banner is kind of big, to be fair.
Yeah, and also, actually, Lina's Aegis would expire with Bounty's respawn.
Maybe they're trying to bait this Roche banner. Topson blinking in with the Dragon Tail onto the Lina. Nullifier applied. Big vacuum again from DM. There's a Lugula Blade. On the top, and another vacuum coming out of KJ. Is going to be taken out. A double kill for Watson. It's a dive back for Topson. And this might be the beginning of the end for LGD. The Necro all alone now, just getting stun locked and destroyed. No way to get back in the game for Yuma. As Watson with the Satanic back to a respectable amount of HP, kills off the Tombstone with a goodie inside in the form of Whisper. With a couple last buybacks coming out from LGD, and now it's a 4 versus 5. Still have not gone through the Aegis though. As another one bites the dust for LGD, and this is going to be Mega Creeps and likely the game in favor of Yandex.
Minute and a half of 5v3. Surely this is it. One hell of a game.
Aegis is expiring. There is the Divine Rapier for Whisper. See if he can get an assassination.
Has to kill Lina twice.
Yeah, vacuum. Oh my god, Necro already dead! Just like that! Nothing to be done. And that is a fourth dead, only one remaining member for LGD, and the buildings shall melt. And LGD are knocked out of the international. You can see Whisper actually doing a lot of damage, but it's too late. And Yandex will move on to the playoffs. What a series, though. The best series that we've cast so far at TI, for sure. Unfortunate that LGD cannot move on because they are such an entertaining team, but at the very least, Yandex, breath of relief here, Cinder, because they came in as not the underdogs, even though they came in 2-3.
Talk about records as well. First Halberd, and I think the biggest win of the tournament, 80k gold lead at the end of that for Yandex.
Crazy. Let's go to the panel.
And it